All right, what's going on, chat? Good morning. It's early here for me. I got the Frankfurt Regional Championships about to come up. Chat, is there a resource for going low rarity on decks? What do you mean a resource? You like these early mornings or don't mind? I mean, I don't mind them. Is every major announced for Europe? Because I have them all listed here. I don't mind them, but it'd be obviously better if it was all not this early, but that's not possible. So I'm here playing Hollow Knight the first time, trying to beat the triple Mantis Lords, and I'm about to break my Switch. So tilting. The triples Mantis Lords. That's like literally the first boss, right? Wait a second. No. There we go. You appreciate the 6 months there, Keezy. My son and I are new to the game. Do you think either of the upcoming ETBs will be worth it for a newer player? No, but sealed product is never worth buying. The sealed product is only worth buying if it's like the League battle decks, and that's only if it's like a deck you want to play for the most part. Yeah. There's no reason to ever buy sealed product for being competitive. Should we just buy singles? Well, not so early for you. The time, no. It's 3 a.m. for me. So yes, it is early. Very early. I mean, there are more than 2,400 players in attendance today. I think there are more than 2,400. Idiot is 2,432. We already have the first couple rounds. Yeah, we're gonna be going into round 4. It looks like. It looks like two rounds have already happened. It looks like they're in round 3, so we'll be going in round 4. What time did you sleep? I like 10, or right before 10 p.m. We don't have a ton of information to work with, but let's see. So what deck are you playing today at Frankfurt? Probably gonna go with a little ADPization, maybe switch it up with some United Wings, couple rounds in, something like that. I think there'll be more ties with the new time rules. Yeah, almost for sure, yeah. Also, there will probably be more ties because records with a higher tie rate will also still have potential to progress in the tournament further now with the extra round and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll definitely have more ties throughout the tournament. Oh, yeah, I forgot we have the new time rules. This is the first major with the new time rules, 50+1. No quad B-doof this time. Nah, I gotta give the Bidus a rest. They're tired. They've been working overtime. I feel better on 5 hours of sleep than 8. I don't know. Nah, you're capping. Why didn't they just give us 60 minutes plus 0 extra turns? Like what? Oh, because they think this is better. They think it's probably about the same time, but better. I don't know. The +1, there is merit to the +1. I think having a +1, a plus X amount of turns does mitigate time manipulation to an extent. But yeah, it does mitigate it to an extent, but not like to an extreme. Yeah. What were they trying to do with +1 over 3? Just time reasoning? Yeah, just less time per round. Is your voice still echoing or just me? I don't. Is my voice echoing on YouTube? I can't. I don't know why it would be. Yeah, I mean, you maybe just have to refresh the YouTube page. No echo? No, but on YouTube. Well, I don't know why YouTube shouldn't be any different than Twitch, though. Voice is fine? Okay, yeah. After Frankfurt, will you stream the Asia Championships, or is that next week in Pittsburgh? It's next weekend. Yeah, the first Champions League in Japan is next weekend. There's also the Premier Ball event next weekend as well. Or, yeah, Premier Ball event next weekend as well, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream that at all. What the heck, dude? This was a baby bolt massacre. Holy smokes. You just cooked them. Yeah, I probably won't. Well, the thing with the Premier Ball tournament is that it is a happening during the same time as the Premier Ball tournament's happening the same time as Japan Championships. So how come you don't go to more events? Because I don't want to. Don't you want to focus on? Don't you want to focus on Worlds, or not really? You're focused on over streaming. Yeah, I don't want to. If I wanted to go to more events, I would go to more events. I just don't feel like it. Wait, what? What was that situation? Wait, was time called in that situation? I don't even remember. Are they out of time? Like 23 minutes left? Was this game actually over? Are there's double Monkey Dory plus Clefairy KO active? Maybe it was just over. I don't remember. What time is it in the US right now? For me, it's like 3:12. So would you trade half your rings for a world championship? Probably. Seems like a good trade. Riley checkmated Justin. Was it? I don't even know if it was it? I have to go back and look at it. Because he double monkey. Oh, we have second Gardevoir in hand, so that Curly becomes second Gardevoir, right? So double monkey KO Duskull. Clefairy KO active, second guard 4. Draw 3. Could Justin not go Dragapult KO Clefairy Iona? Am I trolling? Phantom Dive with Mew? Phantom Dive with Mew is... oh, I guess if you Phantom Dive with Mew, you draw 4, right? You can go KO active, KO Badoo, KO Duskull. And then put 30 more on the active or whatever. Sure. Any predictions? No, not really. I guess you could draw 4 prize cards that turn. But you could still go... Iona to 1 counter catcher, KO Clefairy? I'm looking back on it, it still feels like it was winnable. Am I trolling? Maybe I'm just trolling. It feels like there was still a way to win for Justin. Maybe he's out of Iona. I don't even know if that mattered. Set up Mew. 30s. Feels like it was winnable. Feels like they were still an out. I don't know. After the KO on Dusknoir, it became unwinnable. Became pretty unwinnable. But there was still an out. Why would you... Like, that's what I'm saying. There's just still an out. I thought there was 0 outs. But there was still an out. Is this tourney still in the Worlds format? It is, yeah. Nothing new added yet. I was so mad when Justin didn't play out the game. Even if you're pretty sure you're going to lose, you're in the finals. Why not play it out? Well, if you don't think there's an out, I can kind of understand not playing it out. I think it's fine, personally. But if you have an out, then I feel like you should go for it. I feel like there was an out there, unless I'm trolling. If you go to 1 and don't KO Mew, doesn't Phantom Dive KO a benched Mon, cause checkmate? Oh, I guess you're right, actually. No, wait, maybe it was basically checkmate. Because then if you KO the Clefairy, then the Mew's still set up, which means Mew double Monkey Dory KOs the Monkey Dory off the bench. Okay, no, maybe it was checkmate. Maybe it was, actually. Draw 4, Mew plus Clefairy, then you always have an out. Yeah, true. Because you can go double Monkey Dory plus Mew if Clefairy gets KO'd, KO. And if Clefairy doesn't get KO'd, then Clefairy KOs Polt and you win anyways. Yeah, true. Never mind, I guess it was checkmate. Oh wait, unless you could evolve both Dracloaks. No, because you have Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory would die. Or... you could have gone Turo, Monkey Dory, evolve both Drac... No, he doesn't play Turo, never mind. Monkey Dory was stuck in play. You think Zork is still a decent play after Worlds? It seems fine, yeah. Does sending Bear in the active change anything? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Yeah, or you could push up Ursaluna, you still just... Your bench guy still just dies. I guess you could push up Ursaluna KO Mew, though, right? But then how does Justin win on the next turn, I guess would be the question. Like, do you actually have a win condition after that? Would have been the question. Like, if we go back to it, I'm gonna go back one more time. You go Ursaluna KO Mew. You're not setting up any spread damage on the bench. 180, 220. Kirlia evolves to... Well, the thing is, at this point, does Justin know that the Kirlia is going to evolve to the Gardevoir? If Justin doesn't know Kirlia evolves to Gardevoir here, then I think it's definitely a misplay. Or there's definitely an out. If Justin knows the Kirlia is going to evolve to a Gardevoir, then I guess maybe it's... No, but I guess all the damage is moved off the Kirlia anyways, though. Maybe there's still no out. Maybe there's still no out. As long as... Oh, this is the... We have the meta percentages? Okay. This is the meta percentages for Frankfurt. Let me do this real... Dragapult's behind chat right now, but I can... so y'all can see the bigger picture. So Dragapult, 15%, Raging Bolt 12, then Golden Go, Raging Bolt 12, Golden Go 12, Guardy 10, Charizard 7, Joltik Golden Go 7. I wonder if they show rest of the rest. Dude, get that unclassified out of here, bro. All right. Rest of the rest, unclassified, 6%, whatever that means. Useless stat. Marnie's Grimmsnarl 4, Terra Toolbox 4, Joltik Toolbox 4. So Joltik decks, Joltik hands decks are 11% of the metagame. Player on Noctowl 4, and then Dragapult EX. That's just like straight Pult, right? Is there any deck that's like missing? I feel like, is there a deck missing? Like you'd expect to be in the top 12 that's not? Can't think of it. Zoroark nowhere to be seen. Zoroark? Maybe. Would you really predict Zoroark to be above 3% though? I don't know if we would, even though it does seem like a decent play. It seems like a fine play, but is it really above 3%? I don't know. Also, how badly did I guess how Zoroark is like that much worse of a play, I guess, right now because of Joltik hands. I guess it seems fine, but maybe Joltik hands is too much to overcome, to be honest. Joltik hands might be too much to overcome. I'm not sure. We'll see. Grimmsnarl? Grimmsnarl was there. Well, Grimmsnarl was in the top 12. It wasn't in the top 6, but I'm not really surprised by that, to be honest. Are the decks that did well in the last tournament usually pretty popular in the next one? Not necessarily, no. It just depends on the deck. Like if the deck, like a deck could win the tournament, but the community at large could be like, yeah, the deck's not a good play moving forward. That's happened before, where a deck literally wins the tournament, and then it's like, yeah, everyone knows it's just not a good play moving forward. Yo, what's up, Cart? Building is dropping so hard is kind of crazy, though, don't you think? It's not as crazy as it looks, because we basically know. Now, I think Joltik Golden Go is a Joltik deck first, but we know a large percent of Golden Go players switched to Joltik Golden Go. Golden Go was 22% at Worlds, and it's effectively 19% right here at Frankfurt. So it's not as big of a drop as it looks. Because we know a lot of Golden Go EX players switched to Joltik Golden Go EX. So you can look at this percentage. Like if you compare this percentage to Worlds, this is 19. Like this is like Golden Go went from 22% to 19% effectively. Not actually, but we know that's what happened. We know that shift happened. So it's not as big of a drop as you think it is. The real question is, would Dango Pulp be its own deck on this graphic? Depends what they do last season. I think they at the end of last season they were doing that, right? It shouldn't be, but where's Pulp? Pulp was behind my camera or whatever, or behind chat. Excuse me. Wait, Radiant Ball is second to representation? Maybe I'm tripping, but that's wild to me. It is, yeah. But remember, Golden Go and Golden Go Joltik are like split, and they were like at Worlds they were 22%, and then yeah. Radiant Ball's a little high for sure. I feel like Radiant Ball's not that good of a play right now. Why isn't Wall that popular? Has it answer against almost every matchup? Not really. You have a bad matchup against two of the best, most successful / popular decks in Gardevoir and Poltnor. I don't know, unless the new build from. I assume when you say Wall, you mean Crustle. You appreciate the 48 months there, Soda. Unless for I assume by that you mean unless what was I gonna say? Unless all Blitzel's new build solves the Pult matchup. I was gonna say Pult almost auto loses the Guardian Pult. I don't think like auto loses, but it's a bad matchup. On PokeData OVH, it says that players that are 1 and 2 can't go to day 2. It's incorrect. But the site isn't has some errors. So did you watch Infinity Castle? Not yet. I might go this weekend though, after one of the streams. We'll see. Probably calculates that they can't top cut, but they can definitely still top cut. No, it's always for the next phase. I'm pretty sure, Soda. I'm pretty sure it's always for the next phase. But the PokeData's stuff isn't 100% accurate. So yeah. Because you can definitely day 2. You definitely can move to the next phase. I'm pretty sure it's next phase based as well. Also, yeah, X2 can still day 2 and make top cut. So can one go to day 2 with a score that is impossible to top cut with? For the new system, I'm not sure. The old system, yes. Like last season, yes. This season, I'm not sure because they gave us more Swiss rounds. It used to be next phase based at least. It did, but X2 makes cut. So yeah, X2 still makes cut. Worst records will make top cut this season than last season. So. But yeah, this season, everyone who makes day 2 might have a chance for top cut. Last season, that was not true, but what's the amount of losses before you can't make top 32? I don't know. Depends on the tournament. You're probably not making top 32 with 4 losses, but you maybe could with 3. What are points required for day 2, or is it different at each event? The point threshold for day 2 is always X21. The amount of Swiss rounds in phase 1, the amount of Swiss rounds in phase 1 might differ to get to phase 2, but it's always X21. So sometimes in phase 1 we'll have 8 rounds, sometimes in phase 1 we'll have 9 rounds, but X21 is always the record. Is it 9 rounds today? No, I think it's... Is it 9 rounds today? I think it's 8, isn't it? Am I trolling? Hold up. Oh, I can tell on this. Yeah, it's 8-6. 8-6. Phase 1, 8 rounds. Phase 2, 6 rounds. Appreciate 32 months there, Bali. Okay, we don't get 9 rounds day 1. We don't get 9 rounds phase 1 until you have over 4,000 players now. So maybe for NAIC or EUIC, we'll have that. Yes, Mighty. Think Golden Go's toxic? No. I think if anything's toxic in the current format, it's Dusknoir specifically paired with Badoo. I think there could be an argument that Badoo is toxic, but we'd have to experience it in a format without Dusknoir. Is tournament being played with the new end of round rules? It is, yeah, 50+1. Golden was perfectly balanced. I mean, it's good, but I won't say it's toxic. I'd much rather play Dusknoir and Badoo than see another Crustle. How many crystals are you seeing though? We've seen like one crystal. Both cards will survive rotation though. No, I don't know. Maybe. Have to read the cards. I don't know what that has to do with them being more or less toxic though. Important question: how many Ho Armor decks are there? Probably not a whole ton. Out of 2,400 players, Ho Armor Rouge enjoyers, I would say over 10, but one goes balanced because it whiffs a KO, it loses 200% of the time. I mean, that's not true. Also, that wouldn't determine whether or not a deck is balanced, I would say. Yeah, it's definitely not true, and I don't know if that would be. I mean, I guess that no. What makes a deck not balanced? When it's just way better than everything else in the format. Balance is based on it's just comparable to the card pool or the other meta decks. The longer a card is playable, the higher the likelihood for it becoming toxic at some point, I guess. True, sure, yeah. It does shift tempo, but that goes for almost any deck that can't take multiple KOs in any one turn. Well, it definitely wins even if it whiffs. Just flip heads on Chansey. Exactly. Hazel, what do you think the Golden Go versus Pulp matchup? What do you think about it? I mean, it's favored for Golden Go. Like, solidly favored. Like, 60-40. Maybe 65-35. Probably 60-40. Yeah, definitely favored. Typically something to be balanced or toxic doesn't happen in a vacuum. Yeah, it is all comparable. Yeah, it has to be compared. Because, like, there could be a Pokemon card that does 5,000 damage and has 10,000 HP. But if every Pokemon card does 5,000 damage and has 10,000 HP, it's not, like, unbalanced. How do you get 350 for first, but get an automatic invite to Worlds? Wouldn't it just put you over the total required? You still get championship points for, like, travel awards and stuff like that, and like leaderboard standing. Not that leaderboard standing matters too much if you already have your Worlds invite, but for travel awards it matters. Why is that favored? That's just how the games play out. You win that much. You win that high percentage of the time against Polt. So what do I play for my challenge tomorrow? I've got single sleeved up, but I'm considering it double gobble. Sorry for asking. Play don't go to the challenge tomorrow, Soda. Sleep in. Monkey Dory is the only thing that's unbalanced because there's no counter, but more monkey. Yeah, the only counter to Monkey Dory is more Monkey Dory. Next year, every G card rotates. Is how it works. No? Yeah, that's how it works. The next letter in the alphabet rotates. Or the lowest letter in the alphabet rotates the next year. Next rotation. I want to go to Sugar. When should I start testing with Phantasmal Flames for you? Thanks a lot. No questions regarding future meta. I mean, whenever you want to. It's really up to you. I don't play or think about new cards until I can play with them on PTCG Live personally, but you can start proxying literally right now to get ahead of the curve. Is it late there? Where they are? No. Is Phantasmal Flames legal for Stuttgart? The first tournament it's legal for is actually I don't know the first tournament that it's legal for. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it might be Stuttgart. Actually, I think it is Stuttgart. Yeah. Do you play in Europe? Sometimes. Next rotation is very impactful on the meta. You don't know that. It hasn't happened. That's why like next format and rotation questions are just like, I mean, that's why I think they're pointless, because you just don't know. You don't know what the metagame is going to be right before rotation, and then rotation could hit and it could change absolutely nothing. Got a cup today about 2 hours away at 12 CT playing Jolt Dango, or what did someone call it recently? Joltingo. Best of luck at your cup, Mighty. Registration literally takes away most of the current decks. Yeah, but we don't know what the meta is going to look like right before. We're 2 sets away out from the... What if Charizard X EX is the metagame? That doesn't rotate. What if the best decks are Charizard, Dragapult, I don't know, some other decks that don't rotate, and then rotation hits, and then none of the good decks rotate. You could be right though. Guardy, Golden Goat could be like decks 1 and 2, and then rotation hits, and they both do leave us, but I don't know for sure. What foods are we eating today? I assume today will be a long streaming day. It honestly might not be that long. It might be around like 8 hours. Food? I'm not sure though. I'll have to find some food at some point for sure. You like collect Pokemon cards or just mainly play? I mainly play. But yeah, I don't really collect. I would just say for how little I collect, I basically don't collect. They didn't make it to these stream start times match up with play times. I don't want to hear or see these casters yet for 40 minutes. Well, part of it has to be like a little bit of an estimation, because they don't know for sure when the round ends. Like, and also if there's like a big round delay, like that's definitely happened in the past where like they start the stream. There's 200 juniors. Golden goes the deck behind chat at 15%. They start. Like, yeah, sometimes a huge round extension, so it's hard for them to like fully get it 100% accurate. But I've been live for like an hour. I've been yapping for half an hour. We'll see. The next round's starting soon, I believe. Or round 4 pairings aren't up yet, I don't think, actually. Okay, so we're gonna be waiting a little bit longer. But it can be hard for them to get it correct. Yeah, it can be hard for them to get it right. They're up? Oh, they are up? Okay, so yeah, we should be jumping into it soon. Did I miss anything? Why is unknown there? It's unclassified. So it's like all the decks. I don't know how they do it. It shouldn't be there. There's no reason for... It's a useless statistic, but it's basically decks that they haven't classified as an archetype. The fact that they put it on the thing is, it's just, it doesn't actually make any sense. It's like irrelevant. Like, I don't even, it's like irrelevant data. Unclassified seems arbitrary. Where did you draw the line? At decks you haven't classified. So like, a deck that they would have classified would be something like Poltzard, theoretically, right? So if there's a Charizard Polt deck in the game or in the tournament, they give it a percentage based on how many people are playing Poltzard, but it might not make the chart. So unclassified would be something like Wugtrio Mill, probably. They probably haven't classified Wugtrio Mill, so that gets added to that percentage. They probably haven't classified, I don't know, what is some other, like, United Wings is probably not classified, right? So that would be added to that percentage, so on and so forth. But something like Poltzard, it wouldn't make the meta chart breakdown, but it also wouldn't be added to unclassified because they probably classified it as a deck, so it has a percentage tied to it outside of unclassified. But yeah. Decks that are in too small of a percentage of the field to matter. No, that is not what unclassified is. Unclassified means they haven't tied a percentage to the deck. They haven't given it a category. All those decks are put in that category. Because if you add up all the percentages from the top 6 decks and best of the rest, it doesn't equal 100%. We say Golden Go is a more straightforward, not really trying to think kind of deck, or not really? I don't know. It's a PokemonTCG deck. Unclassified is all the top players who got to submit a hidden deck list to give them a competitive edge. Pokemon is literally pay to win. True. If you aren't playing all gold cards in Golden Go, are you throwing? Thoughts? It's definitely been discussed quite a bit that your win percentage increases with your gold cards. That's why we saw so few Golden Go players succeed at Worlds. Because most of the top players don't play gold cards, so all the top players playing Golden Go, there's only like 1 in top 8. But if they had been playing gold cards, they probably would have gone further. Like Golden Go probably would have dominated Worlds if there's more people playing gold cards, because it increases your win rate. It's so silly because they can classify decks as they see fit. They gave Fraligator its own thing. That one time Tim Franklin brought 20 of them. Well, how is that silly? What do you mean? Someone has to classify them as something. They do a decent job of classifying them to like a reasonable degree. I don't know. Does classification change tournament to tournament? Like, would Arch be unclassified now because it's not meta relevant? I'm not sure how it works, to be honest, Sharpie. At some point, if a deck is classified, though, I'm pretty sure it stays classified probably at least for the rest of the season, or maybe format. It's maybe format based. Obviously, when rotation hits, cards leave. So I don't know how often they update classifications of decks, but it also might just be tied to like Arcanine deck list numbers. So like any deck that has X amount of Archaludon automatically gets put into the Archaludon category, right? Something like that. And that might be constant throughout. Forever until the card rotates, but then once the card rotates out of the database, so it would never get classified as a deck anymore. But yeah, I have no idea. But stuff stays classified longer than a single tournament. I know that. I don't know how long it stays classified as a deck, though. I'm like not sure. They definitely like choose what they want decks to be, because like in the past all the Pult decks were in like one category, but then like in the middle of last season or at some point towards the end of last season they like separated Pult Nor and Pult Zard and straight Pult, I'm pretty sure, which I think is probably the better way to do it. Well, they were like separating Golden Go Pult, but then weren't separating the Pult decks, which made no sense. But it kind of just depends on what they want to do. But you check out their overlay on Twitch yet? Looks neat. I did not know. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Check. What can you do with it? PokemonTCG. Let's see. There's a spot to earn badges, and there's also a spot to see the field better. Interesting. Oh, like the card history thing? That is cool. Morning Azul season opener for deer season today in Georgia. Head to the stand. I wish everyone good luck in all their pursuits today. Have a good hunt there, Drift. You can send the casters a Malamar stamp to their phones. Dope. That's what I'm talking about. More Malamar. More Malamar. Shout out Malamar. The tablet with card seems to imply that there will be a breakdown of everything on the field. Yeah. So they're probably not gonna. I assume they. Well, I guess we'll see. I assume they still won't have the. I mean, it's not interactive, but the breakdown they have in North America. They won't have the overlay they have in North America. Would be my assumption. But I say I don't know for sure. Do you get excited much for these tournaments? Yeah, watch party is pretty cool. It depends on the format a little bit though. Depends on like if it's a new format or an exciting format or something like that. Where's YouTube chat? Did it actually die? Well, I don't know. Maybe there's no one talking to YouTube. Nope, they're still there. Also sad, looks like they won't be streaming round 3 play. Well, round 4 is already up, Ridgeway. So we're just waiting for them to go over to round 4. Some of your favorite formats you played in? I don't know. I can't think one on the top of my head. The next format. Not excited to watch Golden Go. I mean, not Golden Go, not overly. I mean, if it's Golden Go up against like Pult or Guardi, it'll be more interesting. But like Golden Go Mirror is not very interesting, obviously. Wait, round 4? Have I missed round 3 on stream, or do they just not show rounds 1 through 3? They don't show the first couple rounds. No. Yeah, they don't show the first couple rounds. We always go into like round 3 or 4. To start the tournament. Are people acting like Golden Go is so bad to watch? The deck is only bad in mirrors. I mean, it's less interesting to watch. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. Well, no, it's less interesting to watch Golden Go than like Pult versus Guardi or something like that, for sure. I know, but I thought it was usually 2 rounds they skip. Well, North American tournaments, they usually don't stream until round 4. European events in the past, they sometimes started with round 3. But I think that was mostly because they usually had 8 rounds in Europe in day 1, and we usually had 9. So they were showing the same amount of rounds on stream. Goal is just boring and straightforward. Yeah. It can be exciting if they're playing Chansey or Tokus, though. All right, 50 minutes plus 1. What is the matchup? My guess would be that Kato is playing straight Pult, because that's what he's been playing in the past, I feel like. No idea what Ryan is playing here. Is it weird to say Golden Go either has it or doesn't have it? I don't want to discredit players, but I feel like there's nearly no outplay potential. Obviously not to the grave of the spread decks. I don't know. It depends what you consider outplay potential. Like, theoretically, if both people play perfectly, no deck has outplay potential. Yo, the coin toss? Ooh, double gimmies? Oh, it's just Pult Nor here for Kato. Yeah, both people play perfectly. There's no like real outplay potential on the same level. So, all for family start here from Ryan. And it looks like Ryan did choose first here. 2 coin toss? Bro, Ryan is not fucking around, bro. 2 continuous coin toss is crazy. Predictions? I got you. All right, predictions are up over on Twitch. Yeah, it is not Joltik Golden Go. There's candy in there, so it's probably... I mean, I assume it's Togekiss here. But 2 gimme goals prized is really bad for Ryan. 2 gimme goals being prized is really, really bad. Latias start here is pretty solid for Kato. If Kato went first, it would be so tough for Ryan. He would just be able to clops, kill the gimme. Yeah, for this board save, for sure, the clops, turn 2 clops would have been insanely powerful. You end up sleeping? Yeah, I got like I actually got like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. You push your 30 months there, control chills. All right, there's the metal active, and then the pass over to Kato. Poffin in hand. Top deck is Luminous. I see a couple supporters, but they didn't look like researches or anything like that. So the supporters look weak. Penny in the build from Kato. We did see is it just a 1/1 Dusclops build here from Kato? It might not be a Dusknor build, actually. I see Maractus. I saw Penny. I think I saw Pseudo. I see the Duskull. But the Dusclops is... Oh, I think it is just 1/1 Dusclops. So it was like straight Palt with 1/1 Clops, it looks like. So it's not Palt Nor. Oh, and has the Ogre Pawn as well. It is the Cornerstone build. Okay. So this is super similar to what Kato played out. Did Kato play the Cornerstone at Worlds? I think Kato did, right? Cornerstone 2, this makes Latias such a bad start. Yeah, which is interesting because Kato did choose to open the Latias. Now, Kato it probably does not know what Ryan is playing. But yeah, Kato had energy and Dreepy in hand. So could have opened not Latias here. Yeah, it makes it almost impossible to play through the Cornerstone, right? But isn't it almost impossible to play through the Cornerstone anyways? I feel like it's so hard to play through Cornerstone. Kato's playing the Toward 60. Well, no, he's got the 1/1. Tord didn't play 1/1 Dusclops at Worlds, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Kato worked with Tord at this event, though. So him and Tord might be playing the same list again. Okay, Dreepy Badoo searched out here. Ryan has no win con. No, he does. He has Togekiss and Baby Dango, probably. He should be fine. Yeah, Ryan should be just fine here as far as like dealing with Cornerstone. Also, with the current board state, there's a lot of non-Cornerstone prize cards on board. So if Cornerstone's ever pushed, you can go like Candy Togekiss and like potentially just draw extra prize cards off the bench mons. Oh, there is a research in hand. Okay, it didn't look like there was, but we should be good here. Dreepies are in. Has energy for turn plus research. I can't tell with the other supporters that we'd be losing. I guess also there's an argument just to research you could attach to the Cornerstone here. Maybe that's something to consider from Kato. Is don't attach to try and find Cornerstone plus energy. Ends up with a Luminous though. Oh, it was 2 researches. The dark background from those researches makes it look like Boss or Turo or something like that. The draw there is pretty weak. No Lokes, no Cornerstone. Just goes in. Like, if you had Cornerstone here, would you actually promote Cornerstone instead of Badoo? Or would you... I actually don't even know how you play. See, I don't know how the Cornerstone functions in this matchup. Where do we get the value from the Cornerstone? Is it to push to stop early prize cards? Oh, there's one Loke in hand. Okay. All right, active. Gimme into Golden Go here for Ryan. And then into the... Coin... Nope. We have Cypher, though. Maybe that's going to get Cypher for the coin bonus. Okay. Cypher for the coin bonus. Cypher into coin bonus, excuse me. What's the benefit of not playing the Nor? One of the main inclusions that people seem to include is more Monkey Dory is a big inclusion, and then just like more, like the deck is just more consistent, or a little bit more consistent at setting up Pulse. Yeah. I believe the Cornerstone plan is to make it so they have to KO it. You get Lokes down to hit Boss to KO stuff like Monkey and Togepi. But it's so hard to... It's like... I mean, it takes at least 3 turns to build the card up, right? Sometimes more. I mean, yeah. All right, there we go. Bonus into 2. Got ESP and Genesect. I don't like this Genesect grab. You don't want to put Genesect in play if you don't have to, I feel like. This like gives a win condition over to Kato now. We could have just grabbed another Golden Go instead of a Genesect here. Goes for the Golden Go and the Baby Golden Go off of the Genesect. Yeah, I don't love... What would you stack there? From Ryan, a Golden Go and Energy, maybe? A Golden Go and maybe Monkey Dory. Just get Monkey Dory down with a Golden Go. But putting Genesect in play just seems bad. I guess ESP is fine. But ESP seems kind of weak as well. ESP seems like a pretty weak grab as well. We could get ESP later. Getting ESP this early just makes no sense. What about another Cypher? I don't think so. I think I would have just grabbed Golden Go Monkey Dory, to be honest. Or Golden Go Energy. Probably Golden Go Energy. Oh, shoot, Ryan has no more gimmies. Cornerstone might go hard. Yeah, Ryan did prize double gimme goal. The Cornerstone definitely could buy... The thing is, Cornerstone really doesn't feel like a win condition here. I guess Kato does play Penny and potentially the Turo as well, so we could get enough non-Cornerstone Pokemon out of play that would lead to Cornerstone being like a real win condition, I guess. Goes into the Brox here. I assume Cornerstone is going to get searched out. And we could grab Fez, but like I don't think we want to put Fez in play, right? Maybe Cornerstone plus Monkey. Cornerstone plus Dreepy. Maybe you just don't want to bench anything else. Because currently Ryan can draw 4 prize cards. But if you don't bench anything else, Ryan can't draw 5 prize cards without setting up Togekiss. It almost seems like he can just double Badoo, then Ion Phantom Dive, and he'll be fine. Yeah, I don't hate that line for the lack of gimme goals on Ryan's side of the field. I'm just trying to go KO double Golden Go. Skull and Cornerstone searched out, so it looks like is committing to the Cornerstone line here. Does have Nitrogen for energy to attach to the Cornerstone. This is what I was saying with the Cornerstone just feels so weird to me because it feels so hard to set up. Like you need so many energy. I guess it does have Hilda next turn though. There's Cornerstone, there's Nitrogen. And then yeah, it does have Hilda next turn. I guess you get Dracloak plus energy. There is only 4 prize cards on the board currently for Ryan to go after. But Kato does play Penny, probably plays Turo, so could get some of those out of play. Oh, is committing to the Badoo, actually. Interesting. Not just going to run to the Cornerstone. Okay, so that's another prize card in play. Maybe a Klops could go KO Island to 3. Also true. Oh, yeah, but the Klops is prize, so that wouldn't be possible. Immediately into the Arven here for Ryan. Probably just going to thin some stuff out of the deck before digging with the Golden Ghost to try and find an energy. I don't think Ryan has an energy in hand currently to actually KO the active. You could also establish an air balloon on the Genesect here to prevent it from possibly getting Gust trapped in the active. Genesect now thinning out some Golden Goes. Or thinning out a Golden Go. I think maybe the 4th Golden Go is prized. Kato might have taken this line to make it less likely for Ryan to find basic gimme. I feel like as Kato here, you know there's 2 gimme goal prized. Because Ryan last turn should have benched gimme goals, right? So I think Kato knows. I think Kato knows gimme goals are prized. Because Ryan last turn would have benched gimme goals off the Cypher. It's always the correct play to get the gimme goals. So I think you just assume they're prized at this point. Or Ryan threw, I guess, but... Alright, Air Balloon comes down to the Genesect for some protection. I don't think we've drawn for turn yet. Wait, did we even use coin bonuses? Am I trolling? Did coin bonuses get used there? Audiax gets pushed up for Kato. Kato can still just play for the Dragapult line here still, and can just go punch with Dragapult. 200 active, 60 to bench Golden Go. And then do it again next turn, possibly. No coin bonus? Okay, that's what I thought. I'm pretty sure we missed the bonuses. Loke into Boss plus Loke. I don't see the boss ever getting taken here. I don't know what we'd be bossing up. You could boss up the bench Golden Go, I guess. No point using coin bonus if you think your opponent has Iono. I mean, it's just not true. You don't know if your opponent has Iono. There's nothing that tells you for sure that Kato has Iono. And if Kato doesn't have Iono and just goes Nitrate or Badoo, and then now you draw less cards and don't have an energy, then you just whiff a knockout. Not using coin bonus there never makes any sense. It's always just a mistake. Also, getting Monkey Dory on the bench would be pretty good here. So there's actually a card that they actually want to find. There can be worlds where you don't use coin bonus. This is not... there can be situations where you don't use coin bonus, but this is not one of them, though. Kato just searching out Pult Drakloak off the Hilda. I guess Kato might just dig here for Neo Upper Energy and try and find attack Golden Go here, and just KO double Golden Go over 2 turns. And then here we go into a situation where Kato does not play Iono, and now Ryan is down 3 cards for no reason. So the immediate punish on Kato's turn. Rocks. We haven't seen the Neo yet, but that could be the line here that Kato looks for. Nope, just commit to the Cornerstone. So Kato's like fully committed to Cornerstone at this point. I guess Kato is playing around, but now retreating to Cornerstone and pass. But now Ryan can go for the Togekiss. Kato, if I was planning on diving, I would have greeted with Iono immediately. I assume he was going in with Cornerstone then and attaching to it and try and draw a Turo. I guess that is the play here. Yeah, I mean, that for the way Kato's playing it, that's what Kato's going for. Kato is committed to the Cornerstone line now and is going to look to find Penny or Turo to pick up Latias and Drakloak off the bench to try and prevent the Togekiss from drawing too many prize cards. Now, I don't know if Ryan knows that Kato has a Penny, but if Ryan can KO the Latias this turn, it's a lot harder to move, or it's harder to move the Drakloaks than it is the Latias. So Ryan can go boss KO Latias here. But I wonder if we'll see Ryan go boss KO Drakloak. Instead. Although if you KO the Drakloak, you do take away the draw power from Kato. But the fact that Penny can only pick up the Drakloak at this point is a pretty big deal. Why Togekiss is necessary now? Isn't there 4 prizes on board? Oh, true. I'm trolling. There is 4 prizes on board. It still matters, though, because if a Penny or a Turo is found to get a 1 prize out of play, leaving like 1/1 prizer, then we might need it. But yeah, it's true. If Ryan just goes Gus, 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 Ryan does just win. As a Dangle player, I never dared putting down Togepi against Pult. I mean, usually you don't want to do it, but in this situation, it makes sense. Even then, surely it makes sense to go for Iono. You draw deeper to Turo or Penny. I think I agree, Natalie. Especially because also, Kato could also whiff energy that turn and be fine because there's no gimme goals on the bench, right? I guess you know you're giving Ryan the access to gimme goals, but... And also, Ryan did draw another prize card, so even if you're assuming their prize, there's like another out to get them, but... I think I agree. Yeah, finding Turo and Penny is just so important here. Alright, this time Ryan remembering to use the... Coin bonuses, has a Buddy Poffin in the hand to burn. I would play that as well, just get that out of the deck. Maybe even play the Ultra Ball. There's an Ultra... Well, I guess you want to save the Ultra Ball to set up the Togekiss. And we're going to boss KO something here. It doesn't have to be the Latias, but I feel like Latias... I mean, Latias is the correct play based on what Kato plays, but of course we can't fault Ryan for not playing around Penny. And leaving the Drakloak in play does increase the odds of finding the Turo specifically, but we know there's a Penny in the list here for Kato, so... We have to discard 5 here. I don't think there's a reason to over-discard as Ryan here. Let's go for the over-discard, though. Discard... Wait, can we lose to... Well, no, we have Lavencia left. Okay, can we lose to Badoo? But I don't think we can lose to Badoo. Alright, Kato goes back into the Cornerstone. There's the threat of the Togepi on the bench. We have Luminous Boss in hand here for Kato. That could go KO Togepi, which removes the possibility of Ryan getting a heads on Togekiss and KO in a single Drakloak. So then if Kato finds Turo next turn, we see Kato is counting the energy in the discard pile, maybe thinking about a possible Badoo angle. But I saw Ryan's Lavencia in the deck, so Ryan should be safe from that play. And Kato should know that Ryan plays Levencia, so probably should not play into that. There's Countercatcher. So now we can Countercatcher Togepi plus Iono to cycle through the deck and try and decrease the odds of Ryan having a boss play while getting ourselves closer to the Turo to get one of these Dracoloaks out of play so we don't lose to just Ryan going boss. Monkey Dory versus Buddy Poffin here from Kato. Goes for the Buddy Poffin. So I feel like the turn here from Kato should be attach active, Countercatcher Togepi, and then Iono to try and find that Turo to pick up a Dracloak on ideally the following turn. But a turn after wouldn't be terrible as long as Ryan whiffs Boss KO Dracloak. There we go, Countercatcher Togepi, and then there into the Iono. Turo still needs to be fine. In this scenario, it might make sense to burn the Ultra Ball. No, with the boss played, I feel like it's easy to get another 2 prizes. So if you draw into Togekiss, great. But if you don't, knock Pult. Well, Pult's not getting set up here though, Dan. We're not. Yeah, we're never benching Pult here as Kato. Kato's playing through the Cornerstone. This is kind of losing for Kato from his perspective. Like, you get destroyed by Poppin for 2 gimme, then Baby Dango here. No, but Kato knows there was double gimme prized, and yeah, Kato knows there was double gimme prized. So even if Ryan benches double gimme here, Kato can just go, cool, Countercatcher or Boss KO one of them. The next one comes up, punches. And then Ryan needs to find... And then Ryan only has 1 Night Stretcher left. So... Okay, the gimmies have been found. But if Kato just has Gus KO 1 gimme, the next one becomes Baby Golden Go Punch. And then Kato goes knockout, and then Kato wins. Ryan doesn't have a way to get through the Cornerstone anymore. Putting the pressure on, representing the pressure here from Ryan is important, but... And then if Ryan has boss this turn, but the Iono happened, so it might be hard for Ryan to have boss KO Dracloak plus get double gimme. We do have the double gimme, but can Ryan find boss KO Dracloak? Or will Kato get like a free turn here? Also, Kato does have Countercatcher in hand, so you're just gonna KO one of the gimme ghouls. This actually seems like it's almost just over for Ryan. Depends if Ryan plays 2 Turo or not. Oh, I guess Turo could matter. That is fair. You can Turo up a Golden Go and then get access to another gimme ghoul. That is fair. That is fair. Definitely probably plays at least 1 Turo. Oh, it doesn't even need to be 2 Turo, to be honest. It just needs to be 1, right? There's a Nest Ball in hand. You could go get Fez. I don't hate the idea of going for Fez here to put the pressure on as Ryan. I think I would go for Fez here if I'm Ryan. I don't think it's a liability in this situation. I think it's worth the extra 3 cards for more options. Ryan's giving it some thought. How much time do we have? 30 minutes? Okay. Well, you got to do something. I think I would get Fez here. You lose access to Monkey Dory on the bench. I don't know if that really matters, though, to be honest. Ryan should scoop. No, he definitely has a solid line here. I forgot about the Turo as well. But yeah, Ryan also plays Turo. There's the pass. Does not go for the Fez. I don't think it was prized. All right, over to Kato. We have Countercatcher. Takes a look at him. You definitely KO the continuous coin toss one, I feel like. So you don't get flipped on. Wants to do a little gimme goal count here. There is 2 continuous coin toss gimme goals in Ryan's deck. 2 coin toss, 1 minor errand running, 1 call for family. There we go. Countercatcher on continuous coin toss. And then maybe just research. We don't need the Turo this turn. Does Ryan play Baby Dango? Yes, does play Baby Dango. We have seen it. Just commits to the research here. Looking once again for a Turo to get one of these Dracloaks out of play. Because Ryan can still just win with Boss. The Turo should almost be guaranteed at this point, though, for Kato. And there it is. It's in the hand now. It should be guaranteed before Ryan would actually present a threat. Countercatcher versus Neo. I think you got to go for the Countercatcher here, right? You just want to be able to chase gimme goals. Because now Ryan does lose a gimme goal here. But on next turn, Ryan can go evolve to... Next turn, Ryan can go evolve to Baby Golden Go plus Turo a Golden Go to get access to another gimme goal to chain Golden Goes. Chain Baby Golden Goes. Holds on to the Luminous. Could have attached it to the other Dracloak, but just goes for the punch. If we had attached it to the other Dracloak there for Kato, Kato could threaten... So shouldn't Kato just Turo the Ogerpon? No, the Ogerpon is the win condition here for Kato. The win con is Ryan can't get through the Ogerpon. Once it's attacked once. Oh, once it's attacked once, sure. Kato could Turo and then go into Dragapult. That could be a play here. It depends how many Gimme Ghouls you'd be able to remove from play as Kato. Can't Kato just chase the Gimme anyways if Ryan does that? He could, yeah. But he has to have the Gust. Ryan still has an out is basically the point. Ryan has an out to win the game. Kato does have Counter Catcher in hand, but Ryan doesn't know that. So Ryan should still play to his out. Do these Dango play bundle? No, usually not. All right, draw one. I could not tell what that is. It's Togekiss. Draw two. Ryan could go Night Stretcher for Gimme or for Togepi, I guess, and then evolve Punch, but it looks like the Cornerstone thing is working here for Kato. I was not a believer at all that this would work out, but I was not a believer in the Cornerstone. Did you try to bait with Togepi? No. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it a bait, but I feel like the Togepi should probably come down. Yeah. Oh, we have to Nitrogen for a medal? Oh, this game is just over. What the heck? Yeah, the game is literally just over. Kato just wins for sure. No backup threat of a Baby Golden Go. All Kato has to do is, I don't even, Kato's not even gonna play the Turo here, I don't think. Kato's just gonna punch knock out the active here. Ryan can win with Baby second attack, right? It would be 2 turns away though, so it gives Kato a chance to find Gus. So like Kato this turn could go Gus KO bench into Ryan goes attach pass, and then Kato goes Gus KO Baby Golden Go on the next turn. Looks like Boss was taken off of the Dracloak. I mean, all you need to do is KO the active here, I feel like. And it's basically over. Penny found, immediately grabbed. I don't think we're pennying the Cornerstone, though. So you aren't remembering the coin toss win con next turn? I don't even know if that's a play for Ryan, though, because Ryan played the Night Stretcher. Ryan had to play the Night Stretcher to be able to attack this turn. I don't even think that's a win condition. He's going to play an Ultra Ball to thin out the deck. Turo into coin toss. Oh, true. Turo into coin toss is a win condition. Evolution Spray, Night Stretcher angle. Yeah, yeah, the Devolution Night Stretcher angle. I don't know about benching this Monkey Dory. Kato's not going to bench the Monkey Dory, right? Because now Kato could lose if you bench Monkey Dory, right? We're just Ultra Balling for it, though. I doubt we're benching it. Benching it seems like it would definitely be bad. Is that a Super Rod in the hand there for Kato? 1 Night Stretcher, 1 Super Rod? Are you allowed to scoop during your opponent's turn? Yeah. No. Wait, why bench the Monkey Dory, though? Oh, we're pennying it immediately. Okay. I got kind of scared there. If we're going to swing immediately, that's fine. Okay, now coin bonus gets harder. I was already going to be hard enough. We might as well swing. I mean, that is the win condition here. I think it's literally the coin bonus. I think you're right. You literally Turo the coin bonus Gimme Ghoul or Golden Go and then knock out the active. Kato does just win here with there's literally no play for Ryan. I mean, you can set up Monkey Dory, but setting up Monkey Dory doesn't even win because I'm pretty sure Ryan just decks out first. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ryan decks out first. So Ryan can set up Monkey Dory and confuse the Golden Go or the Cornerstone, but Kato doesn't need to attack with the Cornerstone and has Turo to pick up one of the Dracloaks, so it's basically over at this point. It's pretty unfortunate for Ryan that he had to Night Stretcher for a Metal Energy last turn. That was pretty unfortunate. Is Ryan at a boss? He's not, but the boss doesn't really matter. Why is benching Monkey was a mistake? Well, it's not a mistake because he pennied it immediately. It would have been scary for it to be on the bench right here because Ryan could go boss to win the game, basically. One go for 2. Cypher. There's the Turo. But we can't continue his coin toss anymore because we already retreated. You can just Cypher to set up the top deck, I guess. Any boss anyway with 2 Dracloak. Kato's just sitting on a Turo. Kato has a Turo in hand. Kato's waiting to Turo as soon as the first Dracloak gets bossed. Dude, 3 superiors in the bottom 4. Unlucky. Is that a 3rd lightning? Oh, it's an Ultra Ball. Okay. Yeah, Kato has the Turo in hand to respond to boss from Ryan. As soon as Ryan bosses the first Dracloak, Kato will just Turo the other one. Yeah, I didn't think the Cornerstone Shroud would be real, but it worked. It is awkward to have to like balance your board as Golden Go to like set up around the threat of a potential Dragapult while also like keeping enough gimme ghouls around to actually deal with a Cornerstone. I mean, in this game specifically, Ryan did prize 2 gimme ghoul, but I don't know, this turn into boss next turn, was that even possible? I doubt Ryan plays. I doubt Ryan plays. I don't know. All right, there's the pass to Kato. Kato goes draw. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kato draw pass. There is a Super Rod in the hand, so Kato does play a Super Rod. I mean, you could cycle the Lokes if you want, but... And is going to cycle the Dracloaks. Neo Dory. Opts for the Neo Upper. Why doesn't Dango play Iono, though? You get a billion draw cards anyways. Why not disrupt your opponent? Is it because Dango's usually ahead? Usually because it's Dango ahead and Iono, your opponent doesn't give you it doesn't actually give you a real win condition. The chance that Iono your opponent gives you a win condition and then it actually wins you the game is just really, really low. All right, is just going to go ahead and play the Turo. I thought we'd see Kato wait on that until the boss happened, but this does play around an Iono if Ryan plays it. There's not a for sure chance Ryan doesn't play Iono, but this does play around the possibility of Iono boss. Should we scoop now that Turo is played? Oh, Kato did punch here. I feel like Kato should have just drawn and passed. I feel like Kato should have played for deck out. As long as Ryan's decking out first. Monkey Dory can happen now for Ryan. Ryan can go Monkey Dory, move 30 over to the Cornerstone. Boss KO Dracloak. Oh, but I guess Kato just has boss in hand. But if you're playing the Turo for like a possibility of... Oh, I guess maybe Kato wanted to be able to punch this turn. Plus Turo, so that way he could boss next turn, I guess. I guess that's fair. So it's less about playing around Iono, it's playing around just being able to boss next turn and KO the Monkey Dory while also trying to be as aggressive as possible. Kato can win through Pulp plus Monkey and Gust if Ryan didn't boss KO. Oh, I guess that's true. Kato could just win next turn. Yeah, Kato could just win the game next turn. Wait. In this situation? 6, 15... Not quite, right? All right, Ryan packs it up. All right, go to game 2 with 19 minutes left. Still plenty of... Actually, that's definitely enough time for either player to win the game here, going to game 2. But the... I wonder if Kato plays... Did we see the Sudowoodo from Kato, or is it just the Maractus? The Punch Blade leaves the win con if Ryan does bench a 70 HP Mon. Sure, yeah. Don't think we saw the tree. Yeah, that'd be a lot to play the 1/1 Dusclops and the tree. What's the reasoning behind Sudowoodo? It's really good against Gardevoir because it doesn't do any damage to like Mew and Guardy. But overall, it's like super situational. I don't know. I'm just like another retreat lock Pokemon as well, though, which like is pretty good. It's like solid in the deck to have. I guess it can be good in the mirror match as well. Throw into coin toss for the 1 of 64, surely. Oh, true. If you're Ryan there, you definitely play for the coin toss win, right? There's no reason not to take the chance. It takes like 1 second to do. I don't think Ryan saw that, though. Ryan must have just not seen the play. When did Dango get rid of Scizor? Heading into Worlds. For the most part. How many packs do you open per set? 0. I just do singles. I guess the average is like probably 0.5 or something like. No, it's got to be higher than that. The average amount of packs I open per set is like. Well, it depends if Pokemon sends me anything, and then I might never go out of my way to like buy my own packs. It's probably like 4 packs or something on average. Maybe a little higher. You can't say 0 anymore. You opened a lot of 18 pack sets for the Evolution series. Yeah, but they mean like on set release. Like how many packs am I opening on set release? Excluding pre-releases? I don't go to pre-releases. All right, give me a gold start here for Ryan. I'm curious to see if Ryan chooses first. I think you should go second in this matchup. Blind first, maybe, and then second, obviously, if you know. Togekiss is prized, but that's fine. Double Avencia prized. Less fine, but you don't hate it. Especially in this matchup where I guess there's no jamming tower from Kato, so it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. Kato does not play the jamming tower. Open the 50 HP, give me goal again. It did choose first here from Ryan, and is immediately punished as, well, honestly, even if you went second with this hand, the hand still sucks, so it's not that big of a deal here for Ryan, I don't think. The hand sucks no matter what. Yikes. Not good. All right. Pass to Kato. Iono top deck, and that is a lot of energy to research away from Kato. Immediately into the Iono, not fully bailing Ryan out, but there's no Gimme Ghoul in Ryan's hand, but we are about to get Itchy Pollen. Surely you play the ESP? No, you definitely don't ESP here. Because then you just get Iono and then you just lose the game. Ooh, all right, we do have, okay, it's not that bad for Kato. There is an Ultra Ball, so a Dreepy can be found. I was about to be like, no Dreepy? Getting rid of the second Badoo does not feel good, but there is a decent chance that Ryan whiffs the knockout next turn, to be honest. Azul, are you a cut or tap kind of guy? Just mix it up. Yeah, I actually don't hate the Badoo keep, to be honest, but there's a decent chance that Ryan whiffs. Does end up giving up the Badoo alongside the Dusclops to go get a Dreepy. And then going through with the prize check. You don't play regionals here in Europe, do you? Not often, no. I've only been to one regional in Europe before, which was the season before last. What's your coin toss call normally? Heads or tails? Heads. You always Iono there as Kato and prioritize your own setup though, right? What do you mean in compared? What do you mean? What are you comparing that to? What is like the alternative? I mean, you want to play the game as Kato, so you play a draw supporter. You just don't play research because you had like 4 energy in your hand, if that's what you mean. What do you hear with those headphones on? It's just white noise. If this prize check takes longer than the allotted 15 seconds, I'm calling the immigration officers. Get Kato kicked out of the country mid-tournament. The one you won with Snorlax? Yeah. And there's the Itchy Pollen for 10. Does Ryan have Golden Go plus Metal? I see a Golden Go. I see a Genesect. But honestly, is the call for family for another Gimme Ghoul not just better here, maybe? It might be. Or do you try and Golden Go into Metal Energy to take the knockout on the Badoo? KOing Badoo here is also pretty good. Actually, I don't even know how I'd play this, to be honest. Getting another Gimme Ghoul is pretty cool. I would probably go for the Gimme Ghoul. I'd probably just call for family. It feels pretty bad to not KO this Badoo with how weak of a setup Kato has. Like, Kato's setup here is really weak. One Dreepy, one Badoo, that's it. No energy attachment. But yeah, I think I would just call for family for another Gimme Ghoul. I don't know. Coin toss angle. I don't even think we have an energy in hand for coin toss. I think the competitive scene is harder in Europe or in NA. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. There's the Arvin. I agree. Game 1, call for family is better with 30 minutes left. We need to go for the win. Yeah, maybe. I guess time could be a factor here. That's fair, Ridgeway. We maybe do need to play more aggressively for the win here. Is that argument you were talking about, Azul? Taking prizes is too good. Taking prizes is good too. Yeah. Well, with how much time, that's fair. I think Ridgeway, you got a good point. You got a good point. Drawing the prize cards might just be better here. We do need to like win the game, otherwise we just lose. This is the argument you're talking about. Taking prizes is good. Yeah, taking prizes is just good sometimes, as opposed to trying to do more. You appreciate the prime sub there. D90DX. Also appreciate the 5 months there, Rory. Appreciate the 35 months there, Sith. Do we do predictions for all 3 games or just one? The prediction is for the match. Oh, but it's just the call. Oh, so it is just going to be the call for family here from Ryan, it looks like. Ryan definitely should have attached the air balloon to the bench Genesect, though, I feel like. Time rules factoring into decisions is not something I thought I would have to learn when I started playing. It definitely is. I remember playing some game 2 or game 3s with Lost Box where instead of doing anything, I would just go draw attack. Like, yeah, back in the Broken Lugia format, playing Lost Box in game 3, sometimes I would literally just go draw attack. I wouldn't even do anything else. I would not use it. I wouldn't use a Comfy. I wouldn't play a Colress. Is there a thing where you want your opponent to take the first prize card if you're playing Dango? In some matchups, well, sometimes you would rather your opponent KO your Gimme Ghoul than set up your Golden Go in the active. Yes, not this matchup though. That's for like 2 prize trade matchups. That's for matchups where the prize trade is usually like 2 for 2, where you want to go like the 2-2-2 prize trade. At this point, it's Kato. Honestly, I don't hate benching the Fez, but it looks like Kato's gonna probably just give it up. I guess it allows Kato to play through the Cornerstone more aggressively. There's a 7. Pretty much never in the Pult matchup do you want to let Pult attack first, though. If Pult's attacking first, you're usually in a terrible spot as Golden Go. I feel like it's never correct to let Pult be the first attacker. Kato has to play for the 1-0, right? No, I mean, Kato's in a fine spot. Kato can kind of do whatever he wants. If the 1-0 happens, that's fine, but Kato can also just draw 6 prize cards first. What card are you most excited for from the new set? All of them. Doing some Cornerstone math here. Looks like maybe from Kato. Does end up on the double Dreepy, though. Is Terrorbox bad? Terrorbox is fine. Yeah, Terrorbox is fine. There's the 4th Dreepy in hand if Kato really wants to. Get the whole squad involved. Luminous plus something. I can't tell what the other thing is. No out to the Cornerstone in hand, though, so the Luminous isn't going to be super high value. But there is, like, the Hilda in there, so you could start to build up the Cornerstone over the next couple turns. Oh, it's an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball does become Cornerstone here. I mean, we don't need to bench the Cornerstone, I don't think, but the Ultra Ball is probably the correct take. There's the Itchy Pollen for 10. All right, over to Ryan. Can we get a KO this turn is the question. We definitely need a knockout this turn. It's way too slow if we don't get a KO this turn. I don't hate the call for family last turn, although I think that is a fair point from chat that, I don't know, there's not that much time left. Maybe we should just draw 2 off Golden Go and hope it's a 2 energy, one of them being a metal energy to just get the KO. Well, we have the metal in hand, so we're close. We just need an energy. If we evolve too many Gimme Ghouls to Golden Goes, then Cornerstone is going to be pretty good. Dude, Ryan is playing this so agonizingly slow. Oh, dude, what are we considering? What is even the consideration here? I don't even understand what the consideration is here. Don't we just evolve active, draw 2? What am I missing? Are we calling for family? If we're gonna call, all right. If we're gonna call for family, I guess I don't hate it, but we gotta do it. Retreat into Gimme Ghoul. Okay. Leaving that Gimme Ghoul on the bench with 2 damage counters on it does not seem ideal. Okay, Golden Go into play. Draw 1. Sure. Oh, there's Baby Golden Go in hand. Okay, okay. We're playing for the Baby Golden Go. That's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with Ryan doing any of these plays, but we just got to play fast. Do we have boss as well? Can we boss KO the... Okay, chill. I like it. Let's do it. Okay, yeah, I like this play. There's no threat of the Baby Golden Go going down, so putting it in play early doesn't really matter, even though Cornerstone... even though it's not punching into Cornerstone. I just want to see Ryan play fast. 6 minutes left, and it is not 6 minutes, or it's not 50 minutes plus 3 anymore. It is 50 minutes plus 1. So this is not... Dude, that's so much less Pokemon. That's so much less Pokemon to be played. Ultra Ball coming out here initially from Kato. Cornerstone would be... okay to put in the active here, I guess. Because there's no threat to punch it. So you can also just Badoo again, though, for turn. Oh, no, if you Badoo, you give the prize card. Honestly, maybe you force Cornerstone here. Search out the Dracloak. If Kato doesn't bench any 2 prizes, can Ryan even win? There's just no time. Togekiss could maybe still be set up, and then you could get some heads on Togekiss, possibly. I don't know where the Togepi's at right now, though. Maybe that should have been put on the... No, we were Badooed last turn. Never mind. Ryan can 2-hit KO Cornerstone with the second attack. Well, no, we 3-hit KO it, right? But you can shuffle it back into the deck and then bench the Gimme Ghoul again and then evolve up again. Togepi and Togekiss are in the prizes. Oh, are they both prized? What the heck? Never mind. Squad down. All right, there's 7 off the research. 100 plus. Oh, true. There is a Adrenaline. Well, no, but that's so many turns away, though. But you are right. I guess it's the same amount of turns, right? You get to the first 100, the next turn, Monkey Door gets involved. Cornerstone is in hand. Energy was just seen off of Dracloak, so you could start to build up the Cornerstone. I assume that has to be the play here. Ultra Ball coming out, getting rid of Monkey Dory. Can one of these Dreepies even evolve, or am I trolling? Dude, the hand is so good. It has Boss, Turo, Penny, Energy. The hand literally has all of the good cards. So now it's +1 turn for each player from overtime. No, it's just +1 turn. It's 50 + 1. So 50 minutes plus a single turn. So when time is called, there's 1 turn after the player's turn that time was called on. I saw Latias. I couldn't see what the other card was. Might be Dragon Ball or Dracloak. Kind of look like a dragon Pokemon. Does end up on the Latias. Energy to Ogerpon. And do you just retreat to Ogerpon here? Nope, goes for the Itchy Pollen, so is going to give Ryan the prize card here. Guaranteed. Monkey Dory top deck there from Ryan. Has Turo, so we actually could see the Turo this turn to pick up the Golden Go and reset it out of play. Golden Go for 1. It is a Cypher Maniac. Attach swing. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Oh, the Cornerstone's not even a threat next turn, right? Cornerstone can't even attack next turn. It looked like Ryan drew 2 there. Ryan only drew 1, but it looked like he drew 2. Yeah, literally, he could just draw attack. He probably should have just gone draw attack. How easy is it to see the timer from where they're sitting? They can't see a timer for where they're sitting, but they can just ask the judge how much time is left in the round. The judge will just tell them. Unless they've changed like the stream setups recently. But there shouldn't be a clock that either player can see. And neither player is wearing a watch. But you can always just ask the judge how much time is left. Yeah, I think Kato is going to win 1-0 here for sure. There's definitely a lack of urgency on Ryan's side. I think it's definitely just going to lead to a loss. Kato uses a separate watch. You can definitely see. Oh, does he not wear his watch on his wrist? He just has it next to him. Rock's top deck there for Kato. Yeah. The Togepi and the Togekiss are prized. There they are. Why would you use Cypher after Dango draw? To set up the cards that you want for next turn. You already have the knockout on the active this turn, so you're set up for your play for next turn. And then if you get Iono'd, you have 2 cards that combo for your next turn as well. Feels like Cornerstone is the strongest counter to Dango at the moment. I mean, it's fine. What's it called? It's also pretty good, though. Toad Scroll. I wonder if TBC has access to data related to 1-0 victories. I mean, they couldn't, right? It doesn't get reported. I don't think like a golf would be stream games specifically. I'm sure they maybe have that record, but okay, there we go. Ryan goes draw attack. 3 prize cards left for Ryan. Over to Kato. Energy was not put on the Golden Go last turn from Ryan. Ryan definitely needed to like play for the potential of to threaten the Cornerstone. There's no threat on the Cornerstone right here from Ryan. So it's going to give Kato so much time. 30 seconds left. I have a feeling this is probably going to end on Kato's turn. Fire Energy found. That'll even make it harder for Ryan to put together a win condition. Attaches to the Cornerstone, and then gonna go ahead and burn the Poffin as well. Nothing worth grabbing. 13 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. Yep. Judge is telling the players time is called. Ryan's doing the math. Realizes he can't win the game. There's no possible win condition. Only 1 turn left. Yep. Ryan concedes. Kato wins 1-0. Pult. Straight Pult versus Golden Go. With all the texts. 1-1 Nor. Cornerstone. Maractus. No Sudowoodo, I don't think. Yeah. Does Ryan ever go scoop, try to tie in rounds? What do you mean? That's not a Pult, it's only a Cornerstone Dracloak deck. True. The no Pult deck. Was the Ghost 101 or the Henry Brand 1-1? It was a 1-1 Dusclops, yeah. I think this new time rule makes it that the player who won first round is a lot more likely to just stall. I mean, yeah, there's a higher chance of them winning 1-0, yeah. Because there's less Pokemon to be played after the first game is over. So more 1-0s will happen. That's always been the case, though. I mean, it's always been a thing, but now it's more likely to actually happen, right? I thought the first rematch of the new time rules was a 1-0. This is the best of one format now with a practice round for the next match we call Game 2. We can probably get the data when we have digital match slips. We could force people to put in game wins. Yeah, true. There would have to be some kind of enforcement of it as well, though. It would have to be like, oh, you couldn't like truly force it, but it would have to be one of those things where it's like heavily suggested that everyone inputs that information. This game was not going to end if it was time +3. Yeah, +3 wouldn't have mattered there either. +1, +3 doesn't matter. There's always time. I should play faster, but this rule kind of makes it so that if someone won the first match with an evolution deck, he can just hold it the entire game. Yeah, but that's always been a thing. It's not like the new rules aren't like huge, like that Jurassic. Like it's just -1 turn for each player. Yeah, the rule isn't like a. This was always a thing that could happen. This isn't like all of a sudden like now this is possible. This was very possible and happened a ton last season. The adjustment to time rules doesn't actually make it all of a sudden now that it's like possible. I think both players played at a pretty reasonable pace here. Just an unfortunate symptom of best of 3. Yeah, definitely. It wasn't like egregious slow playing or anything like that, or egregious playing slowly. But Ryan was definitely playing slower than he should have. His goal was to try and maximize his odds of winning the match. We can always analyze that. Like, was Ryan playing so slow that he should have got a penalty? No, probably not. Like, there was like that one turn, but that was really long, but it was like one turn. Or was he playing too slow to win the match? He was definitely playing too slow to win the match. And that's kind of that's what we analyze. It's like, okay, if we assume we're in Ryan's shoes, we're trying to win the tournament or win the match so we can win the tournament. And he's not playing in a way that caters to that. That gives him the best odds of winning. Never lucky. You should have scooped game 1 way sooner and sped run game 2. Yeah, probably. I'll go back and look at the. Did he have a? I don't know. In game 1, he definitely stuck it out for. It was okay for him to stick it out for a decent amount of the time. What was the end board state look like again? I kind of forget. Yeah, they also could have played better as well. Oh, I can put on the interview.
It's hard match, so I win. I'm so happy.
Sounds good to me. So, you live in Japan?
Yeah.
Why did you come to Germany for this tournament?
For more stronger, and more power. I need more power for Pokemon cards.
Well, it certainly seems to be working. Of course, last year in Dortmund, Ryuki Okada
yes,
won the
my
regional
friend.
championship. Are you looking to match his achievement this weekend? How confident do you feel with your Dragapult deck?
It's good deck. I think I use WCS. I use Dragapult in WCS, so my playing is so confident.
Sounds good to me. And final question, Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. How important is that card in your deck?
Oh, in WCS, it's so important card, but now it's sub plan.
Yep.
Duskner and Dragapult. Main plan is Duskner and Dragapult.
Sounds good to me. Well, you had a great finish at the World Championships. Congratulations for that.
Thank you very much.
You're having a great tournament here. Good luck for the rest of your games. And given that we've just had a player doing so well at World Championships here, why don't we take a look back at the World Championships we had recently in Anaheim?
Nah. Ross should slow down his rate of speech. It would help him with speaking. Ross in general or for the interview? I feel like for the interview, he definitely was slowing down how fast he usually speaks. Question, why not put an Ogerpon in every deck? Because not every deck can attack with Ogerpon. And even if you can, the question is, do you attack with Ogerpon at a rate that actually wins the Golden Go matchup? Because like some decks have to put so many multi-prize Pokemon in play to actually set up and play the game to actually be able to create the threat of the Ogerpon that you just lose to boss anyways, so. Yeah, push it 30 months there, Nicole. Also, we should do a prediction before the match is shown. Nah, you'd be alright. Also, what do you think of the new Animal Crossing type Pokemon game? I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of it. This is the first I'm hearing of it. How long between rounds are regionals usually? Like 20-30 minutes. Yeah, 20 to 30 minutes. Didn't watch Nintendo Direct. I did not know. You need 3 energy, that can become a problem, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, you need to manually build up your cornerstone. You have to be playing a deck that plays fighting energy or put fighting energy in the deck. You manually build it up over 3 turns, and then your opponent has to like not be able to answer it or just have more win conditions outside of being able to deal with it to not just win the game before you actually get it online and create it as a threat. So at least on the Cornerstone side, I wonder which would be better, Cornerstone or Toadscroll. Yeah, they both seem decent. I don't know for sure. I mean, Cornerstone is only good in, the thing with Cornerstone is it's only good in one matchup, right? Cornerstone's only good against, basically only good against Golden Go, right? Is there any other matchup it's good against? Not really. Not that I can think of. I guess you could use it to punch a Crustle, maybe. That doesn't seem very good, though. Actually, that build just, Straight Paul just loses to Crustle, right? Zard a little bit. Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess it could be okay against Zard. Kind of cooking Zard anyways, though, right? So it's not like a reason to include the card. Yeah, already kind of cooking Zard. Zarder ends. It is good against Zoroark. That is definitely an unfavorable matchup for sure. That could be a reason to include it. Doesn't Pult beat straight Dango? Only struggles versus Golden Go? No. If Pult beat straight Dango, Dango would not be a playable deck. Dango would be a terrible deck if Pult beat it. Straight Pult's unfavored against Zard, to be fair. Pult nor Sauce is Zard, though. No. Wrong. All Pult variants are definitely favored against Zard. I don't think any Pult player is scared of Zard. Pult nor might be better against it, but dude, if you're playing Pult and you're not beating Zard, you're throwing. Tord is most likely here, right? Tord is there, yeah. He started 3-0. What do you think are the best decks to invest in right now to prep for the Mega Evolution rotation next year? No clue. Haven't thought about it. For Mega Evolution specifically, any good deck probably is fine. For rotation, no clue. No decks that have major cards that rotate, but that's pretty obvious. Friendly Yamato's in Frankfurt. Is he actually? What time are you logging off to go to pre-releases today? Probably in like 2 hours. Hit up a couple pre-releases, you know what it is. What's the dates Megas become legal? Legal for tournament play? I don't know. Or actually I do know. It's 2 weeks after the 25th. Or 24th. Not next Thursday, but the Thursday after that. It's available on PTCG Live, and then the Friday 2 weeks after that is when it becomes legal for play. Why would you say Paul is favored into Zard? It's just the multi-prize opportunities. It's just the multi-prize opportunities. I mean, if Pult doesn't draw prize cards too aggressively, Zard and Pult do the exact same thing, except Pult does 200 damage and spreads 6 damage counters, whereas Zard punches for 180 damage, basically. You just have a better attack if you just don't draw prize cards too aggressively. Same day Milwaukee starts. Oh yeah, same day Milwaukee starts. You appreciate the 17 months there, Ketonomics. Big Evolution is delayed in Europe, so they get it 2 weeks after us, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess unless you're in Europe. But it doesn't affect any major tournaments. That'd be funny if, because of the 2 week delay, if you play on PTCG Live from Europe, you're not allowed to use the new Mega cards, because it wouldn't be realistic to IRL cards. So if you're European, you just can't play with new cards on PTCG Live. Cornerstone and Tool Scrapper teching too much for Dango. Tool Scrapper is not that good against Golden Go. You should not play Tool Scrapper. If you're teching for Dango, Tool Scrapper is not. There's better techs. Play Jamming Tower. Jamming Tower is better than Tool Scrapper. A Cornerstone is deck dependent, whether or not you should include it for Golden Go. Teching for Golden Go currently is like a good thing to do, but it depends on the deck and the tech. A ton of people are playing techs for Dango. Toadstool says Cornerstone. Is it ever correct to switch the Dango variant to the Joltik build since it can handle both well? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it becomes better for you to deal with the tech conclusions. Gosh darn Trump and his tariffs stopping us from playing with our mega cards. You think Poltnor can tech a Cornerstone? You could. I don't know if it's worth it. The question is not if you can. You definitely can. The question is if it's worth it. Honestly, Super Rod and Baby Dango are fine, both fine for Cornerstone and Toadstool. I do like the Super Rod and Golden Go, I think, right now, for sure. So you have more stuff. More squad. It gives you more squad. Poltnor -2 Jamming Tower plus 1/1 Toad line. Could be the move. Mega stuff is going to be legal for Milwaukee, yeah. Jamie still feels pretty good against Guardy, so I wouldn't cut it completely. Okay, you like chocolate coins? Yeah, they're fine. They're kind of just tedious though. They're definitely not very high value in terms of viability as far as chocolate goes. How do you feel about that Pult Nor with Cornerstone? I mean, Kato's deck specifically? Well, I would think of Kato's deck as straight Pult that just plays a 1/1 Dusclops with the... I don't know. Cornerstone seems fine. I was like, hey, you should tech something for... You need to tech something for Golden Go. Cornerstone seems fine. I don't really have like a super strong opinion on the best tech in straight Pult for the Golden Go matchup, but... With 3 tournaments, do you feel confident to qualify for Worlds or not really trying? I mean, I might go to more tournaments. I don't know. I haven't... Yeah, I'm not thinking about it that hard. If I get my Worlds invite, I get it. If I don't, I don't. I don't really care. Have you considered putting a Cornerstone in Pult Nor? No. Have you looked at City League results for Japan? I have not. We might look at those today, actually, because they did start posting them again on Limitless. Seems like the Mega Set doesn't change meta too much. I mean, you shouldn't read that hard into early results from Japan. Like, yeah. Metas are constantly evolving. I wouldn't think about it too hard until we actually get the cards and play with them and then actually see what happens in the meta as the meta progresses. Have you considered putting a Pult Nor in Cornerstone? Into Quad Cornerstone? One single Pult Nor? I have not. But it does seem pretty powerful. Good combination of cards. Was making a bit of a comeback in cities. I mean, that's like that's just putting too much weight into like it just doesn't like yeah. Grim is not making a come. Grim could be becoming a better play in the metagame, but like putting any weight into City Leagues or League Cups or whatever just doesn't like Grim is like super popular at League Cups and stuff and what's it called like, but Grim is not a very good play right now. Like yeah. So like making the statement Grim has been making a bit of a comeback in cities like doesn't really like what are we trying to analyze there? Well, we're saying it's making a comeback because we're trying to say like it's becoming a better play in the meta, but is it really? It's like it's really hard to Grim is super popular pre-worlds and successful pre-worlds and online tournaments. And it's even like more popular in online tournaments than it is at what's it called? But is it making a like? Is it good? Yeah. Like making the statement, it's making a comeback. It's like trying to like imply that it's becoming a good play again in the metagame, right? Also, because like popularity kind of has nothing to do with it. Like local popularity for like small tournaments doesn't really matter. It's not like an indication of like anything, basically. Is there value in putting Gravity Mountain or League headquarters in Dango? Definitely not Gravity Mountain. League headquarters could be okay. But if you're playing League headquarters, you basically have to play Iono. And Iono's pretty bad in Dango, so... Grim can't even auto-win the Guardy matchup. It is kind of sad, yeah. It is kind of sad that Grim doesn't even beat Guardy. Like, it's fine against Guardy. It's probably slightly favored, but yeah. You actually need the Lavencias in Dango. It's not about what you need, it's about what is correct. Lavencia is very good in Dango. Seems like it's correct to at least include one right now. What about League Headquarters makes you have to play Iono? If you don't have a way to disrupt your opponent's hand, because like the matchups where you'd want the League HQ would be up against like Raging Bolt. If you're not disrupting Raging Bolt's hand, they're always just going to have replace your HQ knockout. Or they'll just be able to get like 3 energy on their Raging Bolt and then knock you out. If you don't have any kind of disruption, it's going to be so easy for them to just have a way around the League HQ, basically. And like having like preemptive setup hand disruption could be pretty good. Like if you go like Iono into Iono League HQ, that would be like a really good back-to-back turns. Because you like take away their big hand, disrupt their hand, knockout, they return knockout, and then you go, okay, you have to work that much harder to get that KO. You have that much more or less set up, and then I go Iono League HQ knockout. But Yeah, League HQ is usually only good if you have hand disruption. So Iono is pretty bad in Golden Go. What do you think of one Iono in Golden Go late game for the mirror though? It doesn't make a difference in the mirror. It's not worth including. It's better to play stuff like Togekiss or Chanseys or make those lines. Just make your deck more consistent is the better play for the mirror match. The chance that you whiff in late game in the mirror is basically like 0. The deck just doesn't whiff at the end of the game. You think cutting 3 turns to 1 will increase the general tie rate? Of course, yeah. There's less Pokemon, less time to play Pokemon. It's not really a question of if it will. It just will. The question is how much will it? Zork seems bad in a tournament that isn't the best players in the world playing the most optimized lists. The deck loses to like any cheese / off meta deck. Does buy the top tier decks though? I think it's like maybe a fair point about Zork for sure. It's better when the well, I guess it's like decks like Zork's kind of like an anti-meta deck, I would say for sure, especially the way that it's being built to be able to succeed. Especially like so you look at Worlds and like anti-meta decks are better when the meta is more narrow, right? Because it's you have to play around less. That makes sense. Meta's always going to be more narrow at Worlds, probably. Do we know the most optimal BM time to scoop to go to game 2? For which player? The player that wins game 1 wants less time on the clock, so theoretically, the most BM time to do it would be as soon as possible. I was saying more so to break the opponent in the mirror if they're ahead on price-wise. I know what you meant, Crash. I'm just saying, yeah, it doesn't... Yeah, well, my statement still applies. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen. Your opponent just will draw out of it the majority of the time. Also, it's awkward to set up Iono because you have to shuffle your hand at the bottom of your deck and then draw into enough energy to get the knockout after that. So, I mean, if you have it at the beginning of your turn, obviously it's not that hard. You go Iono, Fez, Golden Go, whatever. But yeah, it just doesn't happen. They usually they draw into the out like 95+% of the time. If you can even find Iono and then play it at a part in your turn where you actually sequence into the energy to get the KO yourself. And then on top of that, they probably just knock you out anyways. What about one Klefki and Paul in order to disrupt big basic decks or stall to buy time? It's just not very good. There's not that many big basic decks that get that hurt by Klefki. It's just basically Raging Bolt, and you're already favored against Raging Bolt. So like taking for an already favored matchup doesn't make a ton of sense. And there's like very few matchups, if any matchups, where it stalls for time. Yeah. The only thing it does is shut down like Fan Rotom and like Squawkabilly and stuff like that. But those aren't very prevalent in the current metagame. What's your favorite Pokemon card, Azul? People say C-Pow. It's definitely not C-Pow. Favorite Pokemon card? Iono. Sorry if I disappointed you, King. It was my first regional. I can't believe I was on stream. Huh? Ryan, by the way. How's it going, Ryan? You definitely made some mistakes, but don't sweat it. Lock back in. You're still 3-1. Lots of Pokemon to play. Best of luck for sure. Yeah, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Oh, but play faster if you're in a situation where you need to play faster. That's the one thing I'll say. I mean, there are definitely some mistakes. You could have played better, but yeah. You're still in the tournament. Make sure you're playing faster in situations. Identify when you need to be playing faster and make sure you step up the pace a little bit for sure. You're still 3-1 though, so just lock back in. Don't sweat it. I said please say C-Pow. I know his base though. Oh, do you want me to say C-Pow? I thought you said people say, dude. I'm so tired. Well, no, I'm not tired. I'm waking up. I know it's good with Caesar, but without Caesar, it doesn't make much sense. That's fair. There's definitely a lot more value when you have something like Caesar. Yeah. You definitely have a lot more value with something like Caesar. Yeah, if you don't have Caesar, it makes no sense, right? And even with Caesar, there was you could maybe, yeah. I mean, with Caesar, you had a lot more chance of making it work, but. Iono and Dango is incorrect / adds inconsistency. It's incorrect. With Caesar, I guess maybe there's an argument that it's fine. Like, it doesn't add inconsistency, but viewing it as it adding inconsistency is kind of a weird way to look at it, because like the only thing we care about is win rate. So putting out like, just if you took a Golden Go list, like theoretically adding second Baby Golden Go could be better than Iono in the deck, but the Baby Golden Go adds more inconsistency on average than Iono, right? Like Iono's more consistent of a card than Baby Golden Go, but Baby Golden Go is theoretically gives you a higher win rate, right? That's all we care about is win rate. So it's not really about inconsistency. It's about what's just better. It's always about what's better. It's never about inconsistency or consistency or power or damage. It's always just about what is best. But yeah, Iono seems incorrect. I guess if you play Caesar, there's like some validity to it for sure, though. Might be worth it if you have the Iono in there. What do you think the tie rate is for the end of day one? Any guesses? Why are people obsessed with the idea of consistency? I mean, it's just like a lot of newer players misinterpret or... Oh, the one reason that people care so much about consistency in the TCG or like use it as a term so often is because people just care about playing the game. If you don't play the game, you don't have fun. If you play the game, you have fun. So like people tie like the idea of consistency to being like fun, but it doesn't mean it's like if we're trying to be competitive, we're trying to optimize for win rate. We don't care about consistency. We care about win rate. But yeah, when you don't play when you're sitting down to play the Pokemon TCG and you don't play the game, it's not as fun. But when you sit down and you play the game, it's more fun. Even if you lose, the game, you at least got to play the game of Pokemon, right? But if we're being competitive, the only thing we care about is win rate. So even if we play less games of Pokemon, but we win more matches of Pokemon, that's theoretically all that matters, right? But if deck is not consistent, how does it have a high win rate? It doesn't, because it's just a good deck. Like, okay, the example is you have deck A and deck B. Deck A bricks 30% of the time. You just don't play 30% of your games. But every time you set up, you win. So you have a 70% win rate. Deck B bricks 5% of its games. It bricks 5% of its games, but it only wins 60% of its games. So it's just the worst deck. The deck is just worse because it wins less games. The only thing if you're being competitive, the only thing you care about is win rate. Nothing else matters. And win rate is a combination. A win rate is just taking a deck and just playing it, trying to maximize its best form, which is a combination of consistency and power. Because the deck has to set up, and when it sets up, it has to do something good enough that it actually wins the game. So, but at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is win rate. Minimizing variance doesn't mean the same thing as maximizing win rate. Yeah, exactly. Less variance doesn't mean you're winning more games. Deck breaking is hard to swallow. Nothing more annoying than just not getting anything you need while opponent gets everything they need. But that's cards. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said that's why so many players, especially newer players, care so much about consistency or think consistency equals win rate, but it doesn't. Wouldn't a good win rate deck mean the deck is consistent? Consistent enough to achieve the win rate, sure. But you don't. But that's what I'm saying. You don't have to worry about but like you keep going back. You guys are going back to it, Lion. Like, why do we care about the deck's consistency? We don't. If it achieves the win rate, it doesn't matter. We don't need to think about the deck's consistency. The deck obviously has to be consistent enough to win the amount of games it wins, but we only need... the only thing that we care about is the games that it wins and what percentage, at what rate does it win games. That's all that matters. Like, even in this discussion, you guys keep going back to consistency. You keep going back, well, wouldn't a deck have to be consistent enough to achieve the win rate? It's like, yeah, sure, but who cares? If it achieves the win rate, it achieves the win rate. I don't need to know what a deck's consistency rate is if it achieves the win rate. The only thing that matters is the win rate. If it wins 70% of games, and I want a deck that wins 70% of its games, I don't care how often it bricks. It wins 70% of its games. I think that's why Paul is so good. Super consistent, really strong. It's pretty powerful. As long as the deck bricks less often than not, then consistency is irrelevant. Well, no, that's not true. Consistency is relevant. It just doesn't matter. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is win rate. Does the speed of which a deck achieves its win condition have more of an impact going forward? I mean, I guess slightly. We're playing less Pokemon, right? We're playing 50+1 instead of 50+3, but like not to the extent where like any good deck is still probably not a good deck. Like every tier 1 deck is still probably tier 1. Every tier 2 deck is probably still tier 2. If a deck is a little bit slower at winning games, it is technically slightly worse because you're playing less Pokemon each match. Because 50+1 instead of 50+3, but not to an extent where a deck probably shifts tiers. Like in 50+3, a deck isn't like S tier, and then 50+1, it's probably a tier 1 deck or a tier 2 deck, right? I don't think tiers are being shifted. But I mean, technically it's possible. Show me a deck list that doesn't brick. I need all the help I can get. See, that's my point. A deck that bricks less doesn't mean you're winning more games. Maybe it's a good thing you guys are bringing up these questions though, because that does help me like further amplify my point. Show me a deck list that doesn't ever brick. I need all the help I can get. Bricking less doesn't mean you're going to win more games. You could brick 0 games and draw 5 prize cards every single game, but you could lose 100% of your games. It is a valid discussion though, right? I mean, it's not valid. But once you understand that consistency doesn't matter and the only thing that matters is win rate, like there's nothing else. There's not really a discussion to have once you just understand that, I guess. Is there an argument to the more consistent deck giving you the more agency across a long tournament run over a deck that wins more often? Well, you could factor that as part of your expected win percentage, though, QWERTY. It depends what you're like looking at for sure. It depends. Yeah, you can like factor that as part of your win percentage. So you can be like, well, if both people play this matchup perfectly. Yeah, both people play this matchup perfectly. Yeah, like if you're in a game longer, you have a higher chance of your opponent misplaying, right? If I go draw a pass and I get donked, my opponent has way less of a chance of misplaying, right? But if I draw, bench one Pokemon, pass, they KO that Pokemon. Draw, bench another Pokemon, they KO that one Pokemon. They have a higher chance of misplaying, which gives me a higher chance of winning that game, right? So you can like factor that into your expected win rate as well, though. You can be like, well, because I'm playing a deck that makes my opponent work harder. Like if you're playing Gardevoir or Paltnor, you make your opponent work harder, right? Which means if you're the better player, you are going to increase your win rate somewhat, right? Based on that. Like I'm playing a deck that makes my opponent work harder. I'm playing a Gardevoir. I'm playing a Paltnor. My opponent has to play more of the game, play through more situations where they have to make more correct choices. And because of that, I have a increased win rate. You have an increased win rate of that. But you can like factor that into your expected win rate to an extent. You don't have to just take matchup percentages and deck play rates. Okay, what do we got here? Jelly? All right, Jelly Guardy versus... I'll start the prediction once we see what both players are playing. I don't know what Nicholas is playing. Well, I don't know what Nicholas is playing. You guys maybe saw what he was playing. I mean, just compared Straight Paul versus Duskbolt. Straight Paul is a more consistent deck overall, and it doesn't have the power potential that Duskbolt has. Yeah, that's a good comparison for sure. But both decks are good decks, right? And you could definitely... And players choose to play one over the other. You know, both players think that they're playing the better build. Oh my, the monkeys are prized, bro. Triple Monkey Dory prized? Bro, no Adrenabrain. And it looks like it is Joltik Dango, probably. All right, it looks like David is going first here. Yeah, Straight Paul. Yo, David is cooking over here, bro. What the heck? Fast as fuck. Wait, was there a fourth monkey in there? I thought I saw a fourth monkey. There's definitely a Devo. Oh, David's not fucking around, bro. Dude, he's going for the full prize check. Holy smokes, bro. And I'll take a Rolls. You're picking, would you take a deck which has a very good win rate but isn't as consistent, or a deck or which is more consistent but not as a good win rate? I don't think about consistency as a factor. All right, so when I think about Pokemon decks, the idea of consistency never enters my mind. When bringing a deck to a tournament, if I can find a deck that I think has a better win rate than other decks, then I would play that deck at the tournament. I only bring decks to a tournament that I think can achieve a certain expected win rate, and then the question from there just becomes, what deck do I want to play? And yeah, that's basically it. It's like, oh, I think this deck achieves X win rate, and then that's it. And then I pick the good decks that can achieve X win rate, whatever that win rate is. I don't actually have a number I put to it, but yeah, I don't really have a number that I put to that number. But yeah, the idea of consistency never enters my mind when I'm picking a deck. The only thing I think about is what is the deck's expected win rate, and then how much do I want to play the deck, or how much do I enjoy playing the deck. And that can be a fine reason, and that's usually what it is for most people, is that the good example is just like Flip Lugia. People just didn't enjoy playing Flip Lugia, which is fine. If you don't enjoy playing a deck, you shouldn't play it, for sure. Like if you just like don't enjoy playing Mezagoza, Aroma, or whatever it was, Lugia, the deck was good. But if you just don't enjoy playing the deck, that should be the reason you don't. That's like a good enough reason to not play a deck. Like even if a deck has like an 80% expected win rate, if you just don't enjoy playing the deck, just don't play it. It's like fine. I think it's how you should just view it. Like if you like playing a deck, you should play it. If you don't like playing a deck, don't play it. And then depending on how competitive you're trying to be, you should definitely try and pick a deck that has a certain range of expected win rate. But if there's like 3 decks that fit that range, just play the deck you like the most, and that's kind of all. You don't need to like overanalyze it too much more than that. Yeah. All right. Well, we got the Joltik here. The hands is coming. So you're saying the only facet in which consistency matters is the deck consistently wins more than it loses? Pretty much. Yes. Yeah. Well, but it has to win a lot more than it loses. It doesn't have to just win more than it loses. It has to win at a considerable rate more than it loses. But yes. Can't these Joltik players just Nespal for hands in that situation? Isn't Miraidon a liability? They can, yeah. Yeah, he did. Okay. I was confused. I was like, there's no Miraidon on his bench. Do you find decks with more agency more enjoyable, or do you not care? I mean, sometimes not though. I mostly just don't care. Whatever decks I find enjoyable, I find enjoyable. Like, yeah. I enjoy decks that have more agency, and sometimes I enjoy decks that have less agency. I don't really think about it past that though. I don't try and like analyze why I like certain types of decks or don't like certain types of decks. Like my favorite deck right now in the format is Team Rocket's Porygon Z. Does that deck have a lot of agency? Probably not. But yeah. Yeah. Take Porygon Z to a regional? Nah, probably not. Probably not gonna do that, but Understood. Personally, I like decks with more agency, but being new, it definitely leads me to misplaying more. Thanks for the response. Yeah, and that's fine. That's all that should matter. Is just like what you enjoy playing. That's all that matters. At the end of the day is all that should matter. I think it's better to think about consistency as a percentage of your opening hands that convert into a win. That's definitely the better way to look at it for sure, Natalie. Yeah, it shouldn't just be like how often do I draw 4 prize cards or something like that. It should be like, okay, how often are we actually just yeah, that's a good way to think of it. Or a better way to think about it for sure. It's not about simply playing the game. It's about playing the game and winning the game. All right, we got the vessel here. We got the secret box. I don't know. I think there is Candy Guardy in hand here for David. There's a couple different ways you can approach this matchup. I think this rise of... I almost want to call this deck a Golden Go deck. It's weird because I don't think about this deck as a Golden Go deck. I think about this deck as a Joltik Iron Hands deck. And the backup is the Golden Go. The Golden Go is the backup. And then in like Joltik box, the backup is the Pikachu and the Ursaluna and all that stuff. But it's weird because Joltik Golden Go's popularity is coming from Golden Go players. Like Golden Go was a ton of Golden Go players who are playing different builds of Golden Go at Worlds switched over to this build of switch over to Joltik Iron Hands Golden Go, which is a... But at the end of the day, the only thing that's important is that this is good for Gardevoir because Gardevoir's Golden Go matchup is bad, but Joltik Iron Hands Golden Go, Gardevoir might even be favored against it. I actually don't know, but it's a lot closer to 50-50 than Golden Go. So the meta got, like, post-Worlds, the meta has definitely gotten better for Gardevoir just because of that shift, because of Golden Go players switching to Iron Hands Golden Go. So that's good. That's like a good thing for Gardevoir. That's like a plus for Gardevoir, I feel like. There's 2 off the Mew. So here for David here, we're just looking for a Dark Energy. Oh no, all the Monkey Dories are prized. We can't even KO, like right here, the play from David is KO Joltik. Yeah, the play here for David right now is KO Joltik with Monkey Dory and then punch whatever comes up with Gardevoir or something like that. But we prize 3 Monkey Dories. So I don't even know if there's not a Monkey Dory to make that play with. So for David, do we maybe just go Screamtail, Snipe, Gimme Ghoul? We give up the 2 prizes to the hands, and then kind of play it from there, I guess. Yeah, Gimme is okay, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's fine, right? Like Screamtail the Gimme, maybe. Genome hacking, Jolting Charge. That'd be an interesting one for sure. I prefer Punch Gimme with Scream though. Well, if we have Monkey Dory plus Punch, whatever gets sent up, I think that's always the best play. But if we don't have that, I guess going for this is fine. Did he pull a support with Secret Box? I wasn't paying attention. He maybe didn't. Maybe had enough fuel in the hand. I mean, it looks like it is going to be Screamtail KO Gimme Ghoul. Dude, triple Monkey Dory prize is so... so bad. Or do you ever make a play here as David where you don't put something in play that can get Iron Hands? Is that ever a possibility? Well, we're going for the Screamtail. It's not going to happen. I was thinking about it. I believe he has a Monkey Dory in deck. Oh, did he? Does he? The Scream KO Gimme leaves Joltik with 0 follow-up after the hands knock. Well, I mean, they'll probably get down some more Gimme Ghouls this turn. I would be, yeah, because now Artisan's in play, right? So there's going to be a Gimme Ghoul on the bench this turn. At least there's going to be at least 1 Gimme Ghoul guaranteed. I guess if the Joltik doesn't evolve to Galvantula, you could clean it up later with Monkey Dory. So you're still kind of on the 2-2-2 prize trade here from David. Screamtail KO Gimme Ghoul, get Monkey off the prize cards. Monkey eventually KOs the Joltik. But I do think Nicholas has... I think Nicholas has Galvantula in hand, which... Oh, no, it's not in hand. No, it might be still. I'm pretty sure I saw it in the opening hand. Oh, it is there. It is there. It's behind the Grass Energy. So that means the Joltik can get out of range of a follow-up Monkey Dory at some point. Wait, David's thinking about this, actually. Okay, it does go for the Gimme Ghoul KO. I thought for sure it would be going for the Gimme Ghoul KO. But then David was giving it some thought. I was like, are we ever doing anything else? Dreamtail Iron Hands, then Mew for 3 plus and Joltik plus 2 prize cards this game. Oh, that's fair. That could have been a play here as well here. as well from David. We could have Screamtail, punched the Iron Hands, and set up for the Mew. Well, I don't know if we had enough energy in the discard pile to play around the Bravery Charm, though. Because we could have put 80 on it. Yeah, I don't think there was enough Psychics in the discard pile to go for that play. But that is a very cool play to do in the matchup. Forever ago, you said you lifted strictly for hypertrophy. Did an injury lead to that? No. I've been lifting for years, and then I lifted heavy. I stayed hurt. No, it's just like, yeah. No specific reason. Well, yeah, it's just like less likely for injury and all that kind of stuff. But I didn't get injured like initially. I didn't get like initially injured to like lead me to it. I just decided it's like the most optimal route for how much time I want to invest into lifting. Why isn't this bad? Isn't Amping on Streamtail really rough for Gardevoir now? Amping on Streamtail really rough for Gardevoir? I mean, this isn't like a terrible spot for Gardevoir here. No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it can be annoying, but like on this next turn from David could go like Counter Catcher Punch Genesect and trap the energy on the Iron Hands. And then you're probably not getting KO'd back by Golden Go. Like if David has Counter Catcher here, I think David could go Counter Catcher Genesect Punch and don't bench anything else as an option for Iron Hands to get a 2-prize knockout. He's playing Jelly, so heavily unlikely he plays Balloon. Oh, Drifloon. I was like, Air Balloon and Gardevoir. Does anyone play that? No, you're right. Yeah. Bro, why are people playing Joltik Dango? The deck is horrible. Dude, that's what I'm saying, Griffin. The deck is literally garbage. I don't understand why anyone would play Joltik Golden Go. Absolutely terrible deck. I don't know, man. It's crazy out here. People just be getting away with the craziest stuff in Europe. It's kind of insane. Literally a senior. It's like a senior only deck, basically. Like in seniors, obviously it can thrive, but like it's like it's just a different division, you know? All right, Ultra Ball off the top. I do not know what got pulled off the prize cards. I don't know if we have access to a Monkey Dory here, but the Joltik did get evolved into Galvantula. There's 3 Gimme Ghouls on the bench. A deck for seniors. Baltic is where it's at? Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. Get the Baltic in there. Got research off prizes? Bro, no monkeys is... that's crazy. That's the only good part about the deck, bro. Why are people playing Gardevoir? The deck is horrible. Dude, that's what I've been saying for a really long time as well, Gassy. I don't know. It survived for so long. If Pokemon players were just better at the game, it wouldn't be this good, but... Dude, I don't know. Pokemon players are just so bad that they allow something like Gardevoir to consistently thrive in the format to format, metagame to metagame. But they just don't understand how to beat the deck. And I don't think they'll ever get it. They just don't understand how to beat Gardevoir. It's just too much for them to handle. So I play 5 Monkey and Gardevoir. Without it, the deck is terrible. Gotta have that 5th Monkey Dory. Dude, maybe Alberto was right. Did anyone see Alberto's recent tweet hyping up the ticket? Maybe he was onto something, bro. How consistent is getting Iron Hand set up in Baltic box? Pretty consistent. It's pretty easy to get turn 1 Joltik going second or turn 2 Joltik going first. All right, into the research. Wait, was that a Drifloon? No, it was a Ralts. Also, David is going the don't bench any target or any liabilities, or keeping that option open through this research. Don't bench any hands liabilities. But if David doesn't gust the Genesect, then Nicholas can just hard retreat the Iron Hands and probably get the Golden Go KO on the Gardevoir. So from David here, the best, you really want to draw a Counter Catcher up the Genesect, because then you can't hard retreat the energy off the Iron Hands. I guess you could still hard retreat it off the Iron Hands. It would just be like more awkward to do. But you could like go Prime Catcher up Pheasantipity, hard retreat into Golden Go KO Pheasantipity. But it's like that many more pieces. And then you have an Iron Hands in play. Prime Catcher Galvantula works. Oh, true. That is right. Galvantula can KO the Mew. I forgot about that. That's actually so bad for David. That's like a possibility. I guess it is. I don't know. It's not even that many more pieces, right? Yeah, the Galvantula actually kind of goes hard here. I'm not gonna lie. All right, there's the Fez for 3. I still think Countercatcher, Genesect, and Punch It is still probably the best play from David. But maybe that's not even that good of a play from David because... Maybe that's not even that good of a play from David because you don't have Monkey Dories to like take advantage of the damage you've built up. David just kind of doesn't have a good play. Maybe that's what's happening here. David just doesn't really have a good play because Guardy Punch active is usually only good if you have like the Monkey Dory to basically get an effective 1-hit. But David is not going to be effectively 1-hit KOing this Iron Hands. And also Galvantula could just KO Mew for 2 prize cards. Like, Nicholas here could just punch the guard for him and be just fine at this point right now. David goes for a load up on the Mew. What Gus does Guardy Jelly run? 2 Countercatcher? I'm actually not sure, to be honest. You should do Countercatcher? Okay. Yeah, I don't actually know. What did Bradner or would Chow play at Worlds? Can't get KO'd with Penny Iron Hands into Golden Go 1-hit? I mean that would be pretty brutal. Yeah, Penny pick up Iron Hands would be pretty good here. Oh, but like I said, oh, nice. Sick top deck. All right, Golden goes in play. There's no Lightning Energy in hand. There is a Bravery Charm as well. Yeah, this game feels kind of cooked. The question actually at this point, honestly, is when do you scoop as David? I think as long if Nicholas just punches the active with Iron Hands, that's like a fine play from Nicholas this turn, right? Oh no, I guess David did set up for the Mew the Iron Hands play. Oh, so okay, it's not that bad. Okay, it's not actually that bad. I made it out to be worse for David than it actually is because David can go punch with Gardevoir into punch with Mew to KO the Iron Hands for 2. And actually, the draw here from Nicholas was not great. Okay, actually, this is kind of fine for Nicholas. Prime Gal. We don't have the Lightning Energy. You need a Lightning Energy on the Galvantula. He can retreat discard, though? He can, but there's no Superior. There's... Prime on... Oh, wait, he can amp it. I didn't realize he could amp it. Because David put an energy on there and there's 20. Wait, why did David do that? I guess David did that, or arm press, excuse me, not amp, arm press. I guess David did the arm press because he was scared of Nicholas hard retreating the Iron Hands, going Golden Go KO Gardevoir, and they wanted to be able to go Mew, Countercatcher, Iron Hands plus Iono next turn. But putting yourself in arm press range seems like a misplay for sure. I think as David there, you just hope that Nicholas doesn't have the knockout on the Gardevoir. Yeah, putting yourself in arm press range definitely seems like a misplay. I don't know. That increases Nicholas's outs so much. Like, Nicholas's outs got, like, increased by so much there by that, the energy from David. I feel like you have to not do that. And you have to just hope that Nicholas whiffs. Because you gave Nicholas so many extra outs. And also, as David here, if your Guardy gets 1-hit KO'd, you're in a losing spot anyways. You're in a terrible spot, right? If Nicholas goes hard retreat Iron Hands to Golden Go KO Gardevoir, all Nicholas needs on the following turn, if your follow-up is Mew KO Iron Hands with Countercatcher plus Iono, is Lightning Energy to Galvantula or a Superior Energy Retrieval. So yeah, that's definitely a mistake there from David. Because you're in such a losing spot no matter what. If a 2-prizer goes down this turn, that you should just hope... You have to set the board up to make it so that... to decrease the odds of any 2-prizer getting KO'd on that turn. This is a Countercatcher Iono Prey angle. Yeah, definitely. Countercatcher... What? Genesect... Oh my gosh, this board state is so bad. Monkey Dory? Wait, there is a 4th. Could that have changed how David played this last couple turns? No, probably not, right? Once the Joltik got evolved. That was the big thing. A Joltik evolved into Galvantula took away like the Monkey Dory line. Wait, David doesn't... Wait, does David have Jelly in here? Or is it just a Jellicent? What did we see? Wait. That is the Jellyfish. Wait, what is it called? Is it literally called Jellyfish? What the fuck is it called? Oh, there's Iono Countercatcher. So you can Iono the Genesect, Countercatcher it, punch it. Go from there. Frillish, that's what it's called. So I feel like the play here from David is Countercatcher Genesect. Punch it. And then next turn, Screamtail, KO Iron Hands. And then the Genesect can be KO'd by Monkey Dory on a later turn. Here's the recovery on... Definitely getting back the Screamtail, getting back the Dark Energy. Maybe just get another... Oh, going for the Jellicent, actually. Okay, so Frillish might hit the field here. Okay, it is a full Jellicent build. Alright, Frillish is in. Jellicent's back in the deck. Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory. Okay. And we have everything here from David. We have all the cards. Gives up Clefairy and Rolts. I feel like we should discard the Red Candy before we discard the Rolts, right? Maybe I'm trolling. Nah, I'm never trolling. Ultra Balls for the Screamtail as well. There is a line here for David. It's just not great. In this kind of situation, like, I don't hate David playing it out, but I would actually like to see him play faster. He's not like playing slow, but like, it's unlikely you win this game as David. So, oh yeah, playing fast is important for sure. Oh, actually, David is going to KO the Iron Hands this turn, right? You go Countercatcher Genesect plus KO Iron Hands this turn. I was thinking well, actually, do we go for the Guardy Punch? The Prime Catcher is gone. I almost feel like I want to go for the Guardy Punch this turn, to be honest. Oh, we're not Countercatchering. Oh, interesting. We're going to save the Countercatcher to bring up the Genesect on the next turn, I guess? That seems fine, actually. So is the play here from David just punch the active? I mean, now I actually am kind of curious how David's playing this. There's a retreat. Oh, we are retreating. So we're going to go Screamtail KO active. So we lose our Screamtail. So we're not playing for... So we're going to be playing for Jellicent on the next turn, I guess. Okay, I don't hate this, actually. Sure. There's definitely a couple different ways to have played this. I don't hate... I mean, this is like another way to have played it, I guess. Isn't Frillish KO kind of good here? It's okay. It just dies to the Galvantula, though. Wait, you can't Frillish KO either. Yes, it would be, but you can't do it because there's a Bravery Charm on the Iron Hands. Well, it's okay. I guess the chance that you find the Light Energy is pretty low from Nicholas, though, without items. So actually, I do think that would have been a good play if it was available, to be honest. Yeah, it was not possible. Guardy Punch Genesect. I kind of liked Guardy Punch Genesect, to be honest, but I don't hate this play either. I mean, I guess so the way that David is playing is David is like going all in on Jellicent next turn, right? That's the plan, is David's going to go... The play I made was like not considering Jellicent, but because David does have Jellicent, this means... yeah, David's just going all in on the Jellicent play. So now David's going to go Jellicent next turn and try and win through Jellicent. Just needs a boss for Nicholas. We need more than a boss, right? We need boss and energy. We have no energy in... Oh, you're right. There's a Superior in hand. Okay, maybe we do... No, we need a little... No, there's Fez on the bench. You're right. Actually, I don't know. Is there a medal in the discard pile, though? We definitely want to play a Superior, right? Maybe not. Actually, I don't know how many energy in the discard pile. We could get rid of double Brox. Wait, one more golden go. No boss. Guaranteed no boss. This Levencia might stick, though, which is not good. There is a medal in the discard pile. You maybe play one of these Superiors here to play around the Jellicent. But I guess you're just a boss away from winning here as Nicholas. So maybe you just leave the energy in the discard pile and just, like, wait to find boss. This is also fine, I guess. Oh, wait, no, but David has 3 prize cards left. David is pretty close to winning this game. You actually... Nicholas has to win next turn. Was it actually a mistake for Nicholas to have left this in the active? I feel like David wants the Galvantula in the active here. Actually, no, Nicholas wants... Like, actually, I don't know. Does Nicholas actually KO the Galvantula here? Excuse me. Because you could go Jealous and punch it for 80. Don't give Fez draw. I don't know how much recovery David has left. Because, yeah, David can just punch it for 80 here. And then Monkey Dory at next turn. But then I don't know how we're drawing our last 2 prize cards, I guess. Maybe Countercatcher KO Genesect or something? You definitely want to find Iono here as David as well. But the fish is online. Jellicent is here. Jelly Punch for 80, establish Monkey, KO Genesect, Countercatcher. That's what I'm thinking. But if you leave the Galvantula in play, then all Nicholas needs is a boss, right? All Nicholas needs next turn is boss KO. Which I guess I'm just like not sure if we want to give that over to Nicholas. Got 25 minutes left. Thinking about the Fez draw. I don't know, it's just one closer to boss. Yeah, but David doesn't know that Nicholas doesn't have boss in hand. Yeah, David doesn't know what Nicholas has. Because Nicholas could have boss, but doesn't have the energy for Golden Goat to have gotten the knockout, right? You don't know here as David what you're putting Nicholas closer to. So, like, in this situation, it's probably correct for Nicholas or for David to KO the Galvantula. But we're assuming, well, without David having the knowledge of Nicholas's hand, I'm actually not sure. So I'm curious to see what David does here, to be honest. Because actually, I don't know if we should take the knockout or not. Because as David here, we know Nicholas only needs boss to win the game. But we don't know that Nicholas had a boss in the last hand or not. So the question is, do we give the Fez draw over to Nicholas? If we give the Fez draw, then Nicholas needs boss and energy. If we don't KO, then all Nicholas needs is boss, but doesn't get access to Fez draw. +1 Golden Go +1. Maybe Golden Go +2. Well, no, +1. Well, maybe +2 because we could boss Air Balloon them, draw one more. All right. Here's the jelly. Now the question becomes, does the Jellicent KO the Galvantula? We only need 2 energy. We load up more next turn. Oh, do we have a counter catcher? I guess that would be like the other option is, do we have counter catcher? Oh, Night Switcher's getting played. For what? Just grabbing Screamtail? Do we need to do that this turn though? Why are we doing this right now? We don't need to do that right now, right? If you KO the Galvantula, then Nicholas would need to draw a handful of energy or boss energy. Well, it'd have to be like boss plus superiors for sure. Monkey number 1. Here comes monkey number 2. I mean, this is where we figure out what David plans to do. With Jellicent in the active house, Dangle getting back energies to KO anything with. Can't KO Monkey Dory from full with 2 energies. Okay, not going to go for the KO. So that means Nicholas only needs boss here. And of course, David doesn't know this. And Nicholas has boss in hand. There we go. Monkey Dory knockout. We go to game number 2. Nicholas takes game number 1. Which also, yeah, you would need boss plus energy. Yeah. Yeah, with the Jellicent play there from David, Nicholas would have to find boss boss plus energies for Golden Go to get a KO on. I guess you have to just KO the Monkey Dory at that point because you took a 1 prize knockout on the last turn, right? You KO the Screamtail with the Galvantula. That's also another reason I wanted to see David go boss Genesect punch Genesect would be it would have given you like +1 turn basically to push up a 1 prizer, and then you deal with the Iron Hands on the next turn. I don't hate the Jellicent line there from David. I still kind of like the other line. We can go back and look at that real fast while they set up for game 2. Like on this turn, the play that I thought of, I didn't really think about the Jellicent at all though, to be fair. I didn't really consider it as a possibility. But But like this turn here from, or not this turn, this next turn here from David, what I initially was like, oh, I think this is what would be the good play would be Countercatcher Genesect, leave Guardian the active, Iono Nicholas to 2, just punch the Genesect for 190, just build up damage and play. And then next turn, hope Nicholas doesn't get the KO on your Gardevoir, or like retreat plus Iron Hands boss KO the bench Pokemon. And then next turn from David, retreat into Screamtail, Iono low again, Screamtail KO Iron Hands. Now Genesect has 30 HP left. KO'd this guy. But instead David goes for getting rid of the Iron Hands right now and then place it all into Jellicent on the next turn. Which I don't know if that's a better, I don't know if the play that I just said was better or worse, to be honest, but I mean that play seems fine as well from David. I didn't really like think about the Jellicent at all though. I feel like attacking with Frillish would have been better than Jelly. Well, he couldn't attack with Frillish because then he just dies. He just gets KO'd by the Galvantula. You need the HP of the Jellicent to survive. Does Nicholas play Turo? Not sure. We haven't seen it yet, but could be in there for sure. If you punch a Genesect, David would have game with another Countercatcher in the hands, Amp, and then Monkey KO Genesect. Oh, true. I didn't even think about that one, Fossey. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I wasn't even thinking about the Mew to copy Iron Hands play. So now that makes me like the play that play a little bit more, to be honest. Am I missing something? Did Nicholas need boss plus 4 energy for game there? No, Galvantula was still set up. He just went Galvantula KO Monkey Dory because David chose to keep the Galvantula online. All right, Nicholas is pretty set up here. There's the pass over to David. David has raw secret box in the hand. Actually, David has Candy Guardy next turn through secret box. I think David could just go Artisan. David could just go Artisan for Ralt's pass. Oh no, but you could team Evo here, right? You may as well team Evo. Yeah, don't mind me. Just team Evo your Ralts into a Kirlia. Although secret boxing away at Gardevoir, I mean, I don't love the idea of discarding a Gardevoir. Wait, did they show the prize cards yet? When did they show the prize cards usually? I've not been paying attention at all. Maybe they didn't show them at all, actually. Oh, no, they did. Okay, prize cards. Ralts, Fez, Mew. All the draw power for David is prized. 1 Countercatcher is prized. For Nicholas, I mean, nothing crazy is superior. The biggest thing here is definitely David's basic draw power all being prized. Do you have Shutcher in hand? No Shutcher in hand. But it looks like he's just going to go research this hand away. Which does discard a Dark Energy. I mean, I guess it's fine, though. Doesn't make that big of a deal, I don't think. Just get down 2 Ralts, hopefully get down to 2 Curlias and go from there. Oh, we need the energy for the TM Evo. Duh. I was like, we're going to lose our Dark Energy here. I don't know about that. But no, we're just going to use it. I mean, you could discard it if you wanted to here as David. I wouldn't recommend it, though. With this added information, honestly, I think that'd definitely be a misplay here from David. All right, here we go. The only thing we don't want to draw here is all our Curlias. But I see Candy Guardy in hand, so even if you draw your Curlias, you wouldn't be that bad from David. Into the Artisan. I don't even know if we're going to prioritize another Ralts here. We'll see. Does go for it, though. Does have the Jellicent in hand, or the Frillish, excuse me. So we could get into an early Jellicent here, possibly. Actually, did they... yeah, we saw the prize cards already. I don't remember them. Yo, appreciate 2 months there. Hey, Tony. Are the wristbands for the event always so big like that? No. Only in Europe. The Europe ones are weird. They have like a tail. Is it correct to charm Jaltic? In this situation, probably not, because you're only gonna have one prize. Or well, but you don't want to get just like Monkey Dory and then force a 2 prize in the active. Charm Jaltic here. Probably. I'm trying to think if it's like better, if it's like higher value to save for our Iron Hands or not. You probably do, just so, yeah, because you don't want like the Monkey Door to be able to like get through the Jaltic and then you force up a 2 prizer. You have to push up a 2 prizer and then the Guardian player just gets to just punch a 2 prizer. Yeah, so probably, yeah, sure. You can just evolve it, no need for Charm. Well, he can't evolve it this turn because he's going to attack with it. So if we find Charm this turn, we probably do Charm it. We don't have time to evolve it because we're going to use it. Alright, Grass and Lightning. I don't know how many Grass and Lightning are left in the deck, but hopefully there's enough for the Jolting Charge. Was setting up a Pika make sense if it wasn't prized? In this situation, honestly, maybe. Oh wait, we're putting down a Gimme Ghoul? Okay, that seems like a misplay here from Nicholas, right? Because now can't David just go? Well, David would need to find a lot of energy, but David can now go. What can David go? Monkey Dory Screamtail? I guess Monkey Dory Punch with Jellicent is about the same thing, but I don't know. Monkey Dory Screamtail seems a little bit cleaner, right? Yeah, Pikachu in this situation, I actually don't know. I could see it though, I guess, because it's a way to get through the Jellicent, right? Monkey plus Guardy kills Pika, but it's not about the Pika. Yeah, the Pika dies in one hit, effectively one hit. But it would just be about being able to get through the Jellicent aggressively, more so than anything. What's your opinion on top X as a format? What do you mean top X for what? What do you mean? Like top cut? Alright, second Monkey Dory searched out here. Is there no timer now? No, there is. It's right there. Alright, going in with the research. World's invite? Oh, it's fine. I don't really have a strong opinion on it, to be honest. I think it's a fine system. I think the other system is like, I don't know. Is it better? I don't know if it's better. Honestly, committing to the Gardevoir here from David might be better. Should we just go with Gardevoir here as David? Because now we're going to be hitting for less. So now we Monkey Dory KO the Jaltic, but now whatever gets sent up, which is probably just going to be the Golden Go with the air balloon. Yeah. If we had put the energy on Guardy could have hit this way harder. Punching this with Jelly is just like fine, but it doesn't actually. See, Nicholas is still in the prize advantage here because this doesn't like set up for. Well, I guess we could maybe still Screamtail here from David. We'll see. Screamtail might still be possible. But punching this for 80 with Jellicent doesn't set up like an effective 2 prize turn, basically. But if we have Screamtail KO Gimme Ghoul, I feel like that's the better play here, maybe. The world's invite structure being top X versus just get a certain amount of points. Well, I guess we can fully load the Jellicent here. Jellicent here. We can hit for 160. Which is definitely a big difference maker for sure. Fully loaded fish. I actually think, do we ever move the damage off the... And we just put this on the Golden Go, on the active, right? Or actually, does this end up... I feel like this wants to end up on the Golden Go on the active. Oh, he's thinking about a TM Devo play in the future. Sure. Did he attach twice? I don't think so, no. Attach turn 1 to Monkey Dory, attach turn 2 to Monkey Dory. Goes for the Iron Hands to remove the threat. Sure, that seems fine as well. It does seem like it'll be hard for Nicholas to build up to actually want to kill the Jellicent ever, to be honest. I feel like from Nicholas here, the win condition is to gust around the Jellicent over and over again. We have the Bravery Charm. So as long as we have Boss, which I think we also have, we can take out one of these, we can take out the damaged monkey off the bench with Iron Hands and get the Bravery Charm in play. Attach Rashidi to Psychic off the monkey. Yeah, that came from the Guardy though. The Guardy accelerated it to the active and then retreated it. Wait, is there only 3 energy on the jelly? No, there's 4. It's just behind the jelly. Didn't he monkey 3 times? No. Appreciate 10 months there, Dos Madres. Also, the part of the podcast you and Chip talked about old formats was awesome. As an MTG player who got into Pokemon, I'd love to know more history. Glad you enjoyed it for sure. Definitely something for me and Chip to maybe look into doing. Yep, there's the boss on the Monkey Dory. And we get the Bravery Charm down onto the Iron Hands here, excuse me. Fez comes down as well. Yeah, like in this situation here, Nicholas is technically ahead on the prize trade. But for Nicholas to continue to get KOs turn after turn after turn, we'll need to find boss after boss after boss. I don't know how many boss Nicholas plays, but it's probably 3. Using Boss Prime to KO Jelly is a real option or cringe? Maybe a little bit of both. Could be cringe and a real option, to be honest. That would make it easier for Nicholas to get to the final KO, though, for sure. So if Nicholas can find that combination of cards... Ooh, finds Turo. I mean, I don't think we're playing it right now, but... Man, we haven't even drawn any cards yet. We're still going. Ooh, we could play Vessel this turn before we get item locked again. Establish some energy in the hand. We can get a metal energy down on a Golden Go, which is also pretty good. Not playing it yet, though. I feel like we should... Well, I guess we could save it if we draw a metal that's better. But honestly, establishing a metal right now with a Vessel seems pretty good to me. It looks like Nicholas is just going to go for the swing. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of attaching a metal to a Golden Go for turn here. You have to say how he cheated. You can't just say someone cheated. Soda's just trolling. Soda is trolling chat for saying that David did something he couldn't do. Oh, we are playing the Vessel here, so okay. I thought we weren't going to do it after the way that last the end of the turn played out. Yeah, I guess I don't hate holding the Vessel, but is Joltik Dango the best form to play Dango and Mega Evo? No clue. I've not thought about the next format at all. Yeah, getting the energy established seems worth it here for sure. Definitely needs to not fall behind on metal attachments. I mean, that doesn't really matter. You can always just find the energy next turn, but getting it set up ahead of time is definitely worth it. It'd be fine for him not to attach this turn, but if you can get a little bit further ahead to need less, I think it's definitely worth it. Are we gonna get another 1-0 victory? Dude, imagine if every stream game is just a 1-0. From Yu-Gi-Oh! Everyone max readies their deck. Is there a reason PokemonTCG players don't really bling their decks out? I mean, it's just like a personal thing. It's cheaper to not do it. So that's a pro for not blinging out your decks. I mean, like David's deck is min rarity besides his energy. His energy are some of the most expensive energy in the game, I'm pretty sure. So like David's deck is min rarity besides his energy. I'm pretty sure those energy are still some of the most expensive energy in the game. And then for Nicholas is just like min rarity besides the hollow energy. But like it's just like a personal thing. I play min rarity because it's cheaper and overall I actually think I don't think like was it max rarity cards look better. Some of them look fine. In general, I think min rarity looks better. But even if I thought max rarity looked better than min rarity, I probably still wouldn't play on my deck because it's just more expensive. Also, in comparison to something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Rotation is a thing as well. I think more people would max rarity their decks in Pokemon if the cards... I mean, there's ban lists in Yu-Gi-Oh! Obviously, but there's a higher chance the cards will be good for longer in Pokemon, right? Or in Yu-Gi-Oh! Excuse me. So... So I think that's also probably part of it, because rotation exists. Like if you could invest into a max rarity Guardy deck and it's like likely to be legal forever, possibly, then you'd probably invest, more people would invest into max rarity. But yeah. To be honest, I'm more likely to max rarity a GLC deck than standard. Yeah, exactly, right? But it's like partly it's for that reason, I assume, right? Because like this is going to be a deck you're going to be able to have and play around with for forever and kind of just like keep and build on. So you know the investment is going to be around, or is going to like be around for forever. All right, so the monkey doors are coming in here from David, setting up the golden goes, and then there's just a punch onto the iron hands for 180. So total, we're looking at, or one, is it 160? The fuck does this fish do? So we're 2 monkey doors away from KOing the iron hands next turn. But a boss here from Nicholas gets another 2 prize cards. And I do see a boss in the hand. So another monkey dory looks like it's going to go down here for David. I feel like these players are definitely not used to the new time rules yet. I mean, that might be true, but it's not as extreme as you think it is either. I feel like you guys are making, like, the new time rules is literally just 1 less turn per player. It's not that much less Pokemon. It is less Pokemon, but it's not that much less Pokemon. So I can't say for sure that they're used to the time rules, but I can say for sure that it's not that big of a difference. It's nothing extreme. It's not like we went from like 50 plus 3 to like 45 plus 0 or something like that, or 40 plus 0. Is the first major with the new time rules? It is, yeah. Like the players being more comfortable with the time rules would not drastically change the way the players are playing currently on stream or the outcome of this match. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Y'all are gassing it for sure. Now, should the players be playing a little bit faster? Probably. But I think we say that for the majority of the time for players on stream anyways. The majority of players in a Pokemon tournament on average should be playing faster if their goal is to win the tournament. But all right, Guardy getting pushed here from David. Only 1 monkey dory set up. It's not impossible for David to win, but I feel like it's not even 100% true. I guess David could just go like Countercatcher Iono, to be honest, and that would maybe be a fine turn. You don't have to KO this Iron Hands here. There's not that much left for... Like, if David has like Countercatcher Genesect plus Iono, that might be good enough here from David, to be honest. Not to mention, you should be well experienced with your deck before an event, so time isn't a factor. Are you also concerned about time? I mean, they should be playing faster. If both players here is goals to like win this match, they should both be playing faster. I guess you could make an argument that there's no reason for Nicholas to play faster because the 1-0 option is available here for Nicholas still, but it's unlikely that this will end in a 1-0. Someone's winning this game almost for sure, I feel like. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true. But time is still a factor. You can be comfortable with your deck, but not play fast enough to give yourself a chance to win the game. But yeah, I'm just saying it's not that big of a difference. Like the time rules did not change like a ridiculous amount or anything like that. Does David have a countercatcher? I feel like the countercatcher is the play if we have one here. Just going for the KO on the Iron Hands. Okay, 2 prize cards. 3 prize cards left here for David. Now Nicholas has to decide what to send up here. Is just sending up the Golden Go with the energy. Not going to give prize cards over to David. So David can just punch the active for 160 here. 190 total on the active Golden Go. 160 total on the bench Golden Go. So nothing is in double Monkey Dory range, but the active Golden Go is in triple Monkey Dory range. So David could harder treat the Jellicent next turn to guard for plus Countercatcher bench Golden Go. Triple Monkey Dory KO the active Golden Go, and then attack with guard for KO the bench Golden Go. So David can win next turn. Want to send the blue Dango? Jelly doesn't turn off tools, just stops you from playing them. Because it would die, right? I don't think you want the Golden Go to die here. You don't want to give 2 more prize cards over to David this turn. All right, there's the Fez for 3. Here comes the Golden Go for 2. No, you draw 2 and then draw 2 more. Uh-oh. No! And then the stream froze. Is there a Devo line here? I guess there could be. Triple Monkey Dory plus Devo is a line here. Dude, the fucking stream went down. Nicholas by accident saw an extra card and then the stream goes down. Bro, what the heck? Hold on. Let me check the Twitch stream real fast. Chip chewed the cables? Yeah, what the heck? Oh wait, the stream is literally down on... The stream is literally down on Twitch. They just like lost internet in the venue or something. All the streams are down. Wait, am I trolling? It says Pokemon is actually live. But I follow Pokemon, they're not live. No, the stream is down. No, it's not down. Oh, there's F's in the chat. Maybe it is down. All right, I think it's back. Ship in Germany? I guess, bro. I didn't think he was at any events this weekend, but... Bro, you drop a balloon or retreat to fresh Dango? Well, no, that Golden Go would have died. Or did he have an air balloon in hand? Is that what you guys are saying? Wait, what do you guys talk? The Golden Go would have died. If the Golden Go with the air balloon got pushed up in the active, it dies, right? Or was there an air balloon in the hand? Wait, no. But you can't attach the air balloon. No, the play was correct from... I forget the name. Now I forget the name of the other player. I remember David's name. The play was correct from Nicholas, right? I'm not trolling. There was a balloon on the damaged angle already. Yeah. But David hadn't attacked yet. Went double Monkey Dory KO Iron Hands. And then if Nicholas pushes up the damaged Golden Go, it just dies to the Jellicent punch. So you send up the fresh Golden Go that then gets punched by Jellicent instead of giving the 2 prize cards over. I don't think you want to give the prize cards there. Who won? We don't know yet. Well, I guess we know David's not winning. At most, it's a tie. It doesn't stop the balloon from working. It stops the opponent from playing additional tools. Wait, are you responding to me, episode? Bro, did you even hear what I said? It would the Golden Go with the balloon dies if it gets sent up. Jellicent hadn't attacked yet. I'm mute the stream to hear what happened. No, we know what happened. Nicholas saw an extra card off Golden Go draw. Stop fucking reading YouTube chat, Azul. Bro, I might have to. It was a double prize penalty. But there's the boss. Wait, do we have it? What's going on? I don't think Nicholas has enough energy to KO. But we have boss. But he had another Golden Go to use. I mean, he had another Golden Go to use, but it could change how you would sequence stuff knowing what the card is. That's the problem. I don't think Nicholas has the boss to get around the Jellicent to turn off item lock, but doesn't have a superior energy retrieval. I don't think has enough energy to get the KO. And all David needs next turn is a single prize card to win the match. Or win the game, excuse me, to tie the match. Dude, unfortunate. Dude, seeing an extra card should not be a freaking double prize penalty. Oh, there's not enough energy in the discard pile, maybe. Goes through the boss on the guard for. 18 seconds left. Nicholas is definitely gonna be the last turn in regulation here, which means David will have one more turn to win this game. But this guard 4 might be stuck. Wait, no, but all David needs is a single prize card. Wait, no, wait, could that matter though? No, this could matter. The Gus on the guard 4 could matter here for sure. Uh-oh, more stream hiccups. Why'd he boss the fresh one? Because he can't take the knockout. He could Devo. Oh, true, Devo just wins the game. It just needs one prize card. We bossed the fresh one because the other one has an energy on it. We're trying to trap this guard 4 in the active here by bringing up the guard 4. We're not KOing anything this turn as Nicholas. Can't he just prime into Jelly? He can, but he doesn't have energy. The problem here is the lack of energy. Yo, appreciate 11 months there, Raging Raven. Yeah, the problem here is lack of energy, not a lack of gust. We just don't have enough energy to KO any 2-prizer here. Why is Evo still on the monkey? Just hanging out, you know, just chilling. What do you have against that team evolution specifically? You have a problem if that team evolution just wants a little bit more screen time? Is it really that bad if this team evolution sticks around for a little while? I don't know, you're a hater like that. Did you see the second card from the bench dango? Yeah, he dangled for 1 and saw 2, which is unfortunate. Bro, it shouldn't be a double prize penalty. Why is that? It's so silly that that is a double prize penalty. Actually, like the first time doing it. Why was double prize penalty loss applies? He would have seen the 3rd card off another dango? No. It doesn't matter if you would have seen the card. You could change, like, because you know that card's there, you could change how you play your turn. It makes sense. It makes sense that there's an intervention that happens from the judges, from the judging side of things. The question is whether or not it should be a prize penalty. Because if I know what my top deck is, it might change how I sequence my turn, right? So it's fair that it's like, okay, wait, stop. You did break the game state. Now, should it be a prize penalty is a question. The game state is 100% broken. It doesn't matter if you could have drawn the card. What are your thoughts on Joltik Dango? That's a pretty good deck. Yeah. The question is like whether or not you think it should be a double prize penalty. It's not a question of whether or not the board state's broken. The board state is definitely broken when you see a card you shouldn't see. Because sure, I could just use another golden go and draw the card, but now I could shuffle my deck first with Artisan, or I could boss first and then draw. Like it does change. But did he see the card? Yeah, it's confirmed he saw the card. We're assuming he saw the card. They ruled it that he saw the card. Did he actually see the card? I don't know. Like, did he tell the judges he saw the card? Did the judges just think he saw the card? It doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter. It was ruled based on he did see the card. The question at that point is, do you think because he saw the card, it should be a double prize penalty? I don't on the first time around personally, but not the worst ruling ever. Penalties shouldn't make it easier for your opponent to win the game. I mean, what should it be then? Should it just be a bunch of warnings that eventually become like game losses or like match losses? Like it's like, all right, offense number 1, offense number 2, offense number 3, 3 strikes, game loss. I guess I don't hate that. That seems fine. That's fine as well, I guess. Magic is a warning. Shuffle the random part. Play on. I think that's what it should be, Shiny Pants. I agree. That's what I think it should be. I actually don't disagree with you, YRG. I don't think that's terrible. I think that'd be fine as well. I mean, that's kind of what I'm advocating for, I guess, as well, to be honest. Well, I guess like I would be fine with it becoming a double prize penalty. But yeah, I kind of agree. Is that I don't hate. I think that's actually a better solution than this, right? 3 strikes and DQ. No, it'd be like 3 strikes and then you start getting game losses. It'd be like 3 strikes. Game loss. If you already have a game loss and you make another penalty, match loss. If you have a match loss and you do it again, DQ probably. So it's like 3 strikes, game loss, match loss, DQ. I'd be fine with that. And then just remove double prize penalties from the game. That'd be chill. I'm okay with that. That's better than what they currently do, for sure. 100% agree. You can't shuffle it back since Iono exists. Well, on stream you could. Because you could know how many cards went to the bottom of the deck, but can't they just say he's not allowed to draw the card? No, because what is he just not allowed to use Golden Go? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You can't. The game is supposed to be played how the game is allowed to be played. You have to like let players play the game how it's supposed to be played. The question is just like, what should this penalty? What should you get for breaking the game state? What should happen when the game state is broken? The game state definitely is broken because he saw the extra card. Now, what should happen is the only thing to discuss. Like, that's like the question. The only issue with having it be a warning is that players may not call a judge since it's not an immediate penalty. True. I don't disagree that could happen, Natalie, but that would be like one of the things where like we'd have to adjust it would have to be like a culture shift in the community, right? We just have to understand that, nope, you call a judge, right? That's what you do. Like, so that shouldn't be a reason that we don't make the adjustment. It would just be like, we have to make it, that would have to become the understanding in the community is like, your opponent sees an extra card at the top of their deck. You know it's not going to lead to a double prize penalty, but you call a judge, they get written up as a warning, whatever, and then you proceed. So That would be like a culture thing that shifts in the community. That we have to like start pushing and like tell people that that's how you handle the situations, and judges like reinforce it and stuff like that. Yeah, what happened? Chip made a trip over to Europe and started chewing cables, I think. Never lucky. That could be a second offense. We don't know, right? That is... Well, it could be, but also if it was his first offense, that's how they would handle it anyways, though. That's just what... That's what it is. Like, that is the rules. The rule is if you see an extra card, it's a double prize penalty. It's just kind of cringe when we see it happen, and we kind of hope it doesn't happen. Well, I do. I don't know what you guys hope for, but... I'd be really hesitant to call a judge there if it's just a warning. When they're going to come over, ask us both about the situation, go ask the head judge, go ask the CEO of TBCI, then give us a 1-minute time extension. Go ask the CEO. I mean, that's on one of you. That's on you or your opponent for pushing it all the way to the CEO. Last time we watched a Germany stream, it was the same internet issues. Bro, maybe it's just an EUL, to be honest. Is this literally just an EUL? Dude, Europe, dude. Something bad about Europe, something bad about Europe, and bad internet, bro? What the heck? So I'm curious, back when Path was in the game, I had an opponent draw off Rad Ninja while Path was in play. I told them they can't. We called judge. They were given a warning. The player did it again, same scenario. I mean, I don't remember what the rules were back then, but yeah, I don't know. I don't remember when they instated the double prize penalty for seeing an extra card. Sounds like it probably should have been double prize penalty, but I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember when they added that rule. Maybe it was post COVID. I don't remember. I mean, it depends. Also, if it was like was it a regional or was it a regional or was it a local? Was it like a local? I don't know if they. I don't go to cups and challenges, so I don't know how they enforce stuff at cups and challenges on average. I'm not sure. Refresh, it's fixed. Oh. Okay, we're back. Wait, no, it's gonna freeze again. Wait. Hold up. No, it's definitely not fixed. You're trolling. I also have the Twitch stream up on my other monitor, and it is not fixed over there either. It's frozen on Twitch as well. Dude, why is it bugging? They just bring back single prizes? No. Looked fixed on Twitch. It's not. Dude, come on, bro. Come on, what are we doing? Oh, I did already have that there. What the heck? What's your take on the Enzork Mega Gengar deck? No take. I haven't thought about the next format at all. Were you able to watch LCK earlier? No. I woke up and started streaming this. Do you think a Red Candy and Paltnor is the right call against a Joltik Dango? Against Joltik Dango specifically, I have no clue how if it's that good in that matchup. The card's not bad in the deck, I just don't know if it's worth running. I don't know if that like matchup is the tipping point or not. Yeah, appreciate the performance there. Shirumiru. Miro. Azul, hope all is good and chill. Pretty good, pretty chill. Really enjoyed your vid with Triff. As someone who played against him IRL, he truly is a unique character. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Yeah, definitely a character. Big Triff fan personally, for sure. Glad you enjoyed the video. You can play Borderlands 4? No, I've never played any of the Borderlands before. Honestly, I just don't like games like that anyways. I don't really like games like Borderlands or Destiny or I did play Destiny 2, and it was fun because I played it with friends. But besides that, it was not that fun. Looter shooter? Yeah, I'm just not a fan of like MMOs or looter shooters, whatever. Any game like that. Arcanine says it was a tie. That makes sense. You must try Undertale. I might play Undertale at some point. That would be a game I might be down to play for sure. I went back to Destiny 2 lately, and none of my friends played anymore, so I stopped playing it real quick. Yeah, yeah, it was fun. It was fun to play with friends, like doing like the raids and stuff like that. Just curious on your opinion on Marnies. It's not good right now. It's bad. Yes, you could. The repair is the judge will just require the next action to be a golden go ability. On the Twitch stream, there's a GIF playing of the commentators. Oh yeah, it's just like replaying the last thing over and over again. Yeah, we just kind of have to wait for the... There must be an internet issue on their end. You feel hand disruption is a lie? No. What was your main in League? Most recently, Jhin. Fuck it, Azul might as well reaching Mterrey if all we're going to be able to do is watch Arcanine for results. True. Wait a second. Actually, let's take a look at some tournament standings here. What do I have this set to right now? Do I have this set to anything right now? Why is it up there like that? Why did I put it like that? I don't remember why I did this like this, but I have to have I had to have a reason, right? Dude. Have they started Mterrey yet? Brent did show up. Are you surprised that Poltnor is back at top deck? No, not really. But it's like, it's not as like, I explained this earlier, but basically Golden Go was 22% at Worlds, but then a lot of the Golden Go players shifted from Golden Go to Jaltic Golden Go. So it's not like... So like Jaltic Golden Go 7% and Golden Go's 12%. But like if you just think about that as being like the 19%, then it's like... It's still like the number one deck, like technically, but it's like... They are two different decks. Yeah. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, Golden Go players just shifted to Jaltic Golden Go. And then, well, now just Poltnor has to be the most popular deck because it was the second most popular deck. Yeah, calling Poltnor the most popular is more nuanced than just the highest number on the graphic. Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing the thing you specifically want to look at is that the fact that Poltnor's percentage didn't really change from World. And if anything, it became less popular, right? It went from like 17 to 15 or something like that. But it's about the same popularity that it was at Worlds and has been. The adjustment is just like the decks around it. And then you add that, it's like, well, we'll look at what's it called? Golden Go. Why did Golden Go drop 10%? It's like it kind of dropped 10%, I guess. I mean, it did. Like, I think about Jaltic Golden Go as a Jaltic deck first, a Golden Go deck second, but yeah. You think Django's a good deck? Yeah, it's fine. It's solid. Very low agency deck. For sure. Okay. What was I looking at here? Knowing this meta share, what would you have played? Poltnor probably. I don't. Yeah, I said that's why probably what I played. If I Poltnor or straight Pult, to be honest, one of the Pult decks. I've actually become a little bit more of a fan of the straight Pult the more I played with it recently, but probably Poltnor just because I want a little bit better of a Guardian matchup. I want to be able to like beat like half my Gardevoir players or something, and then pray I don't hit when I cut. Would be my plan. It's still 7 a.m. in Mexico. The regional hasn't started yet. Okay. Straight Pult with Cornerstone like Kato. No, I would have ended up playing Toad Scroll because I haven't played the Cornerstone build, but I played the other build. So how can I convince Japan best one is dog shit and kills my soul every weekend to play it? You just gotta keep complaining. I mean, yeah, it's the only thing you can do as like a player is just like keep complaining and hope that they listen eventually. Will they listen eventually? I don't know. But you really can't do anything else besides that. Just gotta kind of hope that they eventually listen. I don't know if they ever will, though, to be honest. It might just keep it best of one. Oh, I'm on the wrong tournament. My bad. Frankfurt. Let's take a look. Let's have a look-see. James Cox, 5-0. Toward Reklev, 5-0? What? One cameraman, 5-0. You think about how VGC only has to take 4 prizes? All the time. Every night before I go to bed, I think about that. I lay in bed thinking about they only have to draw 4 prize cards. Mads 401, Owens 401. What American players went over there? Curious. Owen. I guess it doesn't really make a ton of sense for US players to go over if they're just trying to play. If they're trying to go visit Europe, I guess it makes sense, but there's literally a regional in Mexico this weekend as well. Can we see? Is that information available? That's a lot though. 152 over in Mexico. Yeah, most Americans are in Mterrey, which makes way more sense. Most Americans that were going to go to a regional. Which region has won the most majors? EU, NA, etc. Probably. I mean, it's weird because there's always been more North American regionals than non-North American. I think it's North America, but like we're kind of currently just entering the era of like international competition, of like regionals becoming more international. So yeah. So the answer is America, but there was always more American regionals than regionals in other regions. So it's not really fair. Like in terms of that, like it's not really like a competition because like there wasn't like a ton of European players coming to American regionals or a ton of American players going to European. So there wasn't a lot of international competition at regionals. This is like the peak that there has ever been international competition at regionals. And even then there's not that much. So, I mean, it's definitely US/Canada as far as a region goes, but I think people still stay relatively local. Yeah, exactly. For the most part. It's just not a very interesting stat because it is US/Canada, but you can't win a stipend in LATAM if you don't go to Europe or USA. What do you mean? Isn't that just not true? Wait, there's something I want to check and I can't even remember what it was. Dude, what the fuck was I gonna check? Why aren't you in Mterrey, Azul? Because I'm here. Can't be in two places at once. Duh. What the heck? Lock in. How many wins you need to advance to day 2 in seniors? No clue. I don't know how many rounds I got. Some Mickey number, probably. Check out Jake is doing at Mterrey. They haven't even started round 1 at Mterrey. Wait, Gearhart? Gearhart's over at Mterrey? It's BS. A friend of mine consistently gets stipends and he rarely leaves LATAM. That's what I was gonna say. I feel like that's just not true. I feel like it's not. I mean, competing more increases your odds of having a travel award for sure, or stipend. But appreciate 18 months there, Jaden. It should be there are a lot of players in Japan. I don't know why they have so few Japan Champions League / regionals, because if you want to go to them, you have to get into a stupid lottery. So a lot of people want to play Pokemon and their system is weird. I know you don't focus on new cards until they come out. Is it interesting to see Guardy? It is interesting to see Guardy decks winning City Leagues with 2 Mega Guardy. The build is played similar to how we played old Guardy with single prize Gardevoir. Henry's going to win the Mterrey. Maybe. Oh, Jake, PTCG, our chatter and streamer. Oh, yeah, Jake is there, yeah. Who won the last game? Oh, I think it tied. Wait, did we know? I think it tied, right? Oh, for the prediction? Sure. Let me see. Wait, what are the options I gave for the prediction? Oh, no, tie is an outcome. I think it did tie, right? Refund? No, you ain't getting shit, bro. You're cooked. I'm taking all your Bulu bucks. It did tie, right? What were the players' names? David? David Walrigan Retspka? Yeah, it was a tie. Also on Mega Evo. I mean, more new cards are cool. I think we tied here. Choose outcome, tie, complete prediction. One person gets all the points. Hey, if no one else bets on tie, it's definitely worth it to bet on tie. Just put 1 Bulu buck on tie. Yo, what's up, newbie? I appreciate the 48 months. I'm doing good. How you been? I always bet on tie, especially with the new time limits. True. That's just good predicting. If I say, I can't say the G word. I don't want Twitch to come after me. That's good predicting right there. We all know what it really is, though. 100% tie rate win. It is pretty high right now. We'll see. So can I get a good luck for my first regional? Mterrey starting soon. Good luck. How do you pronounce your name? Chis Palix? Good luck, Chis. Can we get some good lucks, Palix, in chat? Best of luck, Palix, at your first regional in Mterrey. Easy day 2. Just lock in. Good bro, just living the dad life. He started a Pokemon pick the other day. He chose Squirtle. Is that a good pick or a bad pick? Are you disappointed? Neutral? Full of dumb suckers? What flavor you grabbing? Oh, dude, I had no idea what you meant at first. Like the lollipops? Good luck, don't throw. Bowl of dumb. Dude, I can't even name. Maybe blue raspberry, I guess. Blue raspberry is always like a pretty solid choice. Like, man, what are the flavors? Yeah, blue. We'll go blue raspberry. Or I guess green apple is always good as well. That's always a good shot. A good shout. Hey, I'm fairly new to competitive TCG. Can you explain the new time rules compared to the old ones? So the time rules are the current time rules and the old time rules. Didn't matter, to be honest. He went back and forth with Squirtle and Charmander. Didn't want anything to do with Bulbasaur. The time rules are 50 minutes. And when time is called, the active player is turn 0. Old time rules was +3. Current time rules is +1. That's just how many extra turns after time happen. So because it's +1, when time is called, the active player's turn 0, and then there's +1. So then the other player who's not the active player gets 1 turn. When it was +3, it would go to the other player, would be turn 1. Then like I'm turn 0, time gets called, your turn 1, I'm turn 2, your turn 3. But now it's just +1 instead of +3. Active player's turn 0, when time is called, is the way you think about it. It makes it easy to think about. And then the +1 or +3 is just how many extra turns after 0 there is. Last season was +3, this season is +1. So it's still a tie if no one gets all prize cards in those turns, right? It's a tie unless someone is up 1-0. If I won game 1 and then time is called, turns complete, and no one wins game 2, then I win the match 1-0. Like I win the match, I get 3 match points, but I won 1-0. What were they blurring, bro? Stream table is always the first table on Arcanine? No. They just pick whatever batch they want to put on stream. What were they showing on that screen? What the fuck? Do you collect any cards at all? Not really, no. Just play. They were blurring Ds. That's good. They should blur those. You have a rat collection, do you? Don't you? I got a couple graded rats. Have you ever played any other card games? Not just Hearthstone. I guess Hearthstone's the only other real card game I've ever played where I had like a Hearthstone is the only other card game I've played where I actually had an understanding of the card pool. Like I've played Yu-Gi-Oh before, I played Magic, but I've never known the card pool in any other game besides Hearthstone. That was like way back in like beta Hearthstone. In like beta Hearthstone, I knew the card pool. Well, not even beta. It was a little bit past beta. I went like early Hearthstone. First couple of years of Hearthstone. Important question. Do you bench starting left to right or right to left? Honestly, I've never thought about it before. I actually don't know. Nobody knows the whole card pool in Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, but like competitive, I don't know the whole card pool in current standard, but like the competitive card pool, right? That's all you need to know. In current standard Pokemon, I don't know the whole card pool, but I know everything that's relevant. Like in Hearthstone, I knew everything that was relevant and how every card interacted and stuff. But besides Pokemon and Hearthstone, there's no other card game I've ever, like I've played a little bit of Magic, played a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh. Only Goat format and Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've never had a deep understanding of like the standard card pool. The League of Legends TCG might be cool, but it's going to be sold out and scalped. Yeah, we'll see. But the thing is, with the League of Legends TCG, is there even going to be like a collector market? There will obviously be somewhat of a collector market, but not really, right? It's not going to be like Pokemon to that degree. So we'll see how it goes. Like, there might be people who just want to like scalp it, but that's like different. But like, it won't be as extreme as like Pokemon, obviously. Did you watch Forsen, Amaz, Trump? No, I never watched any of them, but I would watch Savit. Actually, that was the main person I watched, was Savit, and who was the guy who was on Liquid? The guy's tall AF. Yeah, Mike is super tall. What the heck? Who is the guy who was on Liquid? Dog? No, I didn't watch Dog. I would watch Dog sometimes whenever I needed a druid list. I would watch Show. I would watch Show and Savit or whatever. However you say his name. Show and Savit were the two players I would watch. And then I would watch Dog whenever I wanted a druid list, whenever I wanted to play druid. Why is Mike Ellis not playing linebacker for an NFL team? Good question. Grimithy versus Luminous TM Evo? Charizard? Arvins? Oh, it's Polt. Team Evo Polt? All right, predictions up. Grim in 2025? That's what I'm saying. Dude, Secret Box in hand, bro. If they don't start a Buddy Poffin, they start the Secret Box, bro. These rats, bro. So lucky. Ooh, the E-Switch? Okay. Big fan of the spice. Team Devo. So we're probably gonna what? Grab Evo. I don't know if we go Spikemuth or Artisan here. I'm actually not sure. We go like what? Oh, we go Poffin Evo. We maybe go Artisan just because we want more Monkey Dories, to be honest. That might be what we do here. Design up another Arvin. It does look like it's gonna go with the Spikemuth. I do kind of like the Artisan grab though, just because it does give Dreepy access to the other side, but just getting a bunch of Monkey Doors in play is just really good. Yeah. When are we getting chess clocks in PTCG? For this event. They added them for this event. Alright, there's the Poffin. So we're probably just gonna get double imp. I think we prize. I'm curious to know what the Frostlass line is. My assumption is that it's just a 2/2, but I think we did prize. What were the prize cards again? Let's take another look. 2 Iono, 2 Arvin. So it's TM Evo, Dragapult. Oh no, this could be Polt Zard, I guess. It could be Polt Zard, yeah. Oh, it's Polt Blaziken. Oh, but of course. Wait, did he grab Spikemuth there? I actually wasn't even paying attention to that. Did he grab Artisan or Spikemuth? We don't have to put it. Not putting it in play seems fine. But I'm actually curious now. What would it? He ended up with Spikemuth. Okay. Then I maybe would have put it in play, to be honest. All right, the Dragapult Blaziken. I feel like this is a matchup where the Blaziken is not very good, to be honest. Yeah, I feel like this is a matchup where the Blaziken's just kind of mid. It doesn't add a whole ton to... I mean, I guess you could just set up Monkey Dories more aggressively in situations, I guess, but... Or for Poffin Air Balloon. Blaziken for Dangos. Not really. It's just like another way to play the deck. It gives you like a form of energy acceleration to be able to build up your Pults quickly, and then also gives you energy acceleration to like build up Monkey Dories as well. I don't think Blaziken Pult is like it's not like a product of Dango. Was that a dark energy? Torchic's ready to go. Nope, just gonna go for the Badoo for 10. And then over to Mike. Mike does have that TM Evo in hand, so we can just go for a TM Evo this turn from Mike. There's not really too much else to do here, I don't think. Pretty slow turn there from Thomas, though. Pretty slow, though. Our TM Evo active. And I don't see a reason for Mike to do anything else besides TM Evo here. I wouldn't even play the Iono, I don't think. Spikemuth comes down. Could use that to set up double Morgrim. But I guess maybe you just want to cycle the deck. Because what are you going to get off the Arven here? There's not that much to get off Arven. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I think I would like to have seen Mike just play the Iono. Because we're going to play it next turn anyways. So we may as well be like further through our deck to potentially like play a Research next turn or another Iono or something like that. Wait, is this double TM Devo? I see a Team Devo in the deck. Is there a Team Devo in the hand? Or am I trolling? We do like thin out 2 cards here, but like we don't want to put the Air Balloon in play anyways because we want to keep that around, I think, as an option later probably. All right, go into the Spikemuth. I assume we're just going to grab a Morgrim here. I guess we could grab a Grimmsnarl in case we're scared of our stadium getting bumped. And I assume we're just going into the TM Evo here. Oh, it actually might be a double Devo list. We can't do that. You got Badooed. Oh, okay. All right. So Mike just misplay. Okay. All right. Mike might have played this differently if he had realized he was item locked. Okay. So definitely a mistake there from Mike. It is double Devo. It is a double Devo build. Okay. So here comes the Frostlass and the Morgrim then. Okay, sure. Yeah. Mike might have played Iono here, but he played it as if he could Candy Morgrim. So obviously that changed how he was sequencing his turn or playing out his turn. But still pretty good setup. And there is an argument to not Iono there. Like Thomas's turn was like pretty weak. So just play the Arven, get a couple more options. But the thing is, it's so likely that Mike is going to play the Iono next turn anyways. I feel like Mike should have just played the Iono. In fact, actually going back, I actually think Mike misplayed off the secret box. I think Mike misplayed grabbing Arven. What Mike should have done was grab Research and then have the option of Iono or Research going to the next turn based on how good Thomas's turn was. Because you know the Badoo's in the active there for Thomas, so you're going to get item locked next turn, which means Arven is always just like a really weak play anyways. So then you want the option of just being able to see more cards more aggressively. So Mike actually, I think, misplayed by getting Arven off of secret box. Mike should have gotten Research. Because you knew Arven was always going to be basically a dead card going to the next turn as Mike. But because Mike does play TM Devo, Mike can play this kind of weird, to be honest. There's like some weird plays that Mike can do. I'm curious to see how this next turn plays out. Secret Box, Candy, and Ultra Ball. You could Candy Blaziken here. It would cost a lot. I don't even know if that's worth it, to be honest. Goes for the Ultra Ball, it looks like. No Poffins. Honestly, that's like the big miss here from Thomas. Oh, there's a Poffin. I take it back. My bad. Secret Box should have been Research and Artisan. Yeah, I think I like that a little bit more, Throopy. I think I agree. And then I think maybe just aggressively should have played the Artisan. Oh, maybe you didn't need to aggressively play the Artisan. But like, put Artisan in play this turn, get another Munkidori in play. Play the Research, yeah. I like that a little bit more. Because just getting Munkidoris is just so high value in this matchup. Getting your Munkidori set up against any Pult deck is super high value. I think there's still an argument for the secret, for the Spikemuth, but I think I would have gone Artisan. I guess it also maybe depends on how many Artisan Mike plays. If he only plays one Artisan, maybe there's an argument to not do it. Definitely plays 2 Spikemuth. That's the thing that I would still like be torn between, but obviously the Research, I think, for sure. Okay, Frostlass damage. Hopefully they catch it. I assume they will. Into the Spikemuth immediately here from Mike. I assume the Grimmsnarl is going to be getting set up. Oh, maybe not. Are we just going for a Morgrim, actually? Maybe Mike is going to go for a TMD. I saw 2 Grimmsnarl in the deck and plays the Ursaluna, so I assume does not play the 3rd Grimmsnarl. I think Mike might be just TM Devoing this turn then. We'll see. I'm very curious to see what Mike's turn looks like now. Ooh. So is committed, doesn't have the TM Devo, but is committed to not Grimmsnarling. Interesting. Frost damage, please. Yeah, they'll get there, hopefully. Yeah, and the Monkey Dory, though, as well. All right. Well, Mike noticed the Dracloak, but the Monkey Dory... I mean, I like getting this energy on the Monkey Dory. Maybe Mike didn't have enough energy in the deck for the Grimmsnarl, but... I definitely would like to see a Grimmsnarl attack here. We'll see. Okay, it is a whiff from Mike on the Grimmsnarl here. So we're not attacking with Grimmsnarl. I don't know. I just don't understand. Why wouldn't we... Maybe the only reason I can see was if there wasn't the energy in the deck. So Mike's playing it slow here. Just moves 30 over to the bench. Could have KO'd the Badoo, but it's choosing not to. This doesn't feel terrible for Mike, though, I will say. This doesn't feel terrible for sure. There's the pass. Could have Monkey Dory one more time there. Yeah, the Monkey Dory on the active should have 10 more damage. Aren't there two judges watching? Yep, there are. Broken game state, F. Yeah, honestly, double DQ probably at this point is warranted. Also, ban the judges. It should be a quad DQ. Both judges and both players get disqualified. Vessel coming in. With 10 on the monkey. There's supposed to be 10 more. I think everyone watching should be banned. Honestly, that's reasonable. Invalid tournament, close everything. Yeah, full tournament restart. All right, Thomas gets a Monkey Dory established. Then now into the research. There's that baby Petch. Found the secret box. Second Dracloak found as well. You should be banned for not calling TBCI about this. Honestly, fair. You're drinking yerba? No, it's a ghost. What kind of deck does Thomas play? It is Blaziken Dragapult. All right, doing some quick maths. Blaziken comes into play. There is Ultra Ball in the hand as well. That could become a Dragapult here. I mean, KOing the active Monkey Dory is pretty nice. Can Thomas KO both Monkey Dories here? That would be a really, really good turn here from Thomas. If Thomas can KO both Monkey Dories, that'd be insanely good. I'm not sure if it's going to be possible. We need, like... We have the Blaziken to recover an energy here. But we need another energy as well. Okay. Okay, Ultra Ball's coming out. Do we even need to play the Secret Box? Did we just gain nothing from Secret Box? Oh, are we candying Blaziken and then Ultra Balling for the Dragon Ball? Is that how we're getting there? Oh, this would work. Candy Blaziken, Ultra Ball for Pult, and that gets us both energy. Then we KO both Monkey Dories this turn. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good turn for Thomas. As long as I think we have the fire and the dark energy in the discard pile as well. That's pretty good for Thomas. Appreciate the 3 months there, Zenzi. Then Monkey Dory 3 from the Blaziken to the... Oh, KO the Frost. Okay, this is actually way better. KOing Frostlass is definitely way better from Thomas. I was obsessed with KOing double Monkey Dory, but this is definitely the play. This makes things pretty awkward for Mike. All right, Mike is still not in a terrible spot. Get a bunch of Monkey Dories on the bench, start punching with Grimmsnarls, can still build up towards a TM Devo play. There's still going to be, like, Thomas is still going to have to punch and build up damage and play for Mike to be able to work with. So, definitely not a terrible situation for Mike. But I would have been pretty nice if Mike had been able to attack with Grimmsnarl last turn, I'm not going to lie. Which, honestly, Mike could have kind of done. I keep going back to that last turn. I feel like Mike could have, yeah, I feel like there was a better play there from Mike, to be honest. All right, we'll see how this plays out from here. Just like punch with Grimmsnarl on that last turn. Also, Mike plays Iron Bundle and could have gone like Spikemuth for Grimmsnarl and then Artisan. Instead of getting Artisan for second Monkey Dory, you could have attached an active Monkey Dory and then Artisan for Iron Bundle, push Padu to the bench, take a knockout plus spread 30. Like that would have been, I feel like, a way better turn from Mike. All right, Counter Catcher on a Blaziken here. I guess it could be hard to move the Blaziken this turn. It does have 2 retreat cost. Wanted to bring up the one with the combustion, which makes sense. It does set up better for a TM Devo play. Now we go into the Spikemuth to get the Grimmsnarl. Should have plenty of energy in the deck to accelerate to it. A couple extra energy in there still as well for Monkey Dories. But yeah, it's definitely setting up for some kind of TM Devo angle at this point. A Cornerstone would be nice here for Grim. I mean, not really. Dragapult just punches through Cornerstone. And Thomas discarded Balloon. Yeah, Thomas did discard the Balloon. That's a good point. So mobility might be lacking for Thomas next turn. If this gets stuck in the active here this turn, I'm not sure about benching the Iron Bundle. It almost seems like more of a liability than a card you're definitely going to be able to get value out of. Okay, another Monkey Dory found there for Mike. That's nice. Another Grimmsnarl as well. Oh, did it accelerate that extra energy to the bench Grimmsnarl? I guess Mike does play the energy switch, though. Only 1 energy left in the deck. So that third Monkey Dory can't quite be set up yet, but... Monkey Dory's the 10 over to the Blaziken. I wouldn't hate to see this Monkey Dory get benched because trying to find it in the future might be pretty tough. I was thinking about playing this Buddy Poffin as well. Go ahead and burns it. He's technically supposed to shuffle the deck. We'll see if the judges force him to. The deck was already random, but we're good. I would probably bench the Monkey Dory here just because finding it could be tough later on. And there's the punch. 180-30. Over to Thomas now. Can Thomas move the active is kind of the question here. Air Balloon was discarded. I don't know how many energy are in the discard pile. The deck does play a decent amount of energy. Goes into Loke first. Oh, I think does play Turo. So Turo would have been a find here. Has Boss and... This actually might get stuck. This getting stuck here would be huge. There's the attach active. Does want to force Mike to do something. But now Mike could bring up the other Blaziken and then punch that one and then trap that one, I feel like. Thomas will eventually find that Turo, though, which would get him out of that situation. I think maybe drew the Turo there as well, but or has already played Iono, of course. I think also drew Palpad. Saving the Palpad for the Turo seems pretty good. We'll see. There's Palpad. Maybe no Turo in the hand, actually. Does go for the Palpad play, which this does shuffle the deck from the cards that just went to the bottom of the deck, so now finding Turo is going to be a little bit harder. Also Turo in hand. Was it in the hand? There's very little left in the deck. Can Blaziken attach to active? It can, yes. I don't know if there's an energy in the discard pile, though, to retreat this active Blaziken. He's got an energy in discard. Oh, does he? Oh, okay, then we're kind of chilling. Oh, there is one. Okay. I guess the question here for Thomas actually is just what do you attack with? He's going back into the Dragapult. Does have a Monkey Dory to get value out of as well. I don't know where this damage goes. I guess maybe you... Honestly, I would put it on the Iron Bundle. Yeah, I would just threaten the Iron Bundle here. I guess I wouldn't overly threaten it. Well, no, I think maybe would I just put 9 on the Iron Bundle here? Because then you force the Iron Bundle to get used. Oh, no, I would definitely do that. Yeah, I think it's a misplay from Thomas. Well, no, is this? You can get triple Monkey Doried and get all that healed off. You get double Monkey Doried, heal off 6. Maybe it's not that bad of a play here from Thomas. It's maybe fine. I'm actually curious to see what Mike does. You could Punchy active and KO the Dracloak off the bench, I guess. Nice Treasure for an energy, I assume, to set up the third Monkey Dory. Wait. Don't we have a Monkey Dory in hand? Don't we need Dark Energy? We have Super Rod and Night Treasure. Or, yeah, okay. We have Super Rod. Oh, we got Ionode. We have Super Rod plus Energy Search, excuse me. I panicked for a second. I did panic for a second. I was like, oh, wait, can we actually do this? But we have Super Rod Energy Switch. Or Energy Search, excuse me. We should be fine. So we can go like Ursaluna Dark or something like that. Yeah, I really hate the Iron Bundle. I really do not like the Iron Bundle bench from Mike. I think Mike definitely misplayed by benching Iron Bundle. For sure. And I think Thomas could have taken advantage of that by like stacking up more damage on the... Well, I don't know. Does that even make any sense? Carrying the Monkey Dory is always just better. Maybe Thomas's play is still better to just like pressure the Monkey Dory. I think Mike plays 2 Devos. He does, yeah. He does play double Devo. I guess you could Devo this turn, couldn't you? You could triple Monkey Dory. You could triple Monkey Dory the active plus Devo. And that resets the Dracloak and KOs a Blaziken and KOs a Dragapult. Is that worth it here? That doesn't seem bad. Oh, he's going to set up for a later Devo play, though. He's going deep into the Devo angle. Punch 30. Yeah, he's fully committed to playing for Devo here. I don't even know if the Turo would be that good from Thomas. What would you even Turo here? Yeah, this is still very winnable for Mike, actually. Yikes. What is the play here from Thomas? I mean, you got to KO the active. You're going to draw 2 prize cards. How do you get the last 2 prize cards here as Thomas, though? I don't know how we're drawing our last 2 prize cards because the Devo is such a big threat next turn. That's tough. It's tough. I see you need Turo Badoo set up another monkey. Turo Badoo set up another monkey would be pretty good, yeah. You KO the... Oh, you don't leave any damage on the other side. Yeah, because you'd be able to make it so you don't leave damage on the other side to work with, because you could KO the active plus double monkey and then KO a monkey. Yeah, Turo plus second monkey would have been huge here. But I don't even know if... It doesn't seem like it's available, though. You can guarantee Loke survives. Can you? You heal 30 off the Loke and then go 2-2. No, you can't. Loke will always die, right? Or wait, you can go 1-1-1-2. Oh no, maybe you can guarantee the Loke survives, actually. I think you're right. But it looks like Thomas is actually healing the Blaziken, which is definitely... Yeah, you could heal 30 off the Loke, and then with your Dragapult spread, you can go 2-1-1-1-1, right? He can KO with Blaziken to not leave damage. Oh, also true. He could KO with Blaziken to not leave damage. Yeah, you could just retreat and attack with Blaziken here. Good point. That was definitely a better play than this as well, right? Because now Mike has the TM Devo play. Wait, does he? Yeah, Mike has TM Devo play on board. He can go 3-2-2. And KO. Double... He can KO double Dragapult line, double Blaziken line. Yeah, it was definitely a mistake here. Yeah, Thomas should have definitely attacked with Blaziken here. You had to, like, not leave damage on Mike's side of the field. Leaving damage for Mike to work with is definitely a misplay. Mike still would have still been in the game if Thomas had made the better play, but Thomas wouldn't be in as bad of a spot. Thomas is about to be in a terrible spot going to this next turn. Mike has Counter Catcher, Energy Switch, Research. There we go, 3 to the chicken. Now we need 2 of the 2s to end up on the Dracloak. That's 1. Shh, the board wipes in. But yeah, Thomas had a play. Thomas could have played around it. Would the Loke survive it? Had 1 extra damage on it from the last monkey. Oh, we're saving the... Oh, we don't even have to move, dude. I'm an idiot. Dreepy has only 70 HP. Yeah, Dreepy's already dead. We actually could have saved more damage there as Mike. You could have just moved 1. So I think it's a misplay from Mike, actually. Mike could have moved 1 less damage over there. Instead of moving 2, just move 1. And then have 1 more damage to work with going into the next turn. Would the Loke survive it? Had 1 extra damage from the... Move 3, 1... Oh, yeah, if they attack with Blaziken, yeah. Oh, no, yeah. If the Blaziken attack happened, there's never enough damage for Mike to work with. That was the big mistake here from Thomas. All Thomas had to do was not... All Thomas had to do was attack with Blaziken there. Okay, trying to get reset up here. Here comes the Super Rod. Badoo into the active with an energy. I think Mike has game on board. You just double Monkey Dory 3 to the Badoo. And then KO whatever comes to the active after that. I don't think there's a win condition here for Thomas. I don't know if Thomas realizes that. I guess no, you could get Fez. So if the Badoo dies, you push Fez in the active. You have to find Fez. Is Thomas not just scoop on the spot here? I think it is winnable for Thomas. It's just very unlikely. Or just bundle. Oh, true. What the heck? Mike plays bundle. Yeah, I guess no, the game is just over on spot. Yeah, because the bundle. There's an Iono. Yeah, because the bundle always just wins the game here, yeah. So Thomas should just scoop and just save time. It is possible Mike throws. All right, there's a concede anyways. Yeah, I guess there was nothing to draw off of that because of the bundle on play. True. So I guess the bundle did end up working out here for Mike as the end win condition. The TM Devo comeback. Honestly, yeah, a couple misplays on both. Like, Mike made the mistake early on. I think Mike made some mistakes early on. And then, yeah, that was a huge mistake there. We can go back and look at that turn there and break that down here from Thomas. Honestly, could Thomas have just been attacking with Blaziken? No. I guess the Grim always has damage in play, so it's fine to attack with Dragapult that turn. But this is the turn where you're scared of TM Devo here as Thomas. So to play around TM Devo, if Thomas just went heal 30 off the Dracloak, move it to the active Grimmsnarl, retreat to Blaziken, attack with Blaziken, you leave no damage in play on Mike's side of the field, which Mike can still win from that situation. Like, Mike doesn't just lose if Thomas makes the right play, but Thomas just loses if Mike has TM Devo. And it's very obvious that Mike is playing for TM Devo with how he's played this game so far. So that should be super apparent to Thomas. But Thomas just tunnel visioned thinking he had to attack with Dragapult here, which I don't think he did. I think he had plenty of energy in the discard pile and could have attacked with Blaziken this turn. So definitely a mistake there from Thomas. Is he playing Grim no Frostlass? No, he has Frostlass. In this game, he set it up as well. It just died. All right, game 2. Let's take a look at these prize cards. Nothing crazy on either side. Pretty fine. Thomas choosing second. Dude, I hate Grimmsnarl players, bro. They always have the Poffin going first. It's unreasonable. It is so unreasonable. They play 2 Buddy Poffin, bro. They play 2. So tilting. If Thomas did save the Loke, how can he set up a new Paul without Blaziken? Well, he had 2 Blazikens in play. And one of them would survive. One would die, one would survive. Poffin turn 1 and still lose the Grim Classic. That's all you need, baby. I guess they have 3, right? They have 2 Poffin and they have the Secret Box. Sure. But they always have the Poffin. They always have the Poffin. But, you know, that's what I'm mad about. I'm mad about them always having Poffin. Just absurd. All right. We do start here once again for Thomas, then the Ultra Ball. I do see a Torchic. We're probably an Ultra Ball for a Dreepy here. So, decent start here for Thomas. Nothing crazy yet. I never thought I'd see Mike on the Pokemon stream. He actually won the Season 7 Rocket League World Championships with Team Vitality as a coach. Wait, actually? That's sick. He also casts. He casts on Europe. Chat, where can I find the Team Rocket Arbok deck list? It's in the Discord. Okay. Dreepy, Torchic into the Iono here for Thomas. So far looking very similar to game 1 on both sides, actually. Actually, this is like a mirror of game 1, except we're gonna have a little bit more here for Thomas as we find another Buddy Poffin here. So a little bit more powerful of a turn than game 1. Dreepy and Torchic on the way. I wonder, is it like a 3? Is there 3 Torchics? What's the prizes? Yeah, nothing crazy. Prize one of the TM Devos. We got 2. Vessel for Psychic Fire. Azul would win this tournament with 6 Dracloak, 3 Neo meta. True. Honestly, it would be interesting to like if someone could play a Dragapult deck and they could play 4 Neo Upper Energy and like a 6/6 Dragapult line. Like, I wonder how much of an advantage they actually have. Like, they obviously have a higher chance of winning the tournament than anyone else in the tournament, but like, how much higher? Like, if you simulate the tournament 100 times, how often does that player win the tournament? If they just had like some like egregious like card counts or something like that. Like, if you could just play some egregious counts of cards, how many out of 100 simulations would they win? Ooh, not ridiculously strong here from Mike. Just evolve to Morgan, bench Monkey Dory, pass. All right, over to Thomas now. Immediately into the Spike Month to do a little prize checking or a deck shuffle. Is eyeing up the secret box. Honestly, replacing the Spike Month this turn is probably a pretty big deal for Thomas to potentially stop a Grimmsnarl next turn. Does have the Arvid in hand. The hand besides that, though, is... Oh, we might actually be TM Evo in here from Thomas. You would like to keep up the item lock if possible, but we might have to break item lock here to actually play the game. We'll see. Or if you could play as many ace specs as you wanted. Yeah, just like add some like crazy... yeah, some lack of limitation to a deck, and then just I would be curious to see how they. You have to come up with something like there still has to be some amount of limitation, but like yeah, like that would be like a good one. Would be like you can play as many ace specs as you want or something like that. Okay, so we are breaking the Badoo lock here as Thomas. We TM Evil with the Torchic. Oh, didn't play the Artisan. I actually don't like that from Thomas. It was a Grimmsnarl top deck anyways from Mike. Or did we Spike Month for a Grimmsnarl last turn anyways, and we didn't really care about it this time. I actually don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I wonder if we'll see Mike go for an attack this turn, or are we just going to try and set up with an Evo this turn? I kind of like the idea of attacking this turn with a Grimmsnarl. Punch the actives, put 30 on the bench. It would be nice to get Frostlass set up, of course, but for the current hand, we definitely need to play the Secret Box. Question is, how far do we go, I guess? We have second team Evo in hand. We need to find an energy. Thinking about giving up. Well, I think we're going to keep the counter catcher, I guess. One person at the event can play expanded format. Well, if they get to play expanded, I think they always win. Like, if you get to play expanded, I think, yeah, you should always win. Not always win the tournament, but you should almost always win the tournament. That's an insane advantage. Like that, see, I think that's better than being able to play one of every ace spec. Being able to just play with expanded cards. So it looks like it is a TM Evo angle here from Mike. Gonna get a Frostlass and a Morgrim. Getting a couple extra energy, or getting an extra energy here from the Grimmsnarl, because Mike does play the E-Switch. Taking a look at the hand one last time before committing to the TM Evo. I wouldn't attach the air balloon yet if I was Mike. I would just wait. Because it is possible Thomas does not KO your active Monkey Dory next turn, then you might want to put the air balloon on the active Monkey Dory to save the energy on the Monkey Dory. Yeah, so I don't love this air balloon attach here from Mike. I think Mike should wait on the air balloon attach. You'd probably rather prefer to have the mobility around just in case of something like... If you get Iono next turn, the air balloon just goes back to the deck, you'd probably prefer it being in the deck again. All right, over to Thomas. 15 minutes left. Still plenty of time for Thomas to win this game. Obviously, if Thomas doesn't win the game, Mike wins the match. So, gives up the Artisan here. At this point, I don't hate giving up the Artisan from Thomas. Because now you don't. Because now Mike is already pretty established with the Grimmsnarls. If you're the only reason to put Artisan in play last turn would have been to prevent a Grimmsnarl coming into play on that last turn. But now that Grimmsnarl is already set up and in play, it's kind of like whatever. I don't want Mike to be able to find more Monkey Dories, and I don't need to find more evolutions myself. As Thomas. Air balloon to the Blaziken, and then there's the research. So we don't have an attack with Dragapult quite yet here for Thomas, but we're going to see a lot of cards. There's Dragapult. We have double Dracloak to work with. There's a Fire Energy on the active Torchic. I don't know if we have an energy in the discard pile right now. We could also just run to Badoo this turn as Thomas and just Badoo for a turn to... Well, actually, honestly, that does not sound great. We would like to attack this turn, I think, as Thomas for sure. We could run to Badoo though. It's a dark energy. That is not a psychic energy. So I don't know if Thomas has an attack this turn. Down a psychic from box. Oh, so we need to draw into a psychic or a fire here. Oh, but we could just do 70, 80. I guess we don't quite KO the active though. There's the Hard Retreat into the Dragapult. Celebrates the fire. Okay, we have Nitrogen for the psychic. Okay, that works. We have Monkey Dory in hand, but I probably wouldn't bench it. We don't want to like just build up extra damage from the Frostlass for no reason. The only thing would be if it gets Ionoed. Okay, on the Monkey Dory, and then 6 on the bench Monkey Dory. And damage gets stacked up once again from the Frostlass. All right, over to Mike. Nitrogen in hand. That can recover a Monkey Dory, which it probably will. Or the Dark Energy, actually. Goes for the Dark Energy instead. Oh, that actually might be higher value, to be honest. Maybe that does make sense. Mike's actually in a pretty good spot here. Mike can KO that Dracloak off the bench. Here comes a Buddy Poffin from Mike. I'm assuming he's not going to grab any. Oh, Mike grabbed the Snorunt? Do we want to put another Snorunt in play? That seems kind of awkward. I feel like if Thomas is not KOing... I feel like if Thomas is KOing your Frostlass the next turn, you're kind of okay with that. Not sure what they're figuring out. I don't love the Snorunt bench, but it might be correct. I actually don't know. I don't love it, though. I definitely don't love it, but I don't know if it's incorrect. Mike goes for it, though. There is a threat that your Frostlass gets KO'd next turn. So this would like keep the threat of Frostlass in play. But I don't know if we care about that for this current situation. Because Mike's going to KO the Dracloak off the bench and then be threatening the 2-hit on the active Dragapult. Which I feel like already puts Mike in a really, really good spot. I don't know. Devo, counter catcher. Ooh, is Devo ever good here? How many rare candies have been used? 1? Has counter catcher as well, which could be played. But I think punching the active is what you want to punch. Nestball comes out for a Monkey Dory. I don't love putting the Monkey Dory in play just for it to build up more Frostlass damage. But it might be correct. Especially if we have E-Switch in hand, but I don't think there is the E-Switch in hand. No, not quite. I mean, there's a good chance we get Iono next turn. If we don't use this Nest Ball, then we want to have the Nest Ball. But yeah, there's the 30 to the bench Dracloak. Then retreat into Grimmsnarl, which will 180 to the active. Sets up that 2-hit or a potential TM Devo later on. And then we're going to KO that Dracloak off the bench. And the Dracloak will get KO'd by the Frostlass damage in between turns, which means no Fez draw. Mike needs to load up the damage on his side of the field. 3-6 or 3-6-1, I guess. 11 minutes left. Monkey Dory getting established from Thomas. Going to be able to start to pick up the Monkey Dories on the bench from Mike. Not going to be able to get both this turn. But it immediately goes for the boss actually on the Frostlass. So he's going after the Frostlass here. I don't know, but the Grimstar... See, I don't even know if this is that good. Like, we're so far away from getting through... Like, the problem with this situation for Thomas is we're, like, so far away from getting through these Grimsnarls of Mike. Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's a great play no matter what here from Thomas, I guess, but this doesn't feel good. This feels kind of mid. Because even though you get to remove the Frostlass from play of Mike's, and I assume KO the Monkey Dory off the bench as well that has 6. Mike is okay, cool. KO your only Dragapult in play. I was like, oh, that does kind of suck. And then the Grimstar is still full HP as well. I mean, you definitely KO this monkey. You don't leave the Monkey Dory. The Monkey Dory's got to go. So you have 4 left. I think you put the other 4 on the other Monkey Dory just so you... Well, no, your thing's not going to survive. Puts the 4 on the Frostlass. Sure. I don't know where the damage should go. I'm not going to lie. All right, over to Mike. Has TM Devo, but I don't think I ever TM Devo in here. The question, I guess, for Mike would honestly just be... Do you ever try and like go for it? I think you just like brute force your way through the active though. I think you just like KO the active this turn. You just play to win the game in a couple turns here, to be honest. He's checking for the combustion. You could go for a TM Devo line, but I think just KOing the active here makes the most sense. Maybe pressure Grimstar instead with the damage counters for Blood Moon KO. I don't think he plays Blood Moon. Did you see Alberto's tweet? No. You appreciate the 3 months there, Colby. What's up, Zul? Just made some eggs in the honor of the morning stream. Plus chicken deck. Appreciate the 3 months. Appreciate the 7 months there, Duncan. What was Alberto's tweet? After the traditional 8 rounds of Swiss on day 1, the first round of day 2 will also be played today, right after the day 1 cut is made. So they are going to play... They're going to play 9 rounds on day 1, but one of the rounds will be from day 2. Oh, so they're not actually moving. They're not actually moving around to day 2, or they're not. They're still playing. So like the thing that me and Chip talked about, where like day 1 would be a lot shorter because they're moving around from day 1 to day 2. They're actually playing a day 2 round in day 1. So it's kind of like how they've done it in the past, but interesting. So they just want to play 9 rounds day 1. So they still want to play 9 rounds day 1. That's how they want the time to be broken down. Top cut today? No. They're just playing... So they're going to be playing 9 rounds. They're going to be playing all phase 1 rounds. They're going to play 8 phase 1 rounds today, 1 phase 2 round today, then 5 phase 2 rounds tomorrow with top cut. Interesting. So they're playing all. So it's instead of thinking about it as days, it's just phases. So they're playing phase 1. They're playing phase 1, all of phase 1 today, plus 1 round of phase 2, and then tomorrow they play the rest of phase 2 plus top cut. I wonder if they do the same if we have 9 phase 2 rounds due to the kicker. You mean 9 phase 1 rounds? Yeah, that'd be interesting, PJ. Actually, I'm not sure how they would tackle that then. If they're trying to like specifically play 9 rounds day 1 or in the first day or not. You appreciate the prime sub there, Try. Welcome to the Rat Pack. That is a good question though. Yeah. Are they are they just trying to like have only 9 rounds day 1, or would they play 10 rounds day 1 possibly? I would assume that they wouldn't, but Mind Bend angle? I don't know. It's not even that good, right? There's second Grimstar on the bench. But it would be something, I guess. I assume it's 19 match points to get into phase 2, or would it be 19? It's X2-1, 8 rounds, so 5-2-1, 16. Phase 1 to phase 2 is always X2-1. The question is just how many phase 1 rounds are there? And it's gonna be 8 phase 1 rounds for pretty much every single tournament this year. So it's always 5-1. Except for maybe NAIC, UIC. Our super auto search out here for Thomas. But you're definitely not having that strong of a turn here from Thomas. Mike only has 2 prize cards left as well. And a lot of damage to work with on the board with Monkey Dories. I don't know why they pushed Monkey Dory. Didn't understand that. It has to be for a mind bend play. I mean, if you do mind bend the active here, well, they had air balloon on the chicken, right? Why? Yeah. Why wouldn't you just push the chicken, right? Yeah. I guess there's a mistake there from Thomas. Maybe he's committed to the mind bend. If you mind bend this Grimmsnarl, and then Mike has to hard retreat it, you could gust it next turn and then trap it in the active, I guess. Maybe that's the line that Thomas is thinking about playing for here. The hand is 2 counter catcher and a rare candy. So the hand sucks here for Thomas. But yeah, it's going to have to be the mind bend, I think. It's a dark energy on there. Actually, he's going for the counter catcher instead. Counter catcher up the Frostlass, try and trap it. I don't know if that's going to stick. Five minutes left, so plenty of time to finish this game. Starts to load up the Dreepy on the bench. Has Candy in hand. Could top deck Dragapult and then have Candy Dragapult and start swinging next turn. This might be enough for Thomas. I mean, you're kind of playing for the top deck Dragapult here. Is he going for Knock on Frost? Apparently not, no. Although, I guess there's not enough damage built up on play for the Monkey Dory to KO it anyways, though. Oh, no, there was, actually. Yeah, there was. But, yeah, I don't think you could go for it. I don't think you can go for that here as Thomas. But could you? I actually don't know. Treasure in hand, no. No, Thomas's hand is counter catcher rare candy. E-switch top deck from Mike is pretty good. The Frostlass will be guaranteed to move, but could we even do more? Actually, does Mike just win the game? I think Mike just wins the game, right? Yeah, that is just game. Move 6 over to the Dreepy. E-switch to the active. Retreat into Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl KO active. KO Dreepy. And with the Grimmsnarl, Mike Ellis moves on to 6-0, which locks up day 2 for him. 6-0 for Mike. Wait, is there only 2 more? Wait, that means there's going to be 3 more rounds of Swiss, I guess, then. Or they're going to show 3 more rounds of Swiss. I guess I have been streaming for 4 hours. What the heck? I didn't realize 4 hours had already passed. Would have won if he played Nor. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Dude, why not just play a better deck? You fool! Thomas did make a big misplay in the first game though. The 603 gets you to phase 2. Phase 1 is 8 rounds. X2 1 or better makes it to phase 2. I honestly don't hate a longer stream day 1, especially if they have one of the rounds. Cut. Yeah, I guess it's just like for them, it's just time management, right? They want to use more time in day 1. Is that why they changed the name to phase instead of day? I guess. Well, it was always phase, right? Or did they actually like change it? Yeah, 5 wins and 1 tie or better in phase 1 makes it to day 2. So anything better, 5 wins and a tie or better makes it to phase 2. How many more games will we have today? 3 more matches, because they're gonna play one match from phase 2. Everyone has always said day 1, day 2. I guess phase 1 is rounds 1 to 8, and phase 2 is round 1 can occur on day 1. Well, I mean, it was always like, I feel like it was always the idea of phases still exists, right? Like phase 1 is, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I'm trolling. It's just a guess, but a lot of businesses close on Sundays in Germany. Perhaps they're doing the rounds like this because they want to avoid issues with bus companies tomorrow. I doubt that is impacting their decision. Yeah, I don't think they care at all. I don't think that's the reason. Big Pikachu does not give a fuck about German buses, bro. In Tom terminology, it's always been phases, but in the rulebook it said day 1, day 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I felt. I felt like there were like phases was like not something that wasn't thought of in previous seasons. I thought phases was the split between regular rounds and top cut. Well, day 1 to day 2 is like phase 1, phase 2. Like to get to the next phase of the tournament, which is day 2 or phase 2, whatever you want to call it, I guess. You have to achieve a certain amount of match points, right? You have to be X21 or greater. Did you actually start streaming at 3 a.m.? Yep. What up, Azul? I'm almost 5 hours late. Any Palafin EX on stream? We've seen 3 Palafins so far. There was a mirror match on round 5, and then there was Palafin versus Ardvor as well. Do we know if it's X12 or X22 for day 2? It is X21 or greater. Dude, how many times do I have to say this? X21 or greater makes day 2. Which means X22 does not make day 2. And X12 is greater than X21. The limitless calculator was updated so we can check. Shout out Robin. What record gets into day 2, Azul? I don't think anyone has asked yet. Actually, no one. We're canceling the tournament. No one makes it to day 2. We're shutting the whole thing down. Appreciate 7 months there, Steph. I guess I should just start saying 16 match points because every tournament's going to be 5-2-1 this season. No one's going to have 9 rounds day 1. Yeah, 16 match points makes day 2. Or I'll just start saying 5-2-1 or better. 5-2-1 or better. I usually say X2-1 because some tournaments would have 9 rounds day 1, some would have 8. But I guess for this season, it's literally every tournament this season, phase 1's gonna have 8 rounds. So because they changed the kicker. So 5-2-1 or better. 5-2-1 or better makes day 2. How does the new deck list rule work? New deck list rule? What do you mean? I don't think there is a new deck list rule. I'm terrible at equations. What's the value of X? The value of X is the number equal to is a number equal to the rounds that have been played minus the numbers that the other numbers. So if you're in round 4 and someone says I'm X1, that means they're 3-1. Or if you're talking about in if you're talking about it in terms of something about it being open deck list. Oh, nothing's open. Oh, open deck list. There's a potential for tournaments to become open deck list at phases of a tournament, but it hasn't happened yet. So does that mean everyone can see your deck list, full deck list before you even play? Yeah, exactly. But it's not currently being utilized. There's the potential for it to happen, but it's not currently being utilized in major tournaments right now. Yeah, or X is what it's called, the remainder of the total. So if someone says, when I say you need X21 or greater to make cut, if there's 8 rounds of Swiss, it's like the total, it's 8 rounds in phase 1, so it'd be 8 minus 3, so it's 5. But from now on, I'm just going to say, now I'm just going to say 5-1 makes cut, or 5-1 makes phase 2. 5-1 or better. How did Blaziken deck look? Better or worse than Pulsard? I mean, it's hard to tell just from like a single match, but I mean, it seemed fine as far as like a Pult deck goes. But I wouldn't for sure say it's better or worse than Pulsard based off just watching the match. It's a Pult deck and it looks like it can function. I've been going X3 and then dropping. Got it. I mean, if you go X3, you could still play out the last couple rounds if you want to, but do you think top cut open list okay since potential players have already been on stream? Yeah, I think deck list should be opened up going into top cut for sure. I think prior to top cut, I don't like the idea of open deck list before top cut, but if they were going to do it for phase 2, sure, but ideally not phase 1. Should X21 going to day 2 be able to make cut if they win all Swiss rounds in day 2? I think yes. Actually, we could run the limitless calculator right now. I think now yes. Last season no, but this season I think yes. Let's see though. So we got can I make day 2 if I'm XXX? Possibly. Any idea if decklist will be a list of cards or will be able to read abilities and more info into Googling card numbers? It would probably just be a list of cards. I have no idea how they would display it. Yeah, they're probably not giving you... I mean, if it was on Arcanine, maybe you'd be able to like click on each card individually and it would like pop up so you could read it. I think that would maybe be a thing. I could see that being a thing. But I don't know how they would display it or how it would even work if they did it, to be honest. What was I checking? Okay. 24, 32, 17. Okay. We'll just use like the current tie rate because I have no idea how it's going to end. I usually put this at 0.4, I think. So we'll do that. Maybe 0.6, 0.4, 0.6. Base 2 followed by top 8 cut. $34, so that's 11.12, right? So X12 will make top cut. And there is maybe the potential for there to be for X3 to be cut. I think it's gonna be X12. Right? 33. Oh wait, no. X2. Oh wait, hold up. 34. 1133. Oh, X21 actually makes cut. Yeah, X21 makes cut. So yeah, anyone who makes day 2 can make top cut. You just have to win every single round. X21. How did the VGC team sheets work? It should probably be like that. You get your sheet at the beginning and then at the start of each round, swap sheets with your opponent. Yeah, that'd be fine. I mean, it'd be just better if it just happens on Arcanine, right? Like, less paper. Like, you should probably... Maybe you have to carry a paper deck list with you, but it'd also be nice if you could just see it online, on Arcanine, and then carry a paper deck list with you in case your opponent doesn't have service or something. You're playing round 1 of day 2 today? Yes. All right, well, I guess we should call it phase 2 now. It's not day 2 if they're playing it on day 1. But I guess we don't know if that's going to be the norm or if that's just for this tournament specifically. I don't know why it wouldn't become the norm. I don't know why it wouldn't be the norm, though, if they're doing it for this tournament. Maybe they're just trying it out for this tournament to see if they like it and then might apply it to future tournaments. I guess we'll see. Is day 2 somewhere in the world? True. Yeah, it's day 2. Yeah, they're playing round 1 of phase 2 today. And the question is whether or not that will become the norm in the future. I guess we'll find out next week, right? If they do it in Pittsburgh, it probably just is the way they're going to do things. It's also a huge amount of games played on one single day. No, no, not really. Before last season, we had 9 rounds of Swiss every single day 1. And last season, we had 9 rounds of Swiss at the bigger tournaments. It's like there's not that much different. Some major tournaments last year. Dude, why is the Clara floating around? What the fuck? Is anyone else seeing this? Yeah, before last season, every single major tournament had 9 rounds of Swiss during day 1. And dude, who edited that? They need to re-edit that, bro. What is happening here? I feel like this is something I messed up in like Premiere Pro. What is it called? The key somethings in Premiere Pro? What is this? And it starts happening with the Kyogre too. Keyframes, yeah. Someone messed up the keyframes, the keyframing in Premiere. Kyogre's on the rise. I mean, it's from the Mew VMAX format, it's not exactly up to date. What do you mean? An edit and error, an edit or an error in editing is an error in editing, no matter what. They should have reviewed it when they were before. Dude, no one reviewed this? Are you kidding me, bro? We're letting this slip by? Dude, Big Peak's gonna be pissed. I mean, they need to redo the whole thing anyways. Oh, sure. They had the technology to edit this even in 2022. That's what I'm saying, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, 9 rounds of Swiss in the first day of the tournament is not anything new by any means. It was just a little bit different last season where we had probably majority of the tournaments last season were 8 rounds of Swiss day 1, but we're going back to 9. But it's going to be a combination of phase 1 and phase 2. Is your buddy Chip there? No, Chip's not at tournament this weekend. Are you supposed to win the Kyogre Lost Box matchup as Mew VMAX? We need a Medify class on this matchup right away. Medify class? What do you mean? We got the video, the instructional video on how to do it. So did phase 2 essentially get the extra round? Pretty much, yeah. Yo, what the heck? What is this board state? What? Dude, give us this. Why doesn't PTCG Live look like this? What? We have the technology the whole time? That's clean. Is there going to be a Mterrey stream somewhere? No stream for Mterrey. Yeah, phase 2 got +1 round. Like overall compared to last season, this season we have +1 more Swiss round. And it was put into phase 2. But we're playing it in phase 1 apparently. At least for this tournament. So weren't you going to try to be the stream for some of the events this season that don't have streams? Potentially, yeah. Payout prediction? Oh, true. Has not happened for any of them so far. And the only reason I care to go stream a tournament is only if the tournament doesn't have a stream. But if the tournaments are going to have a stream anyways, I don't care about going to try and do it myself. I don't care about streaming the tournaments myself. I just care about the tournaments having a stream. Are you going to Pittsburgh? No. PTCGL should take notes from Master Duel. You can pick a little buddy and what field you want. A little like TFT where you have your little guy. What is it? The little legends or whatever. Did you see that they announced the Z to A DLC already? Game's not even out yet. Bro, it's like us getting the reveals for freaking the second mega set without having the first mega set. You could cancel Vegas and stream the Buenos Aires SPE. No shot. If I'm not going to Vegas, I'm going to restream Vegas. It's baffling that every card claim client has pets, but the one that's based on pets doesn't. What do you mean? All of our Pokemon are our pets, Soda. You don't treat your Pokemon as they're your pets? Interesting. I knew you weren't a real Pokemon trainer. Also on Genji losing to KT. Genji's washed. That's free. That's literally what I'm saying. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Learn to read American. Wait, what is going on in what's it called right now? League of Legends. Is it? Are they in the mid season? Are they at world? Wait, actually, who won Worlds last year? Now I just don't remember who won Worlds in League last year. Playoffs to Worlds. Oh, T1 did win, didn't they? Yeah, Figure won. Yeah, another dub. It was actually a pretty good finals too. Now I remember it. Now I remember it. Oh, this is to qualify. Wait, is Gen G not going to Worlds now because of this? Or they're still going to Worlds? They are? Oh, okay. KT made it today to Worlds today with the win. Okay. Have any deck lists been revealed during the tournament? No. But it's not a some deck list thing. It would be all deck lists, Ocean. The open deck list policy would be at a certain phase of the tournament, everyone's deck list who is still in the tournament would become public. So like phase 1 to phase 2, which is whatever, day 1 to day 2, whatever, or phase 2 to top cut. It's not a reveal some deck lists thing because they want to. It's a every deck list becoming revealed thing. If Gen G won today, it would basically guarantee T1 and HLE qualified, but them losing makes it much more interesting now. Wait, T1 isn't even qualified for Worlds yet? What if they implemented one random player's deck list is revealed every round? Genius. Would it be through the site then, or everyone got a crumpled piece of paper in their pocket in case? I mean, you could fold it nicely. You could just fold it. I don't know why you have to crumple it. It's not that... I mean, that's what they do in the video game. That's what they do in VGC. Everyone carries around their team sheet with them on a piece of paper, and they hand it to their opponent at the beginning of the round. So it could be like that, or they could just make it available on Arcanine. It'd probably be a combination of both, though, because some people won't have cell service, I guess. But maybe enough people would have cell service that for the people who don't have cell service, they just could call over a judge, and the judge pulls up the deck list and shows it to the opponent, I guess. Maybe that would work. Carrying around the piece of paper all day, honestly, sounds like a massive L. At the very least, it would hopefully be available on RK9. And then only when your opponent doesn't have access to cell service, you could give them the paper copy, but... the alternative that could just be that it's available on Arcanine on your phone, and then if you don't have cell service, then you have to call over a judge, and then the judge would pull it up. If you lose the paper, a judge will print it out and give it to you if you tell them it's chill. You tell them it's chill. Your Joltik has bad matches versus Joltik Dango? No clue. TCG players complain about carrying around paper. I mean, it just like removes like another variable. Like, why would we want to add more variables? Like annoying variables. It's not even like... Just tattoo your opponent's entire deck list on your arm. True. Are you allowed to be on your phone during a game? No, but you could look at your phone. You would only look at the deck list before the match began. So either you hand your opponent the paper deck list for like a minute, and then you get it. Like the way they do it in VGC is you exchange team sheets, and then you hand them back to each other, and then you start playing. You don't keep the team sheet though. Wait, actually, do you? No, you don't, right? You just look at it for like a minute. You just do the same thing with TCG. You look at your phone, or you give them the team sheet, look at it for a minute, and put your phone away, or put the team sheet away. You keep the team sheet? Oh, you keep it during the match? Oh, I thought you just got to look at it for a minute quickly and then you handed it back. Well, I guess we wouldn't copy VGC. Well, I guess we would maybe not copy VGC then. I guess you could do the same thing for TCG, I guess, but you couldn't use the phone then. It would have to be paper. Yeah, I thought in VGC you handed it to them for like 2 minutes and then you got it back. Like they only got to look at it for like 2 minutes. You get the full team sheet for the full entire set? Huh. Why is unknown V-Star still being used? Because they reprinted it. They updated its regulation mark. It's pretty broken right now. Wonder how it works on Worlds when someone who doesn't understand English is handed an English deck list. Wait, how the heck does that work at Worlds for VGC? Well, no. Actually, no. How does that work for VGC? Can you interpret everything no matter the language? There are translations. Every language is on the team sheet. Wait, what the fuck? What does one of those things look like? I wonder if they'll have it be yo, appreciate the 200 bits there, Jesse. Thanks for streaming and giving me something to watch at work. Appreciate the bits. I wonder in Champions if they'll make it available in the game for video game competitions. That would be optimal, right? Just to have it so you can pull up your opponent's team sheet in the game. Just have like a tournament rule set kind of thing, and you get to look at it. Or is there a way to look at it in the game? If you see they still have the unknown variable of EV spread, so it can't be equivalent 1v1 for a TCG. Yeah. It would have to be virtual deck lists. I guess maybe. Why was there unknown VMAX on the screen? Because people are playing it right now. It got a regulation update, so it's illegal. Is Frankfurt open deck list? Only if you're playing unknown VMAX. But if you're not playing unknown VMAX, then people don't know your exact 60. It's like the nerf for the card. That's like they updated the regulation mark, but they nerfed it because now if you play the card in your deck, people know you're 60. I like the idea of my opponent knowing exactly how many switch outs I played to punish me with a retreat lock. That's what I'm saying, Jesse. I want them to like have to get. I want them to have to like predict whether or not they should make that call. I want my opponent to be like, all right, should I play into that or not? I'm with you. So X12 makes day 2? Nope. X is a letter, actually, Fausty. Why would someone have a letter as part of their record? 521 makes day 2, or better. But that's because we play rounds and numbers. We don't play, like, round X. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I feel like players should know the meta should be rewarded for that. That's how I feel as well, Justin. I feel like, yeah, like being more knowledgeable about the format and the meta matters way less if we just have open deck lists. I'm with you there. X is the 21st letter of the alphabet. 21 O seems pretty steep. That'd be pretty good, yeah. I didn't drop a game at my league challenge when EO. If it's a letter, why does math use it? What do you mean? Math is all numbers. Why are you trolling? But if you aren't knowledgeable about the metagame, how are you gonna know about Flamigo 75 of 198 does? True. Well, I guess like if you could check it on your phone, you could like you could Google it real fast, right? I don't even know how what the guidelines and parameters would be for deck checking or deck list, open deck list into TCG. I don't know how you'd share the deck list with the opponent, and then like if you just look at their deck list, you're like, oh, there's this card here that I don't know what it does. Are you allowed to like look up the card, or like, I don't know. How does it work in Magic? Aren't you in Magic? Can't you like ask a judge for the exact, like you just give them the name and then they pull the card up for you on the image on their phone or something like that? Or what is it? Oracle? What is it? Don't they use the term Oracle something in Magic? Oracle text? Oracle this? Oracle these? They give the Oracle text. New competitor app should show your opponent, then you can click on it and view their deck list as an image like on Limitless. Yeah, that would be ideal for sure, Danny. Well, it wouldn't be through the app. It'd be through like the Arcanine, but unless they implement Arcanine into the app, which would be optimal, that'd be the way to go. But what was that last song? I have no clue. There shouldn't be open deck lists, man. Actually, you know what? I think there should be open deck lists for every phase of the tournament. Just because you don't think there should be, Willie. I think there should be now. I've changed my mind. I'm going to do everything in my power to advocate for open deck lists. It's time. It's time we had open deck lists. We've had closed deck lists long enough, to be honest. Maybe before every tournament, they should just flip a coin to decide... Yeah, flip a coin to decide whether or not deck lists are open or closed. Whoever wins a coin flip should just win. No, honestly, I'm down. Whoever wins a coin flip just wins. Yeah, what if we just had like a coin flipping, just all flipping coins? We just flip coins. Just make the tournament go by as fast as possible. Just insta simulate it. Oh, here's what we do. We have Tom auto simulate the tournament through coin flips. And then whoever wins the most tournaments out of 1,000 wins the actual tournament overall. That's how we do it. They should implement open deck lists according to the number of players. If total player number is even, use open deck lists. Is that how you won your regionals? Of course. You guys should rig the results for the person who has the best backstory. So whoever has the best story about how they got into the game or their history in the game, they win the tournament every time. Dude, no wonder Henry won 3 in a row, bro. Like, what if we just had like a player who was like an old school player win 3 majors this year? All right, let's do it. That's the only reason Henry won 3 regionals last year. Should make a rule that any person with 400 or more points has an open deck list. Ooh. Even the odds. I'm so against open deck lists. I don't even think you should be able to see the cards as they're being played. Yeah, because eventually you'd be able to figure out their list, right? Like theoretically, if you see all 60 of their cards, you'd be able to figure out the deck list. So it's effectively open deck list. To be truly against open deck list, that means you also have to be truly for everyone playing blind. That's the only correct answer. Because otherwise, there's the potential of effectively seeing the full deck list, which is effectively open deck list at that point. Makes sense. Makes sense. I can't argue against that. That's let's have a Squid Game style tournament, but Pokemon themed. What Pokemon would be the red light, green light? Girl. What Pokemon would fit that role best? A Big Badoo. Malamar. Simisear, Simisage. Simisear, Simisage? Toward Reclev 6-0. Oh, hang on, we can pull up this. We haven't looked at this in a while. Let's take a look. Let's have a look here, folks. Heading into round number 7 here. Let's take a look at the players who are 6-0. Hit him with one of these. We got Alex, Bismara, Leon, Simone, Alex, Tamo, Mike, Felix, Kai. Is it Kai or K? Kai, Zane, Tord, Giuseppe. Is that how you pronounce it? Kato? Oh, Kato 602? What the heck? I thought we saw Kato tie. Am I trolling? And then Brando. 14 6-0s. And then a lot of 501s after that. That Tord guy any good? Oh, he's a new up-and-comer. He's a new up-and-comer. You pronounce it like Giuseppe? So it's not Giuseppe, it's Giuseppe? Sansone is on Crustle Thorns. He's a local at my... Sansone. Is there any players we want to look up that were... Giuseppe? Oh, Giuseppe. You the angry guys for mispronouncing names? Dude, that's you, Fausty. Stefan. Oh, Stefan not here? Did Stefan not go? How's Morrison doing? Probably not great. Yella? 3, 2, 1. Can still do it. A rough start, though. Who you got? Rahul versus Brent round 1 of Mterrey? I don't know what they're playing. I mean, I guess I gotta go with Brent though, because I predicted Brent to make top cut. I predicted Brent to make top cut at the tournament, so I'm going Brent. Mateus. Wait, there's so many Mateus. What is Mateus's last name? I don't remember Mateus's last name. Is one of these Mateus the Mateus we're all thinking of? Lask? Oh, he's not here. And it's like way too cold in my room. I need to turn up the AC. Magda? I know Magda is there. Magda is 411. What deck does Tord use? I assume straight pulp, but I don't know. Ramasoli? Miloslav, Oyvind. But it's got like the weird, it's got the weird character in it, doesn't it? Can I just get Vind? There we go. 4-2. Miloslav. 4-2. I think we were about to get into the round, but now they cut over to this. Dude, I need to get some food, dude. I'm kind of hungry. I'm gonna go find a snack or something. I will be right back. No. No, the Conkeldurr? There's no shot. Is this real? Does I actually roll bolts? It's definitely favored. Conkeldurr's definitely favored into the bolts. At least to find the capsule ASAP. They probably don't even play capsule though. It is a aggro build of, oh, it is an aggro bolt though. It's not owl bolt. So we could just see Gus KO the Gus KO Brute Bonnet. December might get sniped by Baby Vault though. I doubt they play E-Switch, so it won't get sniped turn 1. How to 6-0? Are his opponents blind or what? I mean, yeah, that's the only solution. That's the only logical answer, that he could be 6-0, right? All 6 of his opponents must have been blind, right? And just not know how to play, not know how to play the game very well because they're blind. So this makes sense, yeah. I think it's the only logical explanation for how he's 6-0. It's a good catch. It's a good catch. All right, into the Poke Gear here. Let's see if we can get a Crispin. I mean, we just want to turn one knockout here as Raging Ball to put the pressure on. Oh, there we go. There's Crispin. Did they go blind first or second? I actually don't know. I don't know who won the coin flip here. All right, there's the Crispin. I meant his blind opponents. Oh, true. That's a good question. Well, we have squawkability here. So we're definitely going to be squawking here because the hand's pretty low value. Maybe not? Wait, really? We're not squawking there? Dude, that hand sucks. Am I trolling? The hand is so bad. How did we not squawk there? I don't understand how we don't squawk there. The hand was a Pokegear, Latias. It was we just pulled a Sada off the prize cards. I was like, Pokegear, Latias, what? Why did we not squawk there? Did I miss something? Did they go first or something? This isn't like their second turn or anything, right? I didn't like miss a whole nother turn. All right, cycle to the Dunsparce here. Promote Dunsparce. Here comes the Buddy Poffin. Does Golden Go really need 2 Fez? No. Need is not a word. Like, there's just a correct. There's no need. There's no such thing as need in the Pokemon TCG. 1 Fez is probably correct in Gold. One Fez is correct in Golden Go. You don't need. You don't play 2. You play 1. Need needs to be removed from your thought process, though, as far as the Pokemon TCG goes. It's just what is correct. All right, Pokegear here from Alex. I forget what supporters exist in this deck. There's a Colress Tenacity, though, so that's something. All right, going for the Colress. You tried playing other TCGs? Not really. Pokemon's basically been my only TCG. Besides, like, Hearthstone a long time ago. All right. Gravity Mountain and Enriching Energy getting searched out. Draw 4 off the Enriching. We still need Candy and... Oh, I see Candy. And there's Conk, I think. And a Dunsparce. We're cooking. That's it. That's insane. Where do you find the deck list for this tournament? They'll be available after the tournament on labs.limitlessccg.com. On Limitless Labs. On Monday, probably. Maybe even Sunday. Sunday night. There we go. Candle Conkeldurr. Candle. Yo, can this Conkeldurr get a candle, man? You guys think Conkeldurr makes candles in his spare time? You think it's one of his hobbies? Thoughts? I mean, this is about as good as it gets for Conkeldurr, to be honest. He's holding 2 big candles. Are those candles? They look like candles. They could be candles. Massive hand, 2 prize KO. Conkeldurr's in business, man. I don't know what to say. Imagine if he squawked. Imagine if he squawked in the Prime Catcher. Yep, that would have been pretty good. And honestly, for the board, also, not just Prime Catcher, but Tomo here plays Pokemon Catcher as well. Like there's even more reason to have you squawk was to KO the lone Conkeldurr. There's Pokemon Catcher, there's Prime Catcher. But even if that wasn't a possibility, you still squawkability there because the hand's value was so low. The value of the hand there was so bad. Like it was just such a bad hand for Tomo. I think you just squawkability based on that that information. The lack of squawkability last turn was really bad, I feel like. I think Tomo did not know what this deck is since he kept reading cards. On the opponent's side? Yeah. He probably doesn't fully know what Conkeldurr... I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't fully know what Conkeldurr does. But that's like not even relevant. His hand was so bad, you just always squawk. It doesn't matter what deck you're up against. Knowing what the opponent's deck does has nothing to do with whether or not you squawk out of that active hand. It's completely irrelevant. The only thing that makes sense is if I missed a turn and Tomo went first and then went pass and then next turn drew the Crispin, but I don't think he did. Yeah. I would have benched Latias, Mew, and then Squawk. I don't know about benching Latias. We don't have to bench Latias, but yeah, Mew, Squawk for sure. All right, here comes a Nest Ball to get a Grass Ogerpon. Did he prize Fez? He did prize Fez. Yeah, Fez is prized. So I think, I mean, this one is game 1 here is looking like it's over. It looks like Kong's going to get the dub here in game 1. I guess you could prime up the Brute to try and trap it. Oh, and then we're going to go into the Burst Roar. It should be pretty easy for Conkeldurr to get out of this situation, though. Just go find a Jet and then cycle again. We should be all good. I do see the Jet in hand as well. He's in playing the owl version? Yeah, no owls. Shouldn't you just chase Bonnets as Bolt since you get rid of the 3 capsule, it's over? Yes. The Conkeldurr deck does play Ursaluna, so there's that at the end of the game. But that's how you should approach the matchup for sure. All right, Alex is still in a very good spot here. Candy out second Conkeldurr. All right. Does Kong play 4 Jet or fewer? Usually fewer than 4, because you recycle them with the Dunsparce. Like you jet up to Dunsparce and shuffle it back into the deck, so you don't need like a super high count, but usually like 2 to 3. That's wraps. Conk is cooking. Honestly, if I'm Tomo here, I think I'm conceding this game for sure. After this, yeah, like I would just concede right now, I think. You actually want the time. Yeah, I would concede right now. Sticking this one out at this point doesn't make any sense. It's just, it's over. Definitely does not seem worth sticking out. What is that, jamming tower? It's a jamming tower, yeah. Why would he play it out? Because there's a chance that he wins. From this situation, a certain percent of the time he wins the match. So, without the opponent even misplaying. So, I mean, like, you could stick it out. It doesn't seem worth it though, because it's like a, I don't know, it's like a 1% chance. Like, it's pretty low. The chance that you win this game is like very, very low. Cycle on the Ogre Pawns. I assume if we don't find a Sada here, we're definitely conceding. Okay. Oh, wait, one more. Hold up. Pawn number 3. Nope, no Sada. Back it up. Oh, wait, hold up. He might be able to bench enough stuff that he can draw with Mew. Okay, packs it up. I would prefer that. I think that's the way to go for sure. All right, Conkeldurr takes game number 1 pretty dominantly. It is a favorable matchup. As far as Conkeldurr's favorable matchups go, this is one of them. We'll see how game 2 plays out. I would like to see Tomo choose second and try and just get a turn 1 attack off and just be aggressive. So that's what I would like to see, is just choose second, try and turn 1 attack, put the pressure on. Hope Alex does not have as good of a setup initially. Kong must have dodged everything to go 6-0-0. Yeah, I think he literally, like, he got the bye round 1 and then had 5 no-shows in a row up to this point. And then did hit a Raging Bolt, which is a favorable matchup. So he's had a pretty, I mean, that's a pretty, even though, like, he has yet to play an opponent until this round, it's still a pretty legendary run. All right, here we go. Kong versus Golden Go 260 with Poison Math. Yeah, I think so, right? Isn't it? I think it is 250, and then the Poison will get you to 260. There were 2 Conkeldurr that were 5-0. Wait, actually? 2 5-0 Kongs? Probably hit 6 Crustals. Do you now believe in the conch? No. All right, here we go. Prize cards for both players. I mean, 2 Lightning Beam prize. That's kind of annoying, I guess, but manageable. Yep. Tomo did choose second. I like to see that. And the start here from Alex is not as good as the last start. Double Timber. It might be double Timber pass here. Double Timber, double Dodon Sparse. All right, over to Tomo. Sada in the hand. Vessel in the hand. The hand is overall looking kind of weak, though, I feel like. I mean, this could always get Squawkabilly, so that can always bail us out. And he's playing aggressively for the Squawk. Thinking about it. Appreciate 6 ones there. The Greenster. Like, Kong probably just loses to Poltnor, Guardy, and Zard, yeah? No clue. You definitely lose to Guardy. I don't know about the other 2, though. Poltnor sounds pretty tough. Yeah, Poltnor seems pretty tough. Zard? I mean, Zard with Nor also seems pretty tough, but they don't have, like, Badoo to, like, super slow you down, so... Do you think if you had Baby Ball in deck, it would be a tough matchup for Conk deck? No, I don't think Baby Ball changes that much about the matchup at all. All right, Vessel for a Lightning and a Fighting. Now it is important to attach the lightning here and discard the fighting. But it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I don't know how thoroughly Tomo checked the prize cards. I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, attaching the lightning is pretty attaching the lightning is pretty important when you prize 2 lightning. Oh, we still have Poke Gear here, so we can still try. Why do we even... Should we even grab the Squawk then? Nah, Squawk's still probably pretty good. The hand's pretty bad. But if we get Crispin here... Alright, no Crispin. No problem. If I'm not mistaken, he's playing Palpad. He does have Palpad, yeah. Baby Ball makes his matchup a 70-30. Yeah, in Conkeldur's favor. Without it, though, it's probably like a 50-50. You ever chase... I feel like KOing the Dunsparce is probably better than KOing a Timber here, right? No! Wait, no. Is that fine? No, that's not fine, because now Crispin doesn't work. Wait, that's actually a huge mistake there from Tomo to attach the fighting, because now if we draw into Crispin, it doesn't work. Crispin doesn't lead to an attack this turn. We get Fighting Grass, and then... We already attach a fighting. Punished? Yes! The punish! He drew Crispin! Oh my gosh! Wait, play the Crispin. Play the Crispin! That's insane. The punish goes crazy here. It's fine because he prized 2 lightning. No, it's not fine because he prized 2 lightning. That's why it's not fine. The Crispin can't accelerate a lightning energy. He's going to go look through his deck to try and find lightning grass, and the lightning's prized. Double lightning's prized. He literally can't attack this turn because he didn't check his prize cards. Oh, no. Dude. Oh, you saw him facepalm there a little bit too. He knows, bro. He knows. Why would he Crispin before Teal Dance? No, Crispin before Teal Dance is probably correct because you don't want to draw into energy off of the Teal Dance. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's a pretty big error. Did not check the energy counts. Check 0 prize cards. I mean, majority of the time, you don't actually get punished here for not checking prize cards because he only plays 2 lightning. No, he plays 3, but he prized 2 and discarded 1. If he attached the lightning instead of discarding it and then discarded the fighting, he would have had the out off the Crispin. All right, there's a cycle with the Ogre Pawn, but it won't lead to an attack. No matter what, we are not attacking this turn. Which is that's big. That's a free turn for Alex, basically. Oh, and did it even Burst Roared? I think that's definitely a misplay as well. Could have definitely benched Fez and then Burst Roared. The hand is not very high quality. Definitely should have Burst Roared there. All right, let's go over to Alex here. Alex's hand isn't crazy, but that's fine. Alex doesn't have to have a crazy hand here. Probably is looking for a Hilda. There's the Hilda, the last card. Now we can get the Enriching Energy and a Dunsparce and see a ton of cards this turn. That's what we're looking for. Yep, there we go with the Hilda. And like I said, probably just going to go for Enriching plus the Dunsparce to try and set up further. We don't have to attack this turn. Alex does not need to feel pressure to attack this turn. If a knockout had happened, you would definitely feel a little bit more pressured, but now we're not feeling pressured at all. Completely content to just kind of lose a turn here from Alex. Not get a knockout, just cycle some cards, draw more, set up for the next turn. Next turn is where the next turn matters. The next turn matters. 6-0 displaying this bad is insane. No, it's not. People misplay all the time. This is like, you guys are like freaking out over nothing, bro. People misplay all the time. Like Tomo making these mistakes is like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, also people play worse on stream. Like there's Like, I'm not trying to make excuses for him either. Like, the misplays are misplays, but it's like not that. It's like nothing crazy. Makes mistakes, move on, go next. It's expected that people play worse on stream. I don't like making excuses for players either. I'm not going to be like, oh, they're nervous, they're on stream. I don't really care about that. They misplayed. But like, you guys don't have to lose your minds over it. I mean, bro, I have to read the attack. I don't think you studied this matchup too much. I mean, that has nothing to do with the mistakes that Tomo has made, though. Like, not using Squawkabilly or last turn, then mismanaging the energy, and then not burst roaring this turn have nothing to do with the matchup at all. Like, the misplays that Tomo has made are not matchup relevant misplays as well. He misplayed, execute him. Straight to the gallows. All right, Ultra Ball away, couple of... there is no Dunce Horses in play for Alex, but Alex does have a really big hand. Does Alex actually have the knockout here? And it's still kind of stinky. I didn't really get a good look at it. Is it actually not that great? Searches out the Dunce. Drew 7 cards and drew nothing? Might not have anything here still. I see a Fan Roadie. What? Tomo didn't burst roar last turn. So now Tomo has to hit a Sada off of the Ogre Pawn. Because last turn Tomo should have gone bench Fez burst roar. And then way higher odds of drawing into a Sada. But now we're living off an Ogre Pawn cycle. Gonna start with the Vessel here. Thin out a couple more energy. Grabbing a Fighting and a Lightning. Where's Brute Bonnet? He's sleeping. He had a long day. You actually don't want to bench Brute Bonnet until you're using it as well. So even if Alex has Brute Bonnet in hand, you don't want to bench it. All right, cycle with the Ogre Pawn. Sada's the only out. Oh, wait, hold up. Nest Ball. Ogre Pawn number 2. I guess Tomo could also just attack with an Ogre Pawn this turn. We just want to take a knockout this turn if you're Tomo. We out here motivating to get the lightning back. That would also be a reasonable play this turn to get the lightning back. I mean, I think as Tomo here, you just want to play as aggressively for the knockout as possible. Oh, wait, you could just get Latios then, right? You is better now? No, you should just get Latios and then attach to the bench Ogre Pawn retreat and knockout, right? That's got to be the play. Does Tomo run Baby Bolt? I'm not sure. Latios is prized? Is Latios actually prized, bro? What the heck? Yeah, I guess you can go for the other guy then. Sure, yeah. The Mew. The Mew might actually be better. Yo, appreciate 20 months there, Art. Azul, your shirt's fire. Where'd you get it? QualityPatchDesigns.com. You know if you prize checked? Gosh. True, I didn't prize check. All right, looks like Tomo is going to go for the Burst Roar. I think we should bench the Fez here, though. Okay, thank goodness. I thought Tomo was about to discard it. Oh, my... We just shuffled the deck, bro. There's no way this is a 2 prize penalty, right? There's no way this is a 2 prize penalty, bro. There is no way. Just shuffle the deck again, bro. It's not that big of a deal. It should be a warning. I hope. Just warning and shuffle everything up again and draw 6. What the fuck happened? I tabbed out for a second. Tomo picked up his deck to deal out 6 and by accident flipped over a card. That wasn't one of the cards that would have been put into hand. I may be the top deck, so it doesn't really change anything. Well, it could change. It could technically change, but I guess it would just be like an advantage. You're kind of right though, right? Yeah, because like Tomo can't interact with the deck anymore, so it would just be an advantage for It would just be an advantage for dude, what's the name of the other player? I can't remember names today. Alex. It would just be an advantage for Alex. So it shouldn't be a double prize penalty for Tomo, right? Because Tomo can't interact with the top deck until he draws it. So the only thing it does is it gives Alex an advantage. So from there, you decide if you leave the top deck the same or shuffle it, give Tomo a warning, but it should never be a 2 prize penalty. I've had a prize penalty for seeing my top deck for next turn. You should definitely always make sure you, if that ever happens, you should make sure you, whatever it's called when you call over the head judge. Appeal, thank you. Dude, I think I need a little bit more caffeine, bro. Hit him with a no. When a judge comes over and says, that'll be a double prize penalty, just hit him with, nah, actually. I'll be okay. Not for me, thank you. No you. Yeah, hit him with the no you. Send him packing. Uno reverse. Objection. You should always appeal a DPL unless you're certain it should have been worse for you. Well, I don't know. If you know it's gonna stick, like if you, I don't know, there's also like the reverse of that is like if you know, even if you call over the head judge, you're gonna end up with a double prize penalty. Like, for the sake of just like, you know, being, you know, helping the tournament move along in an orderly fashion, not calling over a head judge is like not the most unreasonable thing ever. Like if you're like, even if I call over the head judge, I know I'm still gonna get a 2 prize penalty. Like, don't be that guy. Yeah, basically, don't be that guy. Sportsman-like, yeah. If you think there's actually some grounds, if you think you are right, like if you think you shouldn't be getting a double prize penalty, then you should definitely call over a judge. But if you're in the situation where you're like, if I appeal this, I'm still gonna get a 2 prize penalty, it's like, I don't know, at that point, maybe just take the L and move on. If someone plays a Pokegear and picks up and looks at the bottom of the card, is it a DPL? I don't think so, no. Because the deck is about to become random anyways. So if you like play a Pokegear and then by accident like just pick up your deck and look at the bottom card, you're like, oh shoot, and put it back. As long as the order of the deck doesn't change, you just pick up the top 7 and go from there. Because then you shuffle the deck after anyways, so it's not a big deal. It should be a like if a judge gets involved, there should be a warning at the very least, but I got a DPL from that. Well, you should, like, but that's different, right? You're Ethan from YouTube chat. That's different. You should be getting, like, that's like a prerequisite, right? So, like, when they look up your name, they're like, oh, Ethan from YouTube chat. Yeah, DPL. Yeah. Right? That's fair. Okay, I don't see, there's no red Pokeballs. So, there's no double prize penalty yet. It's like a pre-warning. It's like a pre-warning, you know? It's like normally they would look up your thing and they'd be like, oh, shoot, they have 5 warnings. All right, we got to give them a DPL here. It's like, oh, that's Ethan from YouTube chat. We got to give him a DPL here. So once again, Tomo did not KO anything. So once again, Alex does not have to attack and Alex will be fine, to be honest. Like if Alex doesn't attack this turn, that's fine. In fact, Alex could maybe not attack for like 2 turns and still be fine. It looks like debating between the Colossus Tenacity and does have a Hilda. I feel like the Hilda makes sense. Get Enriching. Go for Enriching Energy plus the Dunsparce again. Just draw 7 more cards. Hopefully draw more Dunsparces this time. But yeah, once again, Alex does not have to attack this turn because there's no pressure being put on. You're definitely the deck that can respond after like being down 1 or 2 prize cards. So yeah, I think Alex here just like cycles again. And then even if you don't get a knockout, if you get a knockout this turn, sick, take the 2 prize cards. If not, just wait till next turn. The one thing you do want to find this turn if you're Alex, and we did just see the Artisan get drawn there, is you do want some Dunsparces. I guess the only thing like you feel like you need this turn though. Okay. Yeah, the Hilda combo right there just broke every Yu-Gi-Oh player's brain just broke off that right there. The Yu-Gi-Oh mind can't comprehend. The Yu-Gi-Oh mind cannot comprehend the Hilda Dunsparce enriching energy combo. Call up Triff. And this deck has fan Rotom, bro. Bro, why isn't a search for 2 draw 4 banned already? Bro, I've been saying this, bro. Okay. It looks like Alex does have the KO this turn, so things have gone from bad to worse from Tomo here. We still do not have a Raging Bolt set up to be able to attack with guaranteed next turn, I don't think. I'm actually not sure what the hand looks like. We have Girder getting involved as well. Do we have Candy Conkeldurr and the Girder? Dude. Alex has got it all, man. That'll be the first case of hacking IRL in the Pokemon TCG. I don't know how you lose from this angle. I don't know. I don't think you do. Streamer client IRL. What deck is Alex playing? Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr to Dunsparce deck. I wonder if Alex was the person who like originated the deck. Oh wait, did Alex not attack? Oh wait, I do not like that from Alex at all then. I thought we were attacking for sure. I don't like when I saw the Brute. We should not have benched the Brute then, right? Because can't Tomo chase the Brute Bonnet here now? I think that was a mistake here from Alex to actually bench the... If we're benching the Brute, we should be attacking, I feel like. Now Tomo can make something of this, I feel like. Prime Catcher KO Brute is like pretty good here. You can just chase the Brutes, like Brute after Brute after Brute. Attach enriching. That's fine. The Conkeldurr attacks for 0 energy. Okay, Vessel on the Crispin. Chase Brute 3 times win, right? There's still the Ursaluna. So, like, you could go KO this Brute, and then Alex can go Brute knockout, Ursaluna knockout, right? So, Alex still has a line, but... Good attach return, bruv. Bro, listen. Just because you don't know what Conkeldurr does. Bruv? You know what? You're right. Your Conkeldurrs need energy to attack with. My bad. Is Brute weak to grass? Is there a way to remove Stadium? The Jamming Tower doesn't matter. It just needs to be a... Oh, wait. That means we KO it because it has 120 HP. But is Brute actually weak Oi mate? Is Brute weak to grass? I don't know. It does die because the Jamming Tower takes away the extra HP from the capsule. But yeah, the Jamming Tower is fine because you just need a capsule attached to a Brute. You don't actually need access to the effects of the capsule. All right, into the Course of Tenacity. We still... Well, actually, I don't know. We might have the knockout this turn guaranteed. And Alex might still be fine. All right, so the reason to bench the Brute with the capsule is to play around hand disruption, I guess. That's something else I was going to say there. No, for real though, was it a warning? It definitely was a warning. Whenever anything happens like that and a judge gets involved, at the very least, it's a warning. If it's not a prize penalty, then at the very least, it's a warning. It's always a warning at the very least. Like effectively we know that for sure. All right, second Brute's in play, but like I said, Tomo can now just like chase Brutes. I mean, why play around the only judges deck might play? Well, the way I'm thinking about it is like, if we're scared of hand disruption, I don't know. I don't know. Are we scared of hand disruption? I don't know if we're scared of hand disruption. Don't con run 2 Brute? No, it's usually 3 because they usually don't play any recovery. So you usually play 3 Brute. What do you pop in a hand to replenish the Dunsparce? Yeah, I see the 3rd Brute in hand. He might play Judge. He might play Judge. He also could play an Iono. It wouldn't be like a shock if he had an Iono. But I think you still just don't bench the Brute there. Benching the Brute, I think, is still a mistake from Alex, probably. I guess Alex hasn't seen Tomo's catchers. Like, if Tomo has, like, catcher Brute plus a Judge or an Iono next turn, that could be pretty devastating. All right, we got some Timbers. Got some Dunsparce. Tigreash is fairly standard in Conk. Is it? I feel like well, when I played the deck, I played 0 recovery. And the list I like had 0 recovery in it as well, I'm pretty sure. I think this build of Conkeldurr usually doesn't play recovery. I could be trolling. I haven't looked at a Conkeldurr list recently. All right. Conk KO for 2. Radiant Bolt gets pushed up, of course. And then here comes an Ultra Ball. I assume to grab Mew for more draw power. And if there is hand disruption in the deck, there's no better time than right now. Hand disrupt plus KO Brute. Also, I mean, just Gust KO Brute is also pretty good here from Tomo. Should be 1 Rod, maybe. Maybe. I feel like a Stretcher, if you're gonna play any recovery, I feel like Night Stretcher is probably the best thing to play, to be honest. You don't need that much. You don't need that many Pokemon. All right, here comes 2 from the Mew. I didn't see any hand disruption in the deck, but it could still be in there. 3 from the Fez. And the discard pile we could Palpad for, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen any so far. There is still the Pokegear in hand. Into the energy retrieval. We got the grass. Cycle 1 on 1 pawn. Actually, have we seen Area 0 from Tomo? I don't think we have we? No, we have. We just discarded 1 this game, I think, or last game. Yeah, there it is. This game, yeah. All right, into the Pokegear. If we don't find a hand disruption card, a Gust card would be good. Boss would obviously be good. Sada into Catcher is also possible. We just don't want to KO the active. We want to KO the Brute. KOing the Brute gives us a chance. If we don't KO the Brute, we probably just lose. I want to wait for a bit. How'd they handle the flipped card situation? Warning. We don't know if they shuffled the deck or left the card on top, but I guess we know it got shuffled because Tomo doesn't have access to a catcher right now. Otherwise, Tomo would have had a catcher, I guess. Is Tomo playing Turbo? Yes. Turbo Bolt. Catcher? Never lucky. Is going in with a Palpad. Probably recover double Sada, I assume. Yeah. Yeah, no Gust on Brute there is pretty bad. Pretty bad. This one's, yeah, this is cooked. It's over. Tomo will... it's possible Tomo doesn't even draw 3 prize cards this game. Insanely slow game here for Tomo. Here comes the knockout. What if they discard 3, right? Give it some thought. It really doesn't matter too much. Keeps the Radiant Bolt active. Praying. You're just kind of praying Alex doesn't have a Conkeldurr. Oh, okay. Actually, we do need Candy Conkeldurr. That one was the one with the girder. Maybe there is a possibility for a whiff here from Alex. I guess there maybe is a possibility. I thought there was a girder on the bench. If there's a girder, there's like no way there's a whiff, but... Misplay turn 1 hurts a lot. Yeah, the misplay turn 1 hurts a lot. That's what we saw from Tomo both games, though, right? Turn 1, game 1, didn't squawkabilly. Into the into the Hilda. See some candies in there. See some conkelders. Yeah, turn 1, game 1, misplayed, and then turn 1, game 2 here as well, misplayed. I was thinking Judge KO might have made Alex with candy too. Yeah, Judge KO also would have been pretty good here, for sure. He still had Pawn plus Grass in hand. He did, but he didn't have any bench space. We're out of bench space right now. No area 0. Is Alex playing any recovery, by the way? I haven't seen any. My bet would be no, but unsure. I like how clean Alex keeps his board, like with tapping everything, like tapping the Dunsparce that can't be used this turn and stuff like that. All right, we got Candy, we got Conk, we got the Dunsparce, we got a Dunsparce. The only thing to play around here at this point, I think, from Alex is Hand Disruption, just in case. So, evolving the bench Dunsparce to a Dunsparce, but leaving it as a Dunsparce, bench another Dunsparce, and then we should be cooking. I see another Candy in hand, so Candy second Conk is possible, but there's an Ultra Ball. We might have to Ultra Ball for it. This is lame AF, but Super Rod is my favorite item card. That is pretty lame, I'm not gonna lie. Your favorite item card is a Pokemon recovery card? I think we should bench a Dunsparce before we bench another Timber. Maybe I'm trolling though. I feel like I'm not trolling though. Dude, that's so lame. I'm totally judging you right now. I think that's 100% fair, to be honest. YouTube ass comment. I'd use the Ultra Ball to save from Hand Disruption. Yeah, definitely. We definitely want to... I mean, the Candy Double Conk is kind of insane here, so we definitely do that. We should evolve the Dunsparce to a Dunsparce, just to have a Dunsparce in play, I feel like, in case we get judged or Ioned or something. Another Dunsparce as well? Is not evolving to the Dunsparce, though? Weird. We can evolve that one Dunsparce on the bench, right? And he has the Dunsparce in hand. I don't know why he's not evolving that. All right, over to Tomo. Almost all hope is gone at this point, but nah, it's looking pretty bad. If he does play a hand, the only out I see here, and Tomo scoops. I respect it, man. It's like, it's over. Did he show him? Did he show him the out, or did he just scoop there? Yeah, that was pretty cooked. There's no Hand Disruption. The 7-0 Conk, bro. Let's go. The 7-0 Conk. Dude, but let's see how far it goes. Let's see how far it goes. See, this is when, dude, me and Chip have had this discussion before, and I still stand by this. I think like at 3-0 or 4-0 is way too early to put off meta or meme decks on stream, unless it's backed up by a really well-known player. Like if Ross Cawthon is playing something interesting and he's 4-0, okay, sure. But there's some more validity to it because, you know, it's Ross Cawthon. But when we're at like 6-0, 7-0, bro, put the conk on. Like, all right, something's happening here, right? I feel like whenever we get like a meme deck on that's like 3-0 or 4-0, they just get obliterated on stream because the deck's probably just not that good. Like 6-0, like 6-0, 7-0 is like, okay, there's probably something there. Let's put them on stream. Wait, did a meme deck show up on stream? Not yet. We're still waiting for meme decks to show up on stream. I'm just kind of like talking to the void, you know? I've seen Ross get obliterated too. Yeah, but but that's why we pick good players, right? That's why we put good players on stream, because the chance that they have good matches or play well is like so much higher than the average player. So if any like top tier player is 3-0 or 4-0 with a meme deck, or something that's more off meta looking / a meme deck that you would maybe perceive as a meme deck, it makes more sense to put them on than just, you know, any other just random competitor who's playing off meta / meme deck. Why not highlight the Great Tusk with a round 1 buy into 2 Pokedads? That's what I'm saying. That's it. All I want is like good, because I feel like usually when like meme or off meta decks show up on stream, They just get obliterated. So it's just bad content. Like no one wants to, like we want to see Conkeldurr on stream, but we don't want to see Conkeldurr just get obliterated 2-0 in like 2 seconds. Right? You know what I'm saying? Can we get Jim O'Brien back on stream with maybe Okidogi? See, that was a good time. The Okidogi was a good time for sure. Because you want to see the meme decks and the off-meta decks, but you also want to watch them actually play the game. That's like my only gripe with deck selection in the past on some regionals. But hey, we got some conk action here. The conk dub. Is conk a reality? Could be. That happened at Birmingham with Palafin versus Charizard getting 5-0'd. 5-0'd twice. You mean 6-0'd? The last match was terrible content. Probably a 100-0 matchup for conk there. Well, simply the fact that the conk won is good enough content for me personally. If the matches had been close, that also would have been good enough. Obviously, the match is favored, but and the matches would have been way closer if we had seen the matches. The matches would have been closer if Tomo had just played better as well, right? If Tomo had just played better, the match also would have been closer. Who knows how well Tomo draws from there if he plays better, but like he could have played better and then also just dead drew just as bad, or just completely dead drew is what I mean to say. All I'm saying, this is like a good lineup for like a meme, an off-meta deck, meme deck, off-meta deck, whatever you want to call it. All right, let's take a look at standings here. So we got Kai 7-0, Tord Reklev 7-0, Zane 7-0, Brando 7-0. Mads, I think, was 6-0 last round, so tied. Stefano, I don't remember seeing this name at 6-0, so this is a 501 and 1 up. Mies. Wait, let's go to the interview.
We haven't talked about before. Conkeldurr, Alex, please tell us, everyone, why Conkeldurr and how has it been playing Conkeldurr today?
Even I didn't expect something similar to this result for a rogue deck because I think nobody have bought this deck in a big tournament like this. But I think in the meta right now can win pretty easily with some matchup. But like Gardevoir is the scariest matchup ever. But today I'm lucky I didn't find one.
Yeah, but you're speaking as Gardevoir is a bad matchup, and potentially some like Badoo stuff can be annoying. Besides Gardevoir being a bad matchup, what have you faced today that has made this run possible?
I faced like Trigoldengo is the best matchup ever for this deck. One Charizard is, I think, is 50-50. If play Charizard with Dusknoir, it can destroy my setup and it's very difficult for me to restart again. Even Dragapult can destroy the setup, but I think if Dragapult destroy my setup, every deck lose if his setup is destroyed. So I think Conkeldurr can be the way for the engine of drawing like 7, 10 cards in one turn. It's crazy, it's crazy.
Yeah, because we saw that multiple times. You had the Dunsparce, you had the Enriching Energy as your A-Spec. Not something we see very often. Tell me, how long have you been on this deck, and especially this kind of engine?
But I played this deck for like a month, and not so often. I don't have so much time to play Pokemon, but for the time I play Conkeldurr, it gives me a good feeling. I say, okay, this deck can be a really surprise in this tournament and maybe can do some great result. And for now, it doesn't betray me.
I mean, for now, it hasn't betrayed you, exactly. Now, you're 7-0 going into the tournament, safely on to Phase 2. You have qualified for that, although we still have one more round of Phase 1. Now, 7-0, what is the aspirations? What are the hopes for this tournament for you? You gonna win it all with the surprise deck of the tournament, or what are we thinking?
I'm here to try to win with this deck.
Okay, before we finish off, anyone you want to shout out? Anyone who help you get into the deck or anything like that?
Shout out to Nelo, who brought me the Hilda, and Aaron and Gary, who brought me the Timbur that is impossible to find. The Timbur and the Hilda is really impossible to find.
So from finding the timber to finding our next segment, we'll see you guys very shortly with our next round.
The conk, bro. 7-0. Insane stuff. Someone said in chat said that there was another conk elder at 6-0 or 5-0. There might have been two at 6-0. If you play perfectly at a tournament, what are the chances of getting champion? Still below 50%? Yes, way below 50%. Playing perfectly, also like prep matters as well. Well, assuming you play perfectly, like in terms of like the matchups, we already assumed that. But like, are we assuming you're playing the best deck at the tournament, or a deck like a deck as good as anyone else's deck? Like, what are we assuming with that? If you have the perfect meta counter deck, play perfect, it's probably not even 50%. Perfect meta counter deck, play perfect is probably not, yeah, probably. Still probably not 50%, but. Perfect, I mean, perfect 60, play perfect is like a pretty high percent though. Yeah, play perfectly with the perfect 60. You'd have a pretty good chance, to be honest. Also, no one plays perfect or has a perfect 60. Yeah, but they're saying we're assuming you do. The question is, if you do, what are the chances that you can win? Perfect 60 play perfect, probably like 20%. Like, I actually think that's actually not unreasonable, because yeah, I don't know. There's already like we already see such a large skill gap in the game where players are able to perform pretty consistently when they don't play perfect and are not playing the perfect 60. So I don't know. 8 or 9 rounds in Frankfurt. Phase 1 is 8 rounds. Phase 2 is 6. But they're going to be playing 1 round of Phase 2 in day 1. What if you play perfectly with the perfect 60 and always draw well? I don't know how you would quantify draw well. Like perfect 60, you just have the best deck in the room. Play perfectly, make 0 misplays. Like those things are quantifiable. Always draw well, I don't know. Depending on how you define perfect 60, it could be targeting the meta or just overall. Well, it would be the metagame for the specific tournament you're going to. What is the perfect 60 cards for the metagame you're going to? What you're talking about is like format versus metagame, kind of. But it's always for the metagame that you're... for the tournament you're playing in. Rishimin Pit? I will be, yeah. None of this matters because no one ever has a perfect 60 and it's borderline impossible to play for an entire weekend. But that's the question. The question is if these things existed. So are you competing in any events in Europe this season? I don't currently plan to. I have no plans to currently compete in a European tournament. Like what would be your expected win rate? There's the UIC right there. Oh, true. Besides the UIC, I always think about that in terms of regional. Isn't UIC a European tournament? No, they're putting it in Nebraska this year. So we'll have UIC in Nebraska and then NAIC in New Orleans. I would say very, very high to day 2. Too much variance of luck and such to determine an entire win. I mean, if you're just a good player, you have a very high chance of making day 2. Getting day 2 is like pretty easy. Did you ever have a terrible regional? Yeah, definitely. Is Nebraska in Poland? Yeah. Are percent chances to qualify for Worlds decreasing every year given more new players? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Not to a point, like not to like a crazy extent. No, I don't think so. Also doing Champions League Yokohama. Yeah, I will be. I'll be streaming both. Is it harder to qualify for Worlds because new players are entering the game every single season? Because there's more new players. I mean, tournaments are getting... Well, tournaments aren't really getting bigger because they get capped anyways. League Cups and League Challenges, I guess, are maybe getting bigger. Which makes it harder to win those to get points. But, like, major tournaments are always getting capped anyway. So, I guess if the game wasn't growing, they would be smaller, though. Not really, no. New players aren't really competitive enough to take those spots. Yeah, but the bigger the tournament is, the harder it is to win. Well, I guess I know. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah. No, but there's like the same... Actually, no. I think I would actually disagree with that, to be honest. Because, like, let's say 1 of every 10 new players is, like, really competitive and wants to try and get their Worlds invite. The more competitive players are more likely to register on time for more major tournaments, which means the density of more competitive players increases with the increase of new players. Would it be easier? No, because tournaments always cap. If there was an infinite amount of space at tournaments, then theoretically it'd be easier, but that's not how it works. We have a finite amount of space, which means in the ratio of good players to average players, but like, you know, people who are trying to be more competitive and be better are more likely to put in the extra effort to try and register for tournaments and be on time for registration and stuff like that. So like the density of better players definitely increases with more players trying to get into the game. The more competitive players are are more likely to be registered for the tournaments. So yeah. So technically the tournaments are becoming like more competitive just based on the number of players, but they also become more competitive because players just get better at the game. Like the average player just continues to get better and better at the game. More players equals more competition by default. Yeah, definitely. Newer players leads to worse players, so you should always win against the newer players. Yeah, but the question is like, what is the but how fast do players get good at the game, and how many of those players are you playing? The game definitely just gets harder. The bigger it is, the more the competition grows, the game just gets harder for sure. So it is like harder to get your Worlds invite technically, but like not to a point where like you shouldn't try if you want to. Do they show undefeateds in the last round of day 1 stream nowadays, or do they show win and ends? Mix of both. Just depends on who's available to stream. The way to think about like the win and end thing though is like the win and end is like it kind of matters but kind of doesn't. If it's like a high tier matchup on the win and end, I'd want to see that. I don't want to see a win and end just for the sake of seeing a win and end though. I want to see like higher level gameplay. If that's the trade-off. It's like a continuous tournament. Like when we go to day 2, we're not streaming like a win and out or a losing out situation. When we go to phase 2. Is this a Malamar? Is this a Malamar meme? Dude. My friend Malamar. It's everywhere, bro. I got you, Nomad. I think you're pretty good and you can travel enough. Getting worlds is completely reasonable. My buddy made worlds with no internet's gone too. All right, let's see this. Malamar Pokedex entry. Let's see. Malamar. Gazing at its luminescent spots will quickly induce a hypnotic state, putting the observer under Malamar's control. What if we're all just living in a simulation controlled by Malamar? And this is like the way that Malamar is telling us that he controls all of us. Do pro players not brick? They do. Every player bricks at the exact same rate as every other player. Every player has the exact same RNG and luck. The thing is, they're just better. So they can do more. They can do more with less, and they do more with more. And then also, if you truly are bricking more than the average player, it's because your deck list is bad, or the deck you're playing is just bad. Or I mean, the deck you're playing wouldn't be bad, but you would just be playing a bad deck, so you just feel like you brick more. When was the last time you did a pre-release? I did one for the set with Durant EX in it, whatever that one was. I break way less than pro players. It's called stacking the deck, buddy. Or should I be going red pill or blue pill? Wait, red pill or blue pill what? Like believing if pro players cheat or not, or... What one keeps you in the Matrix? The blue pill? Take the blue pill. Take the blue pill. And you continue to believe that RNG is equal across all players and you have just as likely a chance to win a major tournament as the next player. Take the red pill and wake up and realize all top players in the PokemonTCG cheat and stack their decks. Choice is yours. Aren't pro players just smarter? I mean, not technically, but I assume what you mean is that aren't they just better at the game? Which is yes. The better players in the game make better plays more often. Does that mean that Chad's already taken the red pill? Some of them have, for sure. Was Alex's Conquest using any weird Pokemon search other than Poffin and Ultras? I don't think so, though. No. Hazel, what do you think is the biggest differentiator between a good player and a pro player? Just being better at everything in the PokemonTCG. Like, how can I improve to become a pro player? Get better at the PokemonTCG. If you really thought all pro players are cheaters, then just cheat yourself. Dude, I've been saying this for years, bro. Lock in. How does being smart help when you start with Genesect, for example, and nothing to play in hand and getting donked? I mean, nothing to do with being smart. You appreciate the 19 months there, Shaolin. But the pro players that you're questioning on how they brick less, get donked, get their Genesect donked just as often as you do. You're not special. The first thing you have to do is realize you're not special, and everyone has the exact same amount of variance. Just as often as your Genesect gets donked because you have a dead hand, any quote-unquote pro player's Genesect also gets donked at the exact same rate. You just see your games, you don't see their games. You appreciate appreciate 10 months there, scrub my grub. But when the pro players are in a position for their Genesect to not get donked and make decisions, they're going to make the better decisions more often than you are. I was referring to someone in chat who said they are smart. Oh, well, they just meant that when they have options to make, they make the better options. Or they pick the better options more often. That's just what they meant. Like donked out of a terrible opening hand doesn't happen enough to make a difference, especially in best out of 3. Yeah. What even is a pro player? Exactly, bro. That's what we need to study first. How can we answer the question until we know the facts about the question? What is a pro player? Where is this pro player? What are they doing right now? Are they testing? Are they grinding? Are they gathering luck for their next major tournament? Azul won his regional last year with a draw pass, right? I don't know. Did I? I don't remember. I think some people don't shuffle enough and get worse variants. It's very unlikely that that would lead to actual worse variants. We had a terrible regional. What was the reason in your opinion? I don't know. I'd have to like think about a regional specifically, but I can't think of one off the top of my head. What was the question? Is the pro player in the room with us right now? People don't shuffle enough and get worse variants. It's very unlikely that that happens though. Wag. I mean, it is possible. It depends. Like if it depends if their deck was actually like if they like played Guardy and they stacked all their psychic and dark energy together and then like shuffled poorly afterwards. Then the energy would probably be clumped, right? But if how would you even like think about that? That's weird. So the reason you have to sufficiently randomize your deck is because you have to assume the opponent isn't cheating. But if the deck is already in like a... not an even distribution, but an average distribution for what sufficiently random would be, even if it isn't sufficiently random based on the knowledge of where the cards could be based on how much they shuffled, the chance that the variance of shuffling hurts them is not very high to begin with. If that makes sense. Are most of the known players in Mterrey or Frankfurt? I have no clue who's in there. I mean, there's like some American players there, but any Canadian players go? I don't know if any Canadians went. I mean, from that region, like none of the known European players went to Mterrey. Oh, you said Mterrey or Frankfurt. I thought you said Mterrey. Are most of the known players in Mterrey or Frankfurt? Yes, I don't know. Most of the European ones probably. For like American / Canadian players, not sure. I mean, there's some. I don't know about most though. Probably not most. Is unknown practically the same as random in TCG? It's part of it because it's about making things unknown. But it's like if you took 60 cards and you had them in a stack and you didn't know the order of the stack, it's possible that that's actually interesting. I don't know how it like I don't know how. If you took a stack of 60 cards and it was unknown to you and unknown to your opponent, but it was never sufficiently randomized, is it sufficiently random? No, right? Huh. Add something can lead to 3 energy, 3 evolved form, 1 basic. That's only based on the previous order of the deck, though. Like if the deck was stacked with a lot of clumped with a lot of Pokemon together, then and a lot of energy in stacks, then yes. Because then if you shuffle it very little after that, the stacks will be maintained. But once it's sufficiently random, or if it wasn't like that, and even if the deck wasn't sufficiently random, the order of the deck after the game, after you clear your bench. Yeah, sure. Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that, boss. I appreciate the 10 months there, Scrub. That's what I'm saying. If the deck is like already in a average... If the deck is in a composition of like average distribution post sufficient randomization, and then the person picks up the deck and does not shuffle it very well at all, like their luck isn't going to be worse than average, right? Based on shuffling. That's what I'm saying. Like, so like it could apply. It just depends on how bad their shuffling is, and then how often the deck is in a less than average, and almost like a negative on the negative side, right? In like a below odds outcome after sufficiently random, right? Randomized decks can appear clumped. Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. Like when you draw 7 cards per turn, like when you're playing Gardevoir, a majority of the time you draw a draw supporter, right? A majority of sufficiently randomized hands of your deck has a draw supporter in it. Some don't. Some have a lot of draw supporters. Most of them have a draw supporter. That's what I'm saying. Like the deck would have to be initially in a composition where the poor shuffling wouldn't, like it would already have to be in a below average negative outcome hand pre-shuffle for then the shuffle to matter. So it depends on what the deck is in a composition beforehand for shuffling to actually lead to worse variance. But it could happen. It could happen. But at the end of the day, everyone should just learn to sufficiently randomize their deck. And it doesn't really matter. Was there suspected cheating at a regional, or did someone just ask about randomization? Well, we watched you play in your last League Cup, Frisk, and it was pretty questionable how you shuffled. So we're talking about if we thought you were cheating or not. If poor shuffling led to a measurable change in variance, then that would not be sufficiently random. Well, no, we're not talking about if it is sufficiently random, Willie. We're just talking about, does it lead to their variance being worse or worse? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm stacking. What about it? Yeah, we're just talking, Willie. We're just talking about like, does it mean that just because you're bad at shuffling, does that mean your variants are worse on average? Basically, that's the point that Wag made, and now I'm like thinking about it. Yo, appreciate the 11 months there, Nightmare. Because like now I'm curious, like, but yeah, it all depends on the starting point of the deck, right? If we're assuming like you have a starting point of a deck and you shuffle poorly, like very far from sufficiently random, like it depends on what the initial composition of the deck was before you started shuffling. And then like on average, is the initial composition of a deck post game going to be more negative for you or positive? Probably negative, right? Probably negative, between some amount of like discard pile reorganization, even like remaining deck organization, I guess, as well, right? Like, because you're only taking certain cards out of your deck at a more aggressive rate that end up in your hand and your board and your discard pile. So the remaining cards in your deck are going to be of a certain composition later on as well. It can lead to like the triple GP prize, triple Dracloak prize, triple energy prize slightly more often. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Because specifically when you pick up your bench, if you pick up your bench in like one whole pile. But as long as you always sufficiently randomize your deck, it doesn't matter. Because I know someone in chat's about to be like, that's why I power shuffle. That separates my Dreepies and Dracloaks. If you sufficiently randomize, it doesn't matter. Only in the situations where someone doesn't sufficiently randomize could it lead to an outcome probably on average more negative than positive. Yeah. So I bring a card shuffling machine to the events I play in. Me too. I've been doing that recently as well. But the problem is you have to like it's fine. Like, but every time I go to shuffle my deck, I de-sleeve it. So like in between games, I'll power shuffle my deck, then I'll de-sleeve it, then I'll put it in the machine shuffler, and then I'll re-sleeve it, and then we start the match. It's like not that big of a deal. I usually ask my opponent to help me de-sleeve and stuff, so it doesn't take that long. But I've been doing that personally recently, using the shuffling machine. Two sleeves between every shuffle. Just bring a new deck for each match. I wonder if anyone actually does that. I wonder if anyone's like that paranoid where they like bring a second deck with them. I know we memed about that a little while ago on stream where we talked about it. I wonder if anyone like literally is just like, you know what? I'm not getting caught lacking, bro. I'm bringing a second deck. Like one deck per round. Someone 100% does? Probably right. There's at least one person out there who who regularly competes in Pokemon tournaments who probably brings a second deck. Is there another round? Yeah, I think we have 2 rounds left, right? 2 rounds, 2 more rounds coming up. We're waiting on round 8, and that'll be the end of phase 1, and then we're gonna get the first. They're gonna stream. I assume they're gonna stream the first round of phase 2. People scout before cups and challenges while people do their deck lists. I mean, that's a little cringe. Scout it up, then blame brick hands. Dude, every time I go to locals, bro, I try my hardest, bro. I scout and tech for the competition. I bring my machine shuffler. I make sure my deck is fully sleeved up, and I break up a backup deck just in case, and then I just brick. I feel like scout. Listen, like I've always said this in the past. If like Joe Schmo, Timmy 32 is gonna show up and play the same deck every single local tournament, and you expect them to be in top cut, like you expect to beat that, have to beat that player to win the tournament, then like I think teching for them's fine. But like scouting people, doing their deck list, and then teching for them. That's got to be a little cringe, right? Yeah, I think it's like one thing to like one thing to tech for Billy, who brings this exact same deck every single tournament. It's like, you know what, Billy, if you're gonna play the exact same deck again, I'm teching for your ass. I always spread out a decoy deck at a cup. You gotta bring the decoy deck. That's genius. Billy plays Palafin. I know. Whenever Billy shows up, I switch to Miraidon instantly. I stay beating Billy. Any word on what Tord brought? I think it was quad cornerstone. Just 4 cornerstones. 4 heroes capes, 4 Poke Vital A's, some big lads. I'm gonna need some help with these names. Is it? What the fuck am I looking at here? Oh, it's Joltik, Golden Go, and Armor's Box. Is it Gregley and Renee? Prediction? Oh yeah, I got the prediction. Hold up. Gergely? Gergely? Gregley? Greeny? That's player 1. All right, player 1 here. Nest Ball gets out the Charcadet. Oh, I didn't even see the last name, bro. Ultra Ball coming in, get rid of the Monkey Dory and the Petron, getting the Squawkabilly as well. Left player, right player? Dude, I hate saying left player, right player. I like to try and use the names. We could say Kiss and D's. Is Dizanus? DZ. All right, 2 energy on the Ho-Oh. Oh, wait, it's Joltik Box. It's Joltik Box. That's a Clefairy in the active. And the area 0? Oh, Kiss is popping off over here. Is that how you pronounce the last name? Is Kiss? You just lost your commentator job? GG. I'm cooked, man. I'm cooked. Super Rod. I'm not sure what we recovered with the Super Rod there. Price Psychic, so it's Joltik Box. Oh, true. There was a Psychic in there too. Like in my head, I was thinking it was Golden Go Joltik, but Joltik Golden Go. Did he recover Monkey Dory? No Petron? I think maybe. I mean, the Petron is pretty weak in this matchup. I feel like it's not great, so I don't hate that. All right, there's the 6 draw. I do not see a Carmine in there, which I'm just kind of assuming they play. Thinking about benching the second cadet. Thinking about playing Ultra Ball. I mean, the second cadet probably comes down. You don't really need to play the Ultra Ball right now. It's going to be the pass, so that seems reasonable as well. All right, next ball coming in from Renee. I mean, we just need Joltik this turn. That's all we're looking for is Joltik. I'm gonna go back and take a look at the prize cards here while he searches out. What was prize? Miraidon, Durant, Mew. Nothing crazy on either side, I don't think, here. There's a whole goddamn rainbow. Yo, the petrol? Wait, do we not want a petrol for air balloon here or something? Are we gonna prime into the active? That seems like a massive L to waste our user. Well, I guess not waste, to use our prime here. Oh, we're ultra one for Latias. We get to save the prime. Never mind. I feel like saving boss there was also pretty good. Oh, we want the energy. No, I guess this does make sense, to be honest. I didn't think about Ultra Ball for Latias there. Wait. No, that's just a mistake though. Why play the Ultra Ball when we can just go get an air balloon with the petrol? That just makes no sense, right? For a second I thought I was trolling. I'm pretty sure they're trolling, right? Why not just keep the Ultra Ball and the boss? Or petrol for Nest Ball? Or petrol for Nest Ball for Latias. Yeah, also that would have been better. I feel like you want to save the bench space though, right? So we should have gotten an air balloon there. I mean, Area 0 gives Joltik the bench space. True. It actually, okay, that is fair. That is fair. We do get the bench space because of the Area 0. But we definitely should have petrol for Nest Ball then. If we really want to put Latias in play, we should have petrol for Nest Ball. Also, I like the extra lightning on the Pikachu there, to be honest. Yeah, I like the extra lightning on the Pikachu, so we can actually get back-to-back Pikachu attacks off. I think that seems like the better choice here for sure. But yeah, now our hand is literally a metal and a prime, but it could have been a boss and Ultra Ball, a metal and a prime. That's so much better. That is like 10 times better of a hand. That's definitely a bad sequence there for sure. Yeah, we definitely should have either put Latias in play or got the air balloon off the petrol for sure. Maybe they thought it was redundant to have both boss and prime. I mean, I don't care what they think. It's just a misplay. No, they play Joltik Box. They know how good. No, boss is the best card in the game. What are we talking about here? They know how good boss is in this deck. The whole deck is a boss deck. No excuses. Lock in. All right, second cadet's in play. I actually don't even know. Air balloon only thins 1. That is true. We thin an extra card there. Also, yeah, because we have Area 0 in play, I think probably going for Latias makes the most sense, just to have the constant mobility. Palpad coming in. Unimac Iono, and I don't even know what the other card was. Petrol Nest Latias would have thinned 1-2. But would have thinned 2 cards, right? The Nest and the Latias. Whereas Petrol for Air Balloon is just 1 card. Research Iono. Okay, so Research Iono recovered the Palpad. 2 more Fire Energy accelerated. Onto the Ho-Oh. Oh, just 1. Then attach return to the Latias. What do you do this? Do you actually... You sob, right? But we have Prime Catcher in hand on the other side. We can KO the Ho-Oh here, actually, and remove 3 energy from play. Top decked Vessel. Okay, that can be good for the next... Well, no, it's not even that good because we didn't attach 2 energy to the Pikachu. It could have been really good. I mean, yeah, but now we need like a Crispin for that. I feel like if we're gonna put... If we weren't gonna put all the energy on the Pikachu, then we should have put like 2 on the Miraidon, I feel like. Or 1 on the Clefairy even, because the Clefairy is actually a pretty good attacker in this matchup. Because we can both go wide. All energy here, but the Joltik wasn't KO'd, so maybe we could just retreat to Joltik and just go into Joltik again on this next turn. On this turn now, I guess we could go for... I mean, honestly, going for a Torrential Pump to punch the Pikachu and then maybe snipe the Miraidon on the bench actually doesn't seem terrible. Yeah, I don't hate a Torrential just going for like back-to-back Torrential Pumps. Water Fawn Lock Pika or pump Joltik? I think we'd pump the active plus the Miraidon here, to be honest. I think we ignore the Joltik here. Found the Legacy Energy. That can be a big deal to slow down the prize exchange. Now with the Legacy in play, no, I don't like the Sob still. I still don't hate the Sob. I think I still just like going for the pump though. Nest Ball coming out. Could go grab Fez. Is Miraidon better to hit or Clefairy? Well, the Lightning Energy was loaded up on the Miraidon, which would make me think that maybe the Psychic Energy is prized, because putting the energy on the Clefairy would be better. Yeah, putting the energy on the Clefairy is better if the Psychic Energy is not prized, right? So I feel like just for the fact that the Lightning Energy was put on the Miraidon, I would maybe just try and make the guess that the Psychic Energy is prized. With Sob, Pika, Joltik can use Crispin, and then there's very little value from Water Pawn. Yeah, the Sob could be pretty weak here. It is prized. It showed it. Yeah, but Gergely doesn't know that. Like, we're playing from their POV. They don't know that. So we're yeah. If they knew that, that would change things. We know it's prized. Us knowing it. Call him Greg. Gergely, that's what I said, right? Oh, Crispin top deck. There we go. They went with the Sob. They could have, and they had the energy for the Torrential Pump. I don't know why we didn't go for the Torrential Pump. They're talking about Dizinius? No. I was talking about Gergely. But there's a Crispin, so Pikachu's gonna get. Oh, I guess it's only 1 prize card for the Pikachu. I was gonna say there's another 2 prize cards, but it is only 1 prize. It is only 1 prize. I guess the Torrential Pump... No, the Torrential Pump I feel like still would have been pretty good because we could have left the Legacy Energy on the active there. And then we could have set up for like a follow-up Water Pawn play where we draw 4 prize cards and then we're winning the prize exchange. Only 1 prize card here. I think I definitely like the pump plus leave Legacy on the active. Who's favored here? I honestly have no clue. I have no clue who's favored. Does he have Iron Hands or not? I'm sure they both have Iron Hands. Yeah, I'm sure they both have Iron Hands. Okay, there's the Fez for 3. I see a Night Stretcher and an Ultra Ball. So most, if not like all options should be available here. Crown Opal KO, Walls with Tempo. Ooh, okay, the Crown Opal actually is pretty good here. That's a good point. Crown Opal is very good here. Get the KO. Can't be hit back by like Miraidon or Clefairy. And then the Ursaluna's not in range, right? Ursaluna isn't available as an attacker next turn. So Crown... Oh, wait. Hold up. How the fuck are we Crown Opaling? Crown Opal is not possible here. We're locking back in. But how? There's no Crown Opal happening. Three turns from now. All right, it's just load up Reshiram and take the KO. You do have to discard a Fire Energy here. Right? Yeah. We do have to discard a Fire Energy here. He's gonna forget it. They might forget it. Just attack with Turtle there, no. Well, if the Terrapagos dies though, you lose access to Area 0. But do you care about that? Actually, that's a good point. Why not attack with Terrapagos there? I actually don't. I don't have a good reason, to be honest. All right, there's an attached to Pikachu and then a Judge. Going for the Judge here. Yeah, wait, why not attack with Terrapagos? I actually am not sure. Is he gonna get penalized for that? It depends when it gets caught. Does Reshiram not take 30? No, Zekrom takes 30. Reshiram discards an energy attached to it. So it's going for like the Joltik reset here. If he plays a Super Rod would be a really good hit here. So you can actually get like the full effect or close to it off the Joltik. If Pegos dies, bench goes to 5. Yeah, but do you care about that? You get to discard Squawk ability. That's what I was questioning. Like, do you care if you get to discard your bench, or you have to discard your bench? Also plays the Genesect. Hiding behind the Pikachu. We're not even going into the Joltik. Maybe we're waiting for the Arven next turn. We might be waiting for Arven next turn to get Super Rod. So this isn't like terrible here. Okay, the energy got discarded. Joltik gets pushed up off the Iron Bundle. And then there's the research. Iron Hands is possible here if we find... I see a Fire Energy. If we can find ourselves a Prism Energy as well. KO the Joltik, draw 2 prize cards. Then we have 2 left and we're actually ahead in the prize exchange. There's an acceleration with the Ho-Oh. Do we have a Prism? I see it. We have the Prism. Iron Hands is swinging. That is a lot of energy we're losing, but I think we'll have enough to close out the game on the next turn for a Terrapagos attack. I guess the Pikachu's coming back to the active, though. Pikachu's going to come back up, which actually could be a little bit scary to get around. Can Renee argue he wouldn't have used Judge if he knew the Reshiram only had 2 energies and get a game loss to Kiss? Doubtful. You could, yeah, I mean, if he really wanted to, he could make that argument. We drew the Psychic Energy there, but we didn't put the initial Lightning on the Clefairy. I think definitely some mistakes from Renee in this one. Going in with the Arven here. I don't even know what we're going for. Ursaluna knockout? Sure. Oh, actually, Ursaluna with Bravery Charm does survive, right? It was on Renee too, though, to know they had to discard an energy. But it would be one of those situations where it's like, Renee gets the prize penalty and Kiss gets the, what's it called? Warning, right? At least that's how I would assume it would go down. All right, there's a draw for turn. There's the fire off, moving the energy to the active. There's a prism energy in hand. So currently all we need is boss. We KO Fez or Clefairy. There's a Mew. There's the boss on the Fez and the knockout. And that's it. Game 1 goes over to Gergely with the Armor Rouge box over Renee's Joltik box. No fist bump? Bro, the match isn't over yet, bro. You lock in. I never offer the fist bump mid after a game. If my opponent offers me the fist bump, I'll take it, but... Now, if my opponent tries to fist bump me after game 1 or game 2, I say, dude, get that shit the fuck out of here. Lock the fuck in. We're still playing this match, bro. Shuffle up. I just slap it out of the way. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Shuffle the fuck. Now, if my opponent offers me the fist bump mid game, I never offer the fist bump. I only offer the fist bump after the match. I never offer it mid game. We're locked the fuck in, bro. You do at the start of the second game when you flip cards over again? No. I do fist bump at the beginning of the match. Actually, sometimes I don't think I do. No, I never offer it. I don't think. I just do the fist bump at the beginning of the match and the end of the match. But honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know for sure. If my opponent ever offers it, I'll reciprocate. Like if my opponent like goes for a fist bump heading into game 2 or game 3 or whatever, you know, I'll punch him in the face or something. I'll fist bump their forehead and then. No, my opponent ever offers it, I reciprocate. But I don't think I ever offer. I only offer it like I only go like at the beginning of the match and the end of the match, I think. Honestly, it's so hard to like think about those things like in retrospect. Like I just don't know for sure what I do or I don't do. It's like in the moment I do the same thing consistently, but I actually like right now trying to like remember, I don't actually know. All right, Carmine and Squawkables are here for Gergely, but no initial Pokemon bench or anything. Now we found Latias. I see an Area 0. The bundle is in. And then, yeah, we're going to go ahead and Squawk and Seize. Losing 2. That's a lot of supporters down already. Renee's hand sucks. Is it that bad? Well, there's no Charcadets or Ho-Oh or Energy yet for Gergely. I see Energy. Never mind. I see Energy. I see Cadet. Honestly, the rest of the hand might be pretty weak, though. I see 2 Prisms. We could Ultra Ball for Mew, though. Ooh. Okay, no, this hand is okay. This is... Yeah, we can Pal Pad back 2 supporters, and then Ultra Ball for Mew, and then draw 3. You could Pal Pad back, like, Double Iono or Research Iono. Ultra Ball away a Prism and a Monkey Dory. That's fine. Losing a Prism feels kind of bad, but it's not the end of the world. And then we can Mew for 3. Yeah, I like this sequence here from Gergely. I want to see the Ultra Ball get played, though. Don't pass. Ultra Ball for Mew! No! Dude, just commit! Let's get some cards! No, I don't like that. The hand here for Renee is, yeah, terrible. Like you said, it is actually just terrible. Congratulations, your hand sucks. I hate when people say good luck, like I hope you get bad luck. Yeah, you make me remember there's once you play against someone at stream, you play research and just offer you a high five and y'all just slap with no emotion. The research high five? Dude, I hate the research high five. I'm not gonna lie. I hate the research high five. Yeah, I don't like that. I think Gergely should have Ultra Balled from you last turn. Unless it's prized. And you check the prize cards. But now we get like one less restart draw potentially, which I don't like. See, now we're Ultra Balling from you anyways, but we're like one restart behind where we could be in terms of cycling the deck. Opponent says good luck to me and then sighs when I have double Poff in turn 1. Bro, that's a good one, bro. Dude, my opponents in the beginning of Pokemon games will literally wish me good luck and then get mad when I open double poffin research. Like what the fuck? Isn't this what you wanted, bro? My brother, my brother in Christ, you literally wished me good luck. And then get mad when I got it. That's a good tweet. That is a good tweet. Let's see. Oh, Kato versus Tord at 7-0. I'm gonna start saying bad luck from now on. Honestly, it's reasonable. I wasn't paying too much attention to what happened on this turn, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't think it's over. You know Tor's playing? I believe it's straight Paul, but actually I don't know for sure. Do we know if they're streaming round 1 of phase 2? I guess we don't know for sure, Quicksilver. We just know that they're playing round 1 of phase 2 after this. I'm assuming they're going to stream it though. I wish you moderate luck due to sufficient deck randomization. Okay, there's a research for 7. So we could win this turn. The game could... Well, actually, can we KO the Fez? Actually, yeah, can we even KO the Fez this turn? We talked about it on stream earlier. They will stream it based on what I heard. Okay, okay. That's what I assumed. It would only make sense for them to stream it. It'd be kind of weird for them to not stream the round, but... Can't Nest Ball right? No Terra in play? Oh, no, dude. Oh, that's no Terra, man. Did we misplay then? When did the Ho-Oh come into play? Did we Nest Ball for Ho-Oh or did we naturally draw into it? It was a misplay then, right? Because this Nest Ball should, even though we had a Fire Energy in hand, we should have got a Terra so we could go wide. Yep, Nest Ball grabbed Ho-Oh, but we should have grabbed a Terra Pokemon. Even though we had the Fire in hand before the research, we should have got a Terra Pokemon because the possibility to go wide is too important. And what did it look? What was the... There's a research for 7. Then goes to play Nest Ball. Picks up the deck, looks at it. I mean, they were just in the deck, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. Maybe they won't. Maybe it won't be a prize penalty, but it probably is, right? It's probably going to be a DPL. It's probably going to be a DPL, which is unfortunate. What happened? Played Nest Ball without a Terra in play, so didn't have access to the full bench from Area 0. DPL is so lame of a system. Yeah, I agree. We had the discussion a little bit earlier in the stream. I don't know if you were there. I honestly, after like YRG brought it up, I think I just like the idea of warning, like 3 strikes and then game loss. Like, dude, yeah, I think we should just implement that, bro. DPLs are so... It's just worse for the viewer experience as well, right? Like, if you give the player a warning and then, like, the commentators, like, communicate to the people watching what is happening and, like, how the warnings build up for eventual game loss. Did he just split the energy from Motivate? You can't do that, right? Am I trolling? He already attached for turn, right? Did he just Motivate and split the energy? One from hand? No, but the Prism was from hand, right? Wasn't it turn 1 Prism, turn 2 Prism? Ho-Oh Accelerate 1, Motivate 2? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's literally what just happened. I'm pretty sure he just motivated and split the energy. It doesn't look like it was a double prize penalty, thankfully, though. That's 2 strikes. Gelly is asking for it. Dude, he just wants to get the DPL, bro. Alright, Gugelli. That's it. You're done. To the gulag. Is that not an armor rouge? Bro, wait, what the fuck? Oh, that is just cadets. Okay. Oh, it's a fish. It's a Chiyu. Okay, we got the punch into the Fez. There should be one more fire energy on the Ho-Oh, I guess. But then he'd put the other fire energy somewhere else. It's not that big of a deal. Alright, punch for 180. Does Renee top deck here? Also, Renee could KO the Charcadet as well. Motivate is up. Oh, Nest Ball top deck. We're in. Motivate is up to 2 Pokemon. No. No, Motivate is 2 energy to 1 Pokemon. Yeah, Motivate is 2 energy to a single Pokemon. All right, it looks like Renee is going to load up with a Joltik this turn, but super far behind at this point. There's also, if Renee benches something here, now Gergelli can actually use Iron Bundle and get access to the bench space to become a Terra. I'm not trolling, right? Like, that's what Squawkabilly does. There's a retreat. Motivate is 2 energy for 2-1. Okay, yeah. I think that's like a fair thing to mess up, to be honest, because that's definitely something like I would like. Yeah, it's definitely like a fair thing to mess up, but it obviously is a mistake that should be corrected. It obviously is a mistake that should be corrected. All right, Joltik with the charge up. Pikachu getting 4. Gergelli starts with the Iron Bundle. I honestly don't even know what you... I think you have to send up Miraidon and hope it survives, right? Okay, that's kind of awkward. But that's on Gergelli. Well, but maybe you always split your energy like this anyways. Yeah, you can't really, like... Renee hadn't attached the energy yet. And then Gergelli used Iron Bundle. And then Renee can be like, okay, cool. What is the best place to put these energy now that I'm getting Iron Bundled? That's not on Renee, though. That's on Gergelli to, like, not do that. But it's fine. It's fine for the players to play in that way. But, yeah, it's still a good play for Gergelli here. Just going with the Water Pond Snipe Snipe. I think Renee should have tried to protect the Pikachu and just load up 4 energy on Pikachu and push from Miraidon still, probably, but... It's funny. It is funny. We take KO and pop Peak. Yeah. Punch the Peak. KO the Fez. Still a pretty... It's like this is a pretty good turn from Gergelli for sure. Okay, we have to shuffle the energy back in. There's no way we're... Nah, chill. Just let him vibe, bro. Just let the energy... Okay, thank goodness. Actually, the energy... The motivate energy being in the wrong spot, it was probably not going to matter. It's probably not going to matter. But like this turn from Renee could go chase Ho-Oh with 3 basic fires. Like the Ho-Oh should have a 3rd basic fire on it. The basic fire that's on the Latias should be on the Ho-Oh. Did Ho-Oh have free retreat? Latias. Yeah, going and chasing Ho-Oh that has 3 fire on it right here from Renee is actually like not a terrible play, I feel like. But it only has 2 fire. So like now all of a sudden Renee might chase the Latias. Which honestly, the Latias is a good chase as well, though. Because it removes 2 energy from play, even though it shouldn't, and then you get rid of all the mobility on the other side. But there's a Crispin, so probably no Gust coming out this turn. We'll see, though. We will see. Peak is loaded. Miraidon gets set up as well. Does Renee have Prime? It's possible. Let's think about retreating into the Miraidon. There's a boss in hand, but we already played Crispin. There's no Prime. Is that 3 boss? And yeah, okay, peak knockout. Discarding the 3 energy. I feel like if you're gonna knock out the active, you should just retreat to Miraidon, right? Shouldn't we just always retreat to Miraidon there and save the peak? Am I trolling? Air Balloon and Grass found off the prize cards. Hands wins here. Well, you don't win. I mean, KOing the active, you probably just win the game. If you attack with hands here, and actually, if you attack with hands, you would lose a lot of energy theoretically, right? That's game, right? I don't think so. You can't draw 4 prize cards in a single turn. Hear me out. Gus KO Joltik. Yeah, he didn't KO the Joltik. I understand that it can be a number of factors and none of these mistakes are nefarious in nature, but just goes to show how much you need to pay attention to what your opponent is doing every game. Yeah, for sure. Most definitely. KO with it on, only bear left to attack. You don't really need a boss here though. Just KO in the active is like fine, to be honest. Like just KO the Pikachu. If you have boss KO Miraidon, sure, that's not a bad play either. But you probably want to save the boss so you can get around the Ursaluna though, right? So probably KO the active and then save boss around Ursaluna next turn, if you have a boss. Goes with the Clefairy push up. Seems fine. KO the active with who though? I mean, it looks like Clefairy is going to be the. Gregali had Ultra Ball, so the options were not endless, but pretty much endless, limitless. Can't you just rush you the bear if it comes? Well, it could have a Bravery Charm, I guess would be the only thing. Actually, could you still kill it? Oh, you'd still kill it, yeah. I guess Reshiram just sweeps, yeah. I guess the play here from Renee is attack with Joltik, right? Galvantula. Like, ideally here, if Renee could go Judge, Prime Catcher, Galvantula, KO Squawk. Wait, does Galvantula KO the active? No, it doesn't KO the active. It's a little bit short on the active. So it has to be. So we need like Prime Galvantula. We need like Prime Galvantula. And we played the Judge already. Oh, and a Grass Energy. Yeah. Prime Galvantula Grass. KO the Squawk. Try and leave the 1 prizer in the active. Assuming Tord wins, we should riot if we don't get him on stream round 9. I mean, depending on the matchup, sure. He had grass in hand. Oh, did he? Oh, we definitely should have attached the grass beforehand then. I feel like that's the only reasonable play. Well, yeah, but if we whiff that, we have Miraidon KO active anyways, right? Wait, he's not even gonna look at his hand before he draws? Dude, he's just going in, bro. Galvantula, boss. No grass. We had the grass energy beforehand, though. We had the grass in the hand before. So it has to be the retreat into Miraidon. He drew 6. He drew 7. He just popped Fez without even looking at the Judge hand. Heart of the Cards? Bro, that was a big Heart of the Cards moment for sure. He just like, fuck it, we ball. Let me get all 7. Shuffles 3 boss, draws 2 boss. Of course, broken card. He's got a bunch of 10 damage short. But we need a Prime Catcher. So we could KO the Mew. I guess we KO the Mew over the Squawk. We go, yeah, we need Grass, Prime, KO Mew. Doesn't Mew just kill? Oh yeah, Mew does kill. Yeah, Mew literally wins the game. But Gergali does not see that, apparently. Dude, there's no way he has Ultra Ball in hand. Wait, where's his deck? Oh, it's right there. Dude, that would have been hilarious if his deck just went missing. Okay, Terrapagos doesn't win. Just move to the Mew and swing. He just doesn't see it. He doesn't see the play. I mean, it's not a play. It's a play that probably does not come up very often, but... Touch BM, bro. Dude, it's not BM. He doesn't see the play. Nice stretcher. Okay. Pokemon getting recovered. He's going for the Terrapagos KO. He needs 2 more Pokemon. What? Draw with Mew first. What the heck? Draw 2 off Mew. Oh, that's kind of trolling. I'm not going to lie. All right. Well, there's Reshiram. So Reshiram definitely works. Terrapagos also works. Fire off and KO for the last 2. Yep. Dude, that was definitely a game, bro. He completely forgot Mew existed. The active is a Ditto. True, he didn't even restart with the homie. Just vibing. He really likes Terrapagos. True, it might just be his favorite Pokemon. He just wanted to end it all with the end it with his favorite. Is there a round 9? They are gonna stream round 9 today, I think. Yeah. Nah, he knew, just wanted the Terrapagos KO. Oh, yeah, I think he might have just been flexing on him, bro. He's like, I can KO with in a couple different ways. Benches the Reshiram, could KO with Reshiram. Nah, Terrapagos. Any dramas happening with the new overtime rules yet? Dramas? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know if you mean like actual drama or just like ties happening. The tie rate isn't even that much more over the average from last season. It's only at 17 right now, but like the average last season I think was like 16 or 15, so drama would be less because there's less Pokemon. True, there's less time to have there's less time for drama to happen. Just more ties. There's like not for sure more ties. Yeah. Mterrey is still 0.17. Is that so much more? No. Like last season, there was multiple tournaments that had higher than 17 or 17. So far it's been about the same as last season, but we'll see how the rest of this tournament plays out, and then we'll see how future tournaments play out as well. We'll see if the average goes up, basically. I think last season the average was like 16 or 16 or 15 was the average last season, I want to say. So it being 17 isn't like outside of the norm. Azul, are you going to play Balatro at some point? I don't know. We'll see. This means everyone's going for the 1-0 win. It's possible. Late getting here, but watching that last match, I noticed the Armrouge player forgot genome hacking could copy Miraidon attack. No, I thought I was missing something. No, on Mew, it specifically says it can't copy legendary Pokemon's attacks, excluding legendary Pokemon attacks. Copy your active Pokemon's attacks, excluding legendaries. Gotta play Hades 2 when that comes out first. We don't even know when that's coming out, though, right? I will definitely play Hades too when it drops. A big fan of the first game. Honestly, that would be a reason I would kind of want to get a Switch too, because playing Hades on Switch was not a very good experience. But that would be a reason I would want to get Switch 2, to be honest. September 25th. Oh, wait, actually, it's coming out already? Play it on PC? Yeah, but I want to like play it while I travel, basically. I'll just play a PC game on a Switch? Because I want to be able to like travel and play. Steam Deck time? How does a Steam Deck compare to a Switch 2? I would probably want to get a Switch 2 anyways, because I said, well, I'd want to be able to play games that are on the Switch probably. Well, would I? Actually, I don't know. Maybe a Steam Deck is worth it. What do you do if you know you are winning, but you don't have much time left? Your opponent is playing a lot of items without any use, just to drag the time. I mean, if they're not taking an unreasonable amount of time, there's nothing you can do. Steam Deck is way better. But Switch 2 has Donkey Kong? That's what I'm saying. Switch 2 is more powerful. Steam Deck is better Switch. Yeesh, we can't make up our minds out here. Which one is two completely different devices? Yeah, but which one is just like more powerful? Like which one is going to give me more frames on Hades 2? Also, is there even like another handheld oh wait, hold up. Interview time.
Had just a fantastic win. You're at 6-1-1. How is your tournament going?
Hey, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the question. So my tournament is going pretty well. This is the best I ever done. This is my second day too. While I'm playing regionals. So yeah, I hit a lot of very good matchups, and a bit all they were very versatile. So I had fun. It was not boring at all.
You have fun, you're in phase 2, you're winning. Now, I got to ask, the commentators, they have some concerns about your deck. They say it's a great deck.
Yes.
It can beat anything if it sets up. How are you finding the consistency of your deck today?
I think, so one thing was very funny. I am playing, I think, 19 basic Pokemons, and I still had to mulligans 3 times. That's something, it was very funny, actually. I don't think it's an issue, especially when you want to go first. You have 12 draws in the first 7 cards.
Yep.
First 8 actually, and Squawk, and you can join the Carmine. The thing is that you are playing a lot of draw supporters, so if you can start with 1 or with Squawk and just get out an Armor Rouge, you don't need a full setup in the first turn.
Yeah.
You have an Armor Rouge. You can wait with Ho-Ho in the next turn. It's okay. You can, and even if you you are stuck, you have alternatives. For example, today I had a game where I just sobbed for 4 turns.
Nice.
But I let them stuck, and finally I drew what I needed. They didn't have answers, so it's sometimes you just have to wait. Yeah, I found it relatively consistent.
I mean, it sounds like you've got a lot of options for a lot of different matchups.
Yes.
But of course, this is an unusual deck. We saw one get top 32 at the World Championships. We've not seen very many of them. What made you bring such an unusual deck to this event?
So, when the black and white player dropped, I played Gold and Go.
Yep.
But at the League Cup in Budapest, it was very targeted,
Yeah.
and I currently every deck almost plays a Chiyu or some type of counter to it, because it's a very strong, but very strong deck. And I was I don't know, everyone knows what's in my deck, kind of. I don't really like that actually, and I just tried this deck out because I seen that some guys even before Worlds did well with it. Not with the Carmine version, but with other draw supporters. And when I seen that they made top 32 in Worlds, I was okay, it's decided. I will learn this deck for real. And I won a challenge last Friday with it. That was the first time I tried it last Friday.
Congratulations.
In person. Thank you very much. And I was like, okay, like that's a sign, you know, I have to bring it. And actually, like before rotation, I played Gouging Fire. There was Magma Basin that time, and yeah, I like this very kind of straightforward, but at very fast decks. Like
After what I looked up, you got a top 264 finish in Stuttgart last season with, with that Raging Fire. And I'm like, hang on a second, do we have just a dedicated fire player here? But it sounds like you're happy to just switch between decks depending on what you think gives you the best chance.
yes, that's exactly right. And like how I feel, it's in my hands. Yeah.
I mean, it seems to be working so far. You're sitting at 6-1-1. You're doing fantastically. You've already won a challenge, so why not come, and just win a regional shortly afterwards? You're putting yourself in good position. Congratulations on your win. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
And I think we are going to be getting ready because phase 1 is over, and that's a little bit sad. But the best thing about phase 1 being over is that means we can get ready for phase 2. And you don't want to miss phase 2 now, do you?
2 phases? 2, they brought another one? Phase so good they they made phase 2. Said nah, phase is old. We're introducing phase 2. Usually you think I will pull a Lily SIR at pre-release today? No, what the fuck? Dude, lock in, bro. You're gonna get a Mega Venusaur, and that's it, and you're gonna like it. Is that PTCG radio? Yes, sir. So I'm kind of scared about phase 2. I don't know what it means. It's just like another one, you know? Jungle dump at the pre-release. Oh, so you're fine with Hades 2, but God forbid Phase as a sequel. Azul, if you get to keep the shirt they give you for stream matches, how many of them do you have then? A lot of them. They're like all my night shirts are the Pokemon shirts. Can I have one? No, what the fuck? You also get a Venusaur. Stream Deck has a more expensive library, but saying that it's more powerful than Switch 2 is false. You'll get performance on Switch for Hades 2 than you would on Steam Deck. Alright, I trust you, Spectral. I'm locking in your opinion. I don't play that much on it anyway, so I don't need access to like a billion different games, so... I kind of just want the more powerful experience. I mean, you understand what I'm saying. You should wear a Pokemon shirt, then sell it on OnlyFans? True. Wait, am I even allowed to say those words on Twitch? What if they abbreviate? When does phase 2 start? Right now. It's phase 2 and it starts right now. That's right. If you enjoyed phase 1, you're gonna love phase 2. It's everything cool about phase 1, but honestly, it's kind of the same as phase 1. There's not that much different, but we have to get through phase 2 to get to the next phase. Top cut. That's right. There's more phases. We got phases on phases. Infinite Defense will forever tell you it's more powerful. It's not true at all because you lose a lot of... Dude, you don't know what you're talking about, Frosty. Appreciate the 6 months there, Pancakes. Please talk more about older formats and uncommon energy. Also get good at flavor text. Appreciate it. I feel like Chip is always worried about that stuff when we just like talk about something that's like off topic or we like go on for a while about something. But I think people genuinely like... Whenever I listen to a podcast, as long as they're actually talking about something and not like very obviously just trying to make something, as long as they're enjoying the thing that they're talking about, like I'll like always listen to more of any podcast that I listen to. So, it's insanely valued, but just keep in mind its limits. Making every AAA game to give a decent frame rate with acceptable frame rate that was released 2024 onwards is not always guaranteed, but if you're mostly using it for lighter such indie titles and emulation, there's no better value. I treat it more as a complementary device as a main PC. Oh, you can like emulate on it? You can't do that on what's it called, right? Wait, round 9? Are they not 8 in day 1? It's not day 1, day 2 anymore. Or the way they're doing it is it's phase 1, phase 2. So we're in there. We played all of phase 1, and now we're playing the first round of phase 2. And then the rest of phase 2 plus Top Cut will be played tomorrow. So there's 8 rounds in phase 1. 5-2-1 or better makes it to phase 2. And now we're playing the first round of phase 2. And then that'll be it for today. And then tomorrow we play the rest of phase 2. Phase Pokemon. Steam Deck lets you emulate and stream / remote play from your PC. Oh. All right, well, that's something to consider. Is there anything else that's like? Is there anything else? Like, there's the Steam Deck, there's the Switch. Is there anything else though? Like another thing that would even be like considerable as like an option, or like a handheld gaming device? Well, no, like a real thing. Game Boy, PS. No, I'm talking about like a Asus ROG Ally. Is that the one? What one has like the best ROG Ally is more powerful than both? What can you play on the ROG Ally? Like what are like anything? Is it basically just like a computer? Asus ROG Ally. 500 bones. It does look pretty nice though, I'm not gonna lie. ROG Ally is basically just a Steam Deck, but it's better, right? Is it a better Steam Deck? The good one will be a 1K bones though. There's an Asus ROG 2. Oh, Ally X? Holiday 2025, ROG Xbox Ally. Wait. ROG Xbox Ally X. ROG Xbox Ally. Wait, what's the Xbox Ally? Is that the same thing? Just get the faces too. Those aren't words? Dude, that's what it's saying on my screen. You can't lie to me. The ROG Scam box. Yeah, Xbox Ally X is the one with better hardware, but also a bit more expensive. So that's the good one then. ROG Xbox Ally X, ROG Xbox Ally X. Available October 16th. Oh, wait, this thing hasn't even released yet, right? Not yet. Okay, maybe I'll get that thing when it drops then. That might be the move then. By a bit more, the rumor price is $999. $999? Bones? Did you know how many McChickens I can buy with $99? That's a lot of McChickens, yeah. That's not even, that's like I do think about that sometimes, like how expensive these things are, but I was like, if I just don't, I could just eat, if I just eat. There was an ad, where did we land on the Sega Game Gear? Locked in. But Xbox is forever, true. Dude, what is even the point of an Xbox anymore? Is there even a point of Xbox anymore? It feels like there's still a point of a PlayStation, but like barely. But like there just isn't, right? Just have a computer basically. It's just Game Pass access on portable console. Is that it? Xbox has Halo 3. The only point of like having a console, like a Xbox, would be like you don't want to have your computer in your living room, so you put your Xbox in your living room, right? Does the ROG have Donkey Kong? No. We can maybe emulate it though. They have the best game catalog, to be fair. Xbox and games like COD release on there, I think. No, but you can just get that on your computer. That's what I'm saying. By the way, we'll pay out. We need the Bulu Bucks. Oh yeah, my bad. Who won? The player on the left? Yeah, my PlayStation is just a DVD player at this point. And then who even uses a DVD player anymore? You know what I'm saying? Listen, yeah, it just seems like there's no point in having a, like, Xbox is just like, Xbox is a fat ass Roku, man. It literally is. It still feels like there's some value in a PlayStation, to be honest. Like their exclusive games are just better, and also they're not always just available on the computer immediately, right? Or are they now just available on the computer immediately? I thought there'd be more Gardevoir today, but there are barely any. I mean, the stream questions like that come up all the time in chat. The stream is a very small sample size of the tournament, and the stream matches are also like picked to show off high-level players and interesting decks doing well, like Armarouge Box or Conkeldurr, which means the chance for something like Gardevoir to be on stream is less. Well, not exactly, but like, yeah, I don't read into the stream matches that much, basically is what I'm saying. for like an overall representation of what's doing well in the tournament. What's on stream is not a great representation of what is doing well in the tournament most of the time. However, if every single round we see Golden Go or something, that probably is telling us something, but that hasn't been the, what's it called so far. But Gardevoir could be doing very, very well in the tournament for all we know. I mean, we know how popular it is, but Hazel, did you beat Silksong yet? And did you like it? Love the game so far. I have not beat it, no. I still have a lot to do. There's a lot. I think every game is available on PC, but you can basically emulate every PlayStation game. Is this a replay? Oh, shoot. Yes, it was. Listen to him, chat. Conk is tier 1. Yeah, just don't I appreciate the 8 months there as well. Love penguins. Yeah, don't look at the stream matches as a great representation of like what's doing well or the metagame. Like it's a very what goes on stream is a very small look into the tournament. Very small. Yeah, don't read into it too much. Stream matches are rigged, confirmed. Also that, they literally know who's going to win the match before the game starts as well. So, like, it's all, like, to set up for storylines and, like, prepare for stuff like that so the tournament's, like, more interesting to the spectators. Those are also going to affect the outcome of, like, the stream matches. Because they want to set up, you know, Tord with his Dragapult deck going up against, like, an unbeatable matchup that he somehow overcomes with, like, big plays and stuff. But, like, his opponent, like, if you, like look at it, his opponent was obviously throwing on purpose. So, like... That's why there's no Guardy there. Tord doesn't play Guardy. And then his opponent's playing like some meme deck, you know? That's supposed to beat him, but then it doesn't. Like, I'm struggling at the Judge boss in Silksong. I struggled at that boss for a little bit, but then all I did was slow down. Like, that boss is where I like kind of learned. Well, dude, I feel like I had to relearn this though. So I didn't learn it. I knew it to be true. But you have to focus less on hitting the boss and focus more on dodging the boss's attacks. Like those kind of the games like Hollow Knight or Silk Song and like other games like that, it's so much more about responding to the boss than forcing something on the boss most of the time, to be honest. Boss does X, you do Y. Boss does X, you do Y. Repeat. Which makes it a little bit more boring than like, it's not like real combat. It's like, yeah, it's not like real combat. It's like responding to them. Real combat is like where you could answer their, what they do. You could answer it in multiple ways, but. So it's almost a game that is very much about patience and perseverance compared to Hollow Knight. I don't feel like the games are that different. To me, Silk Song just feels like an extension of Hollow Knight. Also planning on what to get hits through, learning the pattern. Yeah, exactly. Like figuring out how to hit them after their move. It's like Dark Souls, glorified rhythm games. Yeah, but they're fun. It's fun to like learn that, apply your mechanics. Silk Song is significantly harder when compared. You get much less free time. Sure, that's possible. I don't remember Hollow Knight at all, so yeah, I don't remember Hollow Knight literally like at all. Like I remember Hollow Knight, but I don't remember like how it felt playing it. So far to me, Silk Song doesn't feel harder than Hollow Knight, but I don't play games like this very often as well. Silk Song 80% is about the same difficulty as Hollow Knight 112%. Would you ever speedrun a game? No, probably not. I'm not very interested. I never said rhythm games weren't fun. All right, it came off like that. All right, Puerto Rican, it came off like that. It came off like you were dissing it a little bit. My bad, my bad. Phase 2. Switch 2 runs Silk Song at 120 FPS. Spectral, you have to be getting a commission at this point, bro. How much is the commission? If you tell me how much your commission is, I'll buy the Switch 2. This doesn't make it much harder, but Silk Song bosses are broke. They don't give currency after combat. That's true. They are broke, yeah. Works for Nintendo. Bro, at this point, I'm kind of suspect of Spectral at this point. Are you gonna go for speedruns / speed completion achievements? No. Would you ever stream other games? Yeah, for sure, potentially. Oh, they're broke. Yeah, dude, they never give you any money. Wait. Also, isn't it like harder to get like mask pieces in this one compared to Hollow Knight? In Hollow Knight, what after you beat some bosses, didn't they just give you a mask? Or am I trolling? I swear they just gave you a mask piece after you beat them. Would you stream Silk Song? Yeah, I have been. I've streamed pretty much my whole run of Silk Song so far. I only post the full VOD, or the Silk Song only VODs on Twitch though. I don't put them on YouTube. Conk 8-0? Dude, the Conk is 8-0? That's insane. Kato beat Tord. Yeah, Alex beat Mike. Is that favored against Grimsnarl? I guess it might be, right? There's a Conk at 8-0? There's a Conk at 8-0, yeah. Are we cutting over to the match? Dude, what the heck? You know what? Actually, Phase 2 is canceled. Conkeler wins the tournament. Let's go! It's a Conk dub! We're canceling phase 2, which means no potential for top cut. The Conk victory. Could Conk be a top tier meta deck? No. Doesn't mean it's terrible though. What the fuck? The Conk def a pro at dodging Guardy? I mean, Guardy's only 10% of the meta. Like, think about it. Like, slow down and think about it. 10% of the meta. If you play 10 matches... I mean, if you play 10 matches, you're likely to play against a freaking Guardy. There's so many other factors that are involved in that. Like, how successful are the Guardies on the day? Like, 1 of 10 matches on average is Guard 4. They haven't even played 10 rounds. Also, how successful is Guardy on the day? Who ended up bringing Guardy? What are the better players playing? It's not that crazy. Oh, we look at it here, yeah. Alex with the Conkeldurr 8-0. I don't know what Kai's playing, but also 8-0. Kato 8-0. Kato's playing straight Pult with a 1-1 Dusclops. How many more dubs does the Conk need to make top cut realistically? X2-1. They need to win 3. They need to go. They need to win 3 and tie 1. Is there a stream for the Mterrey Originals too? Unfortunately, no, there's not. Guardy Valiant is such a cool variant. I gotta give it a shot. Wait, is this real? Is there actually a Guardy Valiant? Kai is on Pult. Okay, so Kai Pult. Is it Pult Nor or straight Pult? Kato straight Pult. Alex Conkeldurr, of course. Of course, there's gotta be a Conkeldurr up there. David here is on Guardy. But there's a Guardy up there. I don't know what Dominic is playing. Niles? No idea what Niles is playing. I don't know any. Mike Ellis. Grim Snarl. Conk works only because the meta is now full of low HP Pokemon. What? That's just not true. What are you talking about? So is it legal to crack a smelling salt right before the match to lock in? Yeah. Definitely not illegal. I pulled the SIR Late Determination last night. Chat, what do you think I could list it on eBay for? That's got to be a couple hundred, right? I think that's doping. I don't know. No, it's definitely not. Get the salts, bro. I don't know, last I spoke to him, he was deciding on Slower Dusk. Okay, so he's on one of them. Deck analysis phase 1 junior division. Everybody's Conk kills Golden Go thanks to poison after swinging for 250. That's kind of sick. That's pretty gross. I mean, that matchup seems pretty good for sure. He's checking Limitless for decklist before your round doping. Some be saying that. People have been saying that, yeah. Anything interesting decks on stream today? Conkeldurr, yeah. What record makes day 2? 5-2-1 or better. Why play straight Pult over Dusk? More consistent, better mirror. You're better in the mirror. And yeah, better in the mirror. More consistent. Worst Guardy matchup. Is that Guardy 15% behind your head? No, it's Golden Go. This is Juniors division though. Golden Go's behind actually it's not behind my head, it's behind chat, okay? The chat box is the one covering it. Guardy is less than 6% in the Juniors division. Is Conk still undefeated? It is, yes. 8-0. senior division. Oh, hold up. I gotta go do something real fast. Oh shoot, I was muted. It's probably good I was muted. I was talking shit about Europe and how cringe they are for playing 12% Raging Bolt. I'm going to go perform today? We don't know. Dude, this one is too sour, man. The Sour Green Apple Ghost, bro. Oh, it hits. I never learned my 7 times table. Try not to play Raging Bolt. I never learned any times table. I think it'll be alright. Great Paul only being 3% is kind of surprising. I don't know if it is, to be honest. But I don't know, like, would you really predict it to be more popular? It's like pretty well established that like the main way that people play the deck is the Dusknoir build. What is unclassified? Well, just what it is. Like decks that have not been classified. So like decks like, I don't know, like Wugtrio Mill. If you brought Wugtrio Mill or United Wings to the tournament, it would fall under unclassified. Yeah, like Conkeldurr's probably unclassified. Should have just called it other. Well, it's specifically decks that aren't because like if they've classified a deck before, it wouldn't go into that percentage. So like Poltzard wasn't represented on the graph, but it wouldn't go into unclassified either because it's been classified, but it's not high enough in a percentage to be on the table, basically, right? Because if we go here, this is what, 27, 39, 49, 56, 63, 69, 73. Wait, hang on, it's gonna be closer than I think. 73, 88. So this total is 88%. So there's 12% missing, right? This total is 88%. So there's 12% missing. So like unclassified literally means like a deck they have not classified before. So like our Chaladon could be being played at a 2% rate and it's just like over here. So it's off the chart, but it's not in unclassified. Unclassified is literally decks that they have not classified as a deck before. So that'd be like Conkeldurr, United Wings, Wugtrio Mill, decks like that go into unclassified. Our Chaladon box probably is not classified, but so it's different than just like the rest of the decks. Now, the thing is they shouldn't list unclassified on the graph because it's just irrelevant information. Like it's not relevant information to have. Like it doesn't do any, like you can't look at that and be like, oh yes, 6% unclassified. Yes, very curious. How could such a percentage of decks be so unclassified? You can't do anything with that information. So the fact that they put it there is It's cringe. It's cringe. They should just remove it and then put the next deck that has it that is a classified deck as a percentage should be bumped into play. What is first played? Poltnor. Raging Bolt being second most played is kind of criminal, I can't lie. I mean, that's Europe, bro. That's Europe for you. They're still scared of Mew VMAX, and they think Raging Bolt beats it. So just in case it shows up, they have to be prepared. Or, and hear me out, classify the decks. Like we already call it conk. Just say X% of conk. No, but they don't want to, like, it's like automatic though. It's like automatic by predetermined card counts, I'm pretty sure. Magic. So like, do they want to really create? They don't want to create something for every single deck, like, because then what if someone comes up with a deck that no one thought about? Like, you can't classify that. You farmed Raging Bolt? I mean, dude. I mean, Europe thought they beat Mew before. They think they can beat it with Raging Ball as well. I don't know what to tell you. That's what they think. It's all fun and games till the Mew VMAX drops the Lily's Clefairy and starts one-shotting them with Psychic Leap. They don't personally look through all 2,000 decks and make a tally. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. They just like do like, if deck has X amount of Dreepy plus 2 Charizard EX, categorize it as Pulsard. It's like all automatic based on like popular archetypes or popular enough archetypes that are worth categorizing as an archetype. And then everything that they don't think is worth making a category for goes into unclassified. But decks that don't end up in the top 12 decks that have been categorized before are still categorized. They just don't show on the graph because they're not popular enough. So, but the thing is, unclassified still just shouldn't be on the chart because you can't do anything with that information. That information is not very helpful. It isn't like it's not a relevant statistic. It's not a relevant stat. I would rather know what percentage of the next most popular deck that is classified is in the next 6 than know the existence of how many unclassified percentage there is. Think Grimmsharl is bad in this meta? Yeah, I don't think it's good. Unless Grimmsharl gets, or unless Golden Go gets kind of like hated out of the meta, then I mean, well, but that's no, but currently I don't think that's true. So yeah, no. After today, when we go to the best of the rest for future regionals, we're gonna see Conkeldurr have its own meta share at the bottom. I mean, there's no way it gets like no way like 3% of people play it. I guess you get to see the percentage of rogue decks, maybe. I mean, kind of, but like. Not really, even then, like... Some decks that you consider rogue are classified, and then they're removed from that percentage. But then, like... I don't know, someone's probably playing some bullshit, like... I don't know, it's like... Some deck that, like, do we really want to consider it a rogue deck? It's just, like, absolutely, like, terrible, like... You know what I'm saying? Like... doesn't really tell us anything, you know what I'm saying? Weavile Blaziken? Yeah, someone's rocking Weavile Blaziken out there. You're checking the new stadium for Guardy discard an energy when the hand size is bigger than the number of psychic Pokemon in play. I actually don't know. It's a good question. I'm actually curious now. Let me read the card. No? Dude. You're not the most reliable source there, Jake Gearhart. AKA Iron Hands will ruin the format. AKA Iona will save the format. AKA Lily's determination is healthy for gameplay, contradicting what Henry Brand said. I saw your tweet. Once during each player's turn, that player may discard one energy card from their hand to draw until they have as many cards in hand as they have psychic Pokemon in play. What those things happened? Jake Gearhart, aka Steven Triff's biggest op. The English card says in order to. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you probably can't. I believe Jake. This time. Not every time, though. I believe Jake this time. Oh, sick! The gray screen. Yeah, so here we got the gray screen. This is pretty cool here. Wait, they're actually doing something with this. I was just kind of trolling. I thought that was an error. Wait, something's actually happening. Oh wait, is it an iPad? Is she drawing on the iPad? I literally thought there was just like a production error. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, is Amy gonna draw a Pokemon here? We have to guess what it is. Okay, lock in. Turtwig. It's like a wing. Lugia, Ho-Oh. It's like Lugia or Ho-Oh or something, right? It's gotta be. Bonnet? Wait, is that the head? Is that its head? It looks like arms, right? Jinx? Wait, is it like grabbing something? Is that like a pie? What is the pie stealing Pokemon? Buddy Poffin? Mimikyu? Mimikyu steals pies? Dude, I'm lost on this one, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, Joltik? No. Maybe? Joltik is eating the pizza. Haunter Crustle. Hot. Spicy? It's a... Joltik's getting set on fire. It's like a pan. A pan of chili? Not chili. Curry? Spicy curry? Spicy curry. Joltik's eating spicy curry. Joltik cooking a stew? What the heck is happening? Where's my original? This is it. This is phase 2. They changed it. Phase 2 is different than phase 1. Can is weak to fire. Phase 2 is Pictionary. Yeah, this is phase 2 is Pictionary. A ham? That's a shower head? True, that is a shower head, yeah. Joltik broth? That's that droid from Star Wars? Pizza. Bro, it's a pizza. It's a pizza. It's a pizza. Okay, it's not a pizza. It's a pot. Dude, it's spicy curry. It's definitely just curry. I was right. It's like spicy curry. Dude, Joe needs to lock in, bro. What is Joe saying right now?
Hey. It's like a stew.
Yes.
Curry.
A hot stew.
Yes.
Spicy curry.
This is playable, is it?
It was playable.
Spicy curry.
Leo last season.
Last season.
Wait, what was the name of the card?
Last season, this was hot on the money.
Hot on the money.
Yeah.
It's an item.
Yeah, it's an item.
I'm still blown away by
Chat,
this.
I'm
going to be
certain
so
you have
annoyed at
this.
this point.
I'm going to give you 10 more seconds.
Spicy
It's an
seasoned
item
curry.
card that got fire energy.
Oh.
All I can think is fiery flint or...
Okay, Joe, you're out of time, mate. That was spicy curry.
It can burn.
It's burning.
That's really
It's not
upsetting.
Dude, what the heck? I thought this guy was supposed to have deep knowledge and lore of the Pokemon TCG. She was trying to draw a cloth, not a Joltik. Oh, maybe. That definitely looks like a Joltik. Poser. Fraud alert. There is not a Mterrey stream, no, unfortunately. Chip would have gotten that. Yeah, well, Chip would have gotten it because he would have been like, oh, yeah, I remember I one time got a paper cut from a card way back when I was 5 years old. At After I just played my cloth deck that had spicy curry, like Golbat. It's Malamar. Crobat, Golbat, Zubat, Wingle, Noibat. Are they streaming round 9? We assume so. Oh, Crobat, because the extra wings. Team Rocket's Crobat. Batman. Alright, what the fuck? Now I'm just confused. The bat had cards stored in its wings? Oh, Crobat V. He'd be drawing. Specifically a card. Let's see what they're saying.
Not been played with Janine. If it's the one that can get Janine's secret technique or can draw after Janine's, that's not seen any
No,
play.
not that one. Oh, okay. It's fine. Yeah, I'll give you it. I'll give you it. It was Crobat.
Well, what was the ability name?
Was it Dark Asset?
Oh, Crobat V. Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, Joe is 100% a fraud, bro. This can't be real, bro. Dude. I don't think he's ever played the Pokemon TCG before. I don't think he has. Omni fraud. It's Omni fraud. I don't think he's ever played the. Yeah, I don't think he's ever played the Pokemon TCG before. I don't know. True Color showing. Yeah, dude, he's a video game player. He probably plays Pocket or something. Straight up Pocket enjoyer. It'd be funny if they're just not streaming round 9. They're definitely streaming round 9. They're definitely streaming round 9. But it'd be funny if they didn't. Lunch break. Whenever Joe was at a Pokemon regional, he actually would sit down across from his opponent, and they'd both play Magic the Gathering. They probably have to confirm everyone who's playing too. I mean, that's super easy though. You just like input the thing into the system, and it just like kicks everyone out and moves everyone else forward. Guarantee at least one player left for the day thinking they were done and ready. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone thought that they were done for the day for sure and like left the venue after the last round. But I'm sure they did like announcements though. Maybe not though. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if someone did, but probably not. Probably not. It could have happened though. Just assuming, well, phase 1 is over. I'm out of here. You see, look at the Pokédata is already updated. Hold up. And drop. Holy chill. Literally prison. They're all going to jail. $430 day 2? What the Is that the biggest day 2 of all time? Like no memes? Well, no, how big was NAIC and EUIC? Why are they starting phase 2 today? Did they say? I think it's just like to better to make the time make more sense, doing 9 rounds day 1 and then the rest of the stuff day 2. Just to make the time make more sense. I'm pretty sure NAIC and EUIC barely reach over 300. About 432nd out of Mickey is worse than Mickey day 2. Yeah, it's just like it's no longer like day 1 and day 2. It's phase 1, phase 2, and they play some of phase 1 on day 1. Or yeah, they play some of phase 1 on day 1. Just to try and make the time make more, or to do, what is the word I'm looking for? To like coordinate the time better between the 2 days. Make it make more sense. For me personally, there's a lot of unfamiliar names here at the top. Like I recognize Tord, obviously, and Kato. I also recognize Kai Wainwright. That's a recognizable name. Also David's. I've seen David's name before. I've seen Dominic Fink. Okay, maybe I've recognized quite a few names up here. Mike Ellis. Some new names for sure. NAIC this year was 390. USC was 360. So is this the biggest day 2 ever? Unless like PokeData is wrong with those numbers, but I can't imagine why it would be wrong. Reach Out was a new name not too long ago. Well, for you guys, not for me. For some reason I remember super well. First name Super, last name Well. He top 16 or top 8 at a regional with Drago and Prismatic. Is there no round 9 today? No, there is a round 9 today. We're just waiting on it. You regret not playing Conk to Worlds now that you know it's BDIF? Well, yeah, of course, obviously. But that's not really like not even a good question. The answer is obviously I regret not playing the Conk. I want to check. We can check this while we're waiting, I guess. Let's see what's happening in Mterrey. See if anything. I mean, they're only what, like 2 or 3 rounds in. They actually might be in round 3 right now. Ooh, round 3. Brent Tonneson 3-0. Let's go. Andrew Hedrick 3-0. Okay. Yeah, I predicted Brent Tonneson would make top cut this weekend on the podcast, so I'm rooting for Brent. Chip predicted, dude. Classic Chip, bro. Predicting Tord Reklev would make top cut. Obviously, that's going to happen, bro. It's not even an interesting prediction. Chip likes being predictable. Have you tried to play with the new overtime rules? What do you think of it? Seems shit to me. I've not played a tournament with the new rules, no. Have the Conk finished today? Currently 8-0, but there's one more round to play, so... All right, here we go. We're seeing Kai versus Dominic. All right, here we go, folks. Round 9. I thought TVC removed round 9. Well, they didn't remove round 9. Round 9 always happens. This is fate. We are in phase 2. All right, here I'm gonna break it down one time. Phase 1 of the tournament, remove the idea of days. The first thing you have to do, close your eyes. Remove the idea of days from your mind. There's no day 1 and day 2. There's now phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 has 8 rounds. Phase 2 has 6 rounds. And then we play top cut after phase 2. They've played all the phases, all the rounds for phase 1. We played 8 rounds. Phase 1 is over. We are now playing the first round of phase 2 on day 1, but it's not. We're not doing day 1 and day 2. It's phase 1 and phase 2. We're just playing the first round of phase 2 on day 1. Okay, you can open your eyes now. This is day 2, basically. God damn it! What if I don't have eyelids? There's no day 1. There's no day 2. There's no Queen of England. Is the 21% tie right? 21% of the people tie? Yeah. Oh shit, it is 21. God damn, bro. What the fuck? It's early in the tournament, though. It's early in the tournament. 21% tie rate over in... But that's not even, like, crazy for the tournaments that happened in Mexico. The tie rate was pretty high at the tournaments in Mexico, to be honest. In Frankfurt right now, the tie rate is 17, which is, like, pretty comparable to last season. Okay, that's how they change it. Change it up. Thanks for explaining. Of course, no problem. Up until this tournament, though, I thought they were going to be playing 8 rounds day 1 and then 6 rounds day 2. But apparently they're not. They're like calling them phases now, and they're playing some of phase 2 on day 1, which is fine. Prediction? We don't know the matchup yet, do we? Wait for the matchup. Chill. So, do you ever miss TikTok chat? No, definitely not. But we might bring it back at some point. Isn't that a quote from something? How many phase 2 games will they play today? Just 1. We have a list for the Blaziken Dragon Ball deck? No. They're still playing in the tournament. We have no lists. We have no decks for any lists. We have no lists for any decks. PokemonTCG does not exist. All right, here we go. Dominic with its Pult versus Raging Bolts. Raging Pults. Oh, it's just Golden Go. Oh, wait, is it Joltik Box? Another Joltik Box, dude? What the heck? Who up? This round is starting at 8. What a long day. Geez, sure that isn't better than how it was last season. I mean, it's about the same. There was quite a few tournaments last season had 9 rounds in day 1. This isn't like new. Yeah, this isn't like new. For sure. But I guess like one thing would be like we went from 50 minutes plus 3 to 50 minutes plus 1, and it's still taking about the same amount of time, which is probably an L. But we don't know what, like, if there was a lot of delays in the tournament or not. Oh, it didn't feel like there was like a bunch of delays or anything like that. Yeah, it didn't feel like the delays were ridiculous. Putting the Iron Hands on the bench there is like a little bit questionable, because if Kai has Boss Iron Hands, it could get stuck if Dominic doesn't play Future Booster Capsule or doesn't have access to Latias. And honestly, if Kai has like the choice between like a Researcher or a Boss here, I think Boss Badoo the Iron Hands is probably the play. Let's see. The question at that point would be, does Dominic play Future Booster Capsule? Which most people don't, but definitely could. Dreepy. It is Nor. Pult Nor. Wait, retreat to Joltik now, you can get cornered. Oh, that's also a good point there, Heracross. Yeah, it is Pult Nor, so there probably is no threat of that, but that actually is a good point. Just Poffin and then Badoo and then going for the price check. Okay. Over to Dominic. Did not get stuck. And Dominic's turn might be pretty short here as well, to be honest. We saw Cactus in hand. Oh, did we actually? Oh, sheesh. I just kind of assumed it wasn't in there, but Cactus and Pult Nor are simply correct. True, you're right, my bad. Definitely should have played around it, right? Because we didn't see the dusk little guy yet, so we definitely should have played around it. As Dominic should have played around the potential of the Maractus. Once you see the Duskull, there we go. I don't hate the idea of not playing around it, but is Dominic playing straight Joltik or is it Dango Joltik? It's Joltik box, yeah, straight Joltik. River Charm coming down on the Iron Hands, and then there we go. Joltik back over to Kai. Going to look number 1. Are we waiting for Dominic here? Nah, bro. Like, let the players play, bro. Let them cook. Or unless Dominic asks Kai to wait, then it's fine. But if it's the judge, Nah. All right. Here we go. There's the cactus. There's the energy. We are going to trap the Joltik. Trapping the Joltik is not that good, but it's probably better than using Badoo here as Kai. Because there is a potential that the Galvantula can't be found. Unfortunately for Kai, actually, we might whiff the Galvantula here. Oh, we could always Prime Catchers. Well, no, we don't want a Prime Catcher around this thing. You just want a Galvantula. But there is a Pokegear in hand, so we can Pokegear into Arven and then Ultra Ball for the Galvantula, and then retreat in the Iron Hands knockout. Here we go. Pokegear. Yeah, we don't want a Prime Catcher because we don't want... Ooh, it is a whiff. It is a whiff for a Crispin. Huh. How do you play it now as Dominic? That's pretty unfortunate. Also, the question is, what else does Dominic play, is what I'm curious about. Has Nestball, has Boss, has Crispin. Goes for the Nest. 2 Bravery Charm. Future Booster confirmed. Oh, did we see it in the Pokegear there? Is it ever charged second hands angle? Probably not. Putting second hands in play is kind of not great. I don't hate the Clefairy load up though. It's going for our Pikachu though. Pikachu's so bad in this matchup. Unless you play Gravity Mountain, but I assume they don't play Gravity Mountain because they play... I assume Dominic doesn't play Gravity Mountain because... Yeah, Pikachu's just kind of a wasted bench space. Like, basically, Miraidon does the same thing as Pikachu in this matchup. Like, it KOs Fez, it KOs Latias, and then it doesn't discard its energy. Yeah. It also doesn't die to a Hawlucha plus attack, but, like, that's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, I really do not like the Pikachu here. I'm not gonna lie. It just... Yeah, it just feels bad. It just feels like... Just set up Miraidon. Why don't you set up Miraidon? Unless you play Gravity Mountain. If Dominic plays Gravity Mountain, then it is fine, I guess. But I'm just kind of assuming no Gravity Mountain because Dominic plays Clefairy. But maybe you play, maybe he plays both. Ooh, the load up on the Mew I don't hate. It's not that good. It's fine. They have one bench slot that needs to be dedicated to Leaves and can't Clefairy anymore without corner threat. True, that is a good point. So it's even worse than I thought. I already thought it was bad, but yeah, you're right, Heracross. It's actually just worse. It's like really bad. No load up off the Joltik as well. All right, into a Dracloak here from Kai. It's not great, but... Oh, I mean, I guess I was going to say, but the Maractus bought you a turn, but... That's all it did. All right, Kai goes for the knockout. KO's the Joltik. Is that even worth it, though? I feel like that's actually a misplay from Kai. Now you just gave another bench space over. You should have just passed, right? Yeah, I feel like it's a misplay there from Kai. I feel like Kai should have just passed. And then, like, if Dominic wants to KO the Maractus, you don't KO the lone Dracloak. So you like now Dominic has a bench space to work with, and now chasing the Dracloak is like a way more like it just like there's less. You should have more to work with on your side of the field. Yeah, I don't like that from Kai. I think you should just pass there as Kai. You also gave over Fez draw to Dominic as well. Wait, why don't they tie up the mate today to phase 2? Are they trying to get more points for cut? Yeah, they're playing for top cut. Boss in hand. Boss the Dracloak! Thank goodness. We still have both of our pivot cards left. This is definitely the play. About to give me a heart attack, bro. He's about to attack the Maractus. All right. I wouldn't have hated to see Nestball for Fez there from Dominic, to be honest. Because you don't have it out to another Gust in hand, I don't believe. Not that you definitely need one, I guess, but... Dracloak off the top from Kai, and now Nestballing for the Fez. This is looking pretty tough for Kai, especially if we put Fez in play, to be honest, because that's going to be another 2-prize liability for Dominic to go after. But, well, no, the Pikachu is set up. The Pikachu can KO the Fez still. You don't want your Fez getting trapped? Everything gets trapped at this point. It doesn't really matter. Like the Miraidon is already like a huge liability. The Fez isn't any more of a liability as long as you don't clog your bench. Because Kai can't win through an infinite trap. Well, I guess it's like the same thing. It's like the same thing at this point, yeah. The Fez isn't any more of a liability than everything else that's already on the board. Why not Nestball for Blood Moon here? As Kai? It could get stuck. I guess you have Dusclops to create space for Latias in case it gets stuck. Yeah, you might be right, to be honest. Like, what else are you saving the bench space for? Another Duskull? You don't even want to put another Duskull on the bench, do you? Yeah. Well, maybe you do want to put another Duskull on the bench because Dominic could Gust KO your Duskull this turn, right? So that actually that's something, right? He played Nest Ball and failed. Well, he was going for Fez, but then Fez wasn't there. Oh, but then just grab the Duskull. I see what you're saying. Then why didn't we get Duskull? Sure. Well, maybe you want to keep it for Duskull depending on what you draw, right? Could that ever change what you would grab? Probably not, though. Probably not. All right. Well, it looks like Kai whiffed. I guess you could honestly pushing up. No, pushing up Ursaluna here would be pretty bad. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. All right, goes for the Maractus, 20 to the Iron Hands. If the Iron Hands does KO the Maractus, the Dragapult could return KO the Iron Hands. That's actually something here. But there's a boss in hand here for Dominic, so we're definitely bossing. Goes after the Dragapult. Is that actually better than KOing the Duskull here? I'm kind of a Duskull KO enjoyer, I feel like, on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I like KOing Duskull there for sure. All right, Iono to 1 can happen here now. So we could look for like... Yikes, that hand just sucks. I was gonna say like some kind of Ursaluna. Oh, we have the Jamming Tower. Oh, I guess that's a reason to set up the Pikachu here as Dominic, actually. Maybe the Pikachu actually is better than I gave it credit for from Dominic. I don't like losing the bench space, but the Pikachu does KO Ursaluna, right? That's something that Miraidon can't do. So actually, I am wrong. They're not equal in this matchup. Yeah, they're definitely not equal in this matchup. So maybe the Pikachu setup here from Dominic does make more sense than I gave it credit for initially. How much money would you make if Pokemon allowed coaches to speak on complicated lines directly to a player at least 1 time per game, like an NFL coach? I mean, like, what would I charge to do that for someone? I have no clue. What is that even worth? Because what if you're just wrong? Well, I guess you could just discuss it at least, right? Give input. Wait, can you like see what's on the other side of the opponent's field as well? Why didn't he play counter catcher? Well, I think because you want to KO the Iron Hands here. Yeah, the Iron Hands is the focus here. The question is, can Kai KO the Iron Hands? I'm actually not sure. I hope so. That's the only win condition. If you get outside math analysis, that'd be OP. That would be like the reason to do it for the most part, right? Just like, what is the statistically correct play here? All right, Ursaluna KO. All right, Dominic just needs a single grass energy. And if he doesn't have the grass energy, he still has time. Okay, he's lining up the grass. Does he have an out for it, though? There's a grass and a lightning in the deck, so you... Well, I mean, yeah, Crispin works, I guess. Oh, he's checking for Vessel, maybe. Does have the Vessel. Okay. Boom. And Kai packs it up. All right. Game 1 goes to Dominic. Kai had a really slow start. Not many options. I mean, the biggest thing from Kai, I think Kai just shouldn't have KO'd the Joltik when he did. Like, that's the only thing I would think would have should have been maybe done differently. But besides that, was pretty limited on options throughout the whole game. Yeah. It's like whatever's presented on the table. I don't know. Could I like stay at home watching the stream and then get like called, like phone a friend? Do I have to actually be at the event? You probably have to be at the event, right? Let's play my round 1 Mickey match. Was Kai just unable to corner juggle? Yeah, there was no potential for like a good corner line ever. I think he didn't even reveal the grass yet. He maybe it was hard to tell by the angle of the camera that we had, but he maybe showed it to him, to be honest. Couldn't Kai have taken boss over Iono from Recon and then corner Miraidon till Pult is set up? Didn't the Maractus get KO'd that turn? Am I trolling? Oh, no, it didn't. I guess maybe, yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, then you leave the Iron Hands alive, right? Isn't that, wouldn't that be that would have happened? All right, Maractus and Double Dracloak prized. Kai will be going second in this one, though. I believe it was the other way around in the first one. Cactus last prize. Yeah, there's no cactus action happening in this game for sure. And while Dominic's doing some prize checking here, or figuring out that turn, I kind of want to go back and look at that board state. You might be right. Maybe there was boss around. Yeah, I mean, I guess Kai could have brought up Miraidon and tried to buy time to set up the Dragapult with it, right? Yeah. Was it this turn or the turn before, something like that? Because the Maractus was still alive there. I guess you're not wrong. Once again, Dominic... Wait, does Dominic play the Future Booster Capsule? Did Kai have a boss before killing Joltik? No, Kai did not have a boss then, that's for sure. There was no boss available that turn. He does have Future Booster? Okay, because otherwise putting Iron Hands in play here is like... not good. I think there's a boss in that hand though, that's pretty good. Yep, boss is pretty good. Okay. It's prized? Oh, is it prized this game? That would actually be kind of funny. I don't think Kai has seen it. Oh, it is prized. Oh. So Kai could go boss Iron Hands Beduit just aggressively. Also, Kai has not seen Dominic's Future Booster Capsule yet. So doesn't know if Dominic has it or doesn't, I don't think. Delta getting loaded. Oh, wait, but we've seen the Maractus. You gotta retreat the Mew there. That's definitely a misplay from Dominic. Because Kai could just Maractus. Oh! Hilda as the turn 1 supporter? Pack it up! Wait, okay. We are getting Joltik. Actually, sheesh. I don't even know. We might not get Joltik next turn. We could just lose. Yeah, on the last game, there was like... I don't know. Even last game, though, once you see your opponent open Badu, you should still just retreat to the Joltik, right? If you don't see the Maractus the whole game, but you see, like, Dusclops, I don't hate... No, you just always retreat, though, right? You should... I guess Dominic here, you just always retreat, right? There's no reason to not retreat. All right, absolutely terrible start here for Kai. Ultra Balling away Ursaluna and an energy to get a Dreepy. Terrible. Yes, that's bad. That's bad. Does Dominic only play Future Booster and no Latias? What's the advantage to that? He has Latias as well. He just wants the tool searchable to be able to move the Iron Hands. Like, it's... In this situation... Well, in this situation, Dominic's Future Booster Capsule is prized. So he should have... If he didn't prize check, then he doesn't know that. And that opens up... Kai can just go boss Iron Hand. If Kai hand is just only has boss, or if Kai's like, my hand's good enough to just go boss your Iron Hands, that's like a reasonable play in this situation. That's why when you use Miraidon, you don't search out your Iron Hands. Now, last game, it was different because Dominic, the Future Booster Capsule was in the deck for Dominic. It wasn't prized and had an Arvin. So if Kai had committed to a boss, turn 1 going second, last game would have been fine. This situation, though, was not fine. There's definitely a misplay from Dominic to not... it was a misplay from Dominic to get the Iron Hands. And it was also a misplay from Dominic to not retreat to Joltik last turn. Because Kai opened Badu. Even if Kai didn't open Badu, you could just get turn 1 Maractus. You could just get Maractus spawn trapped the whole game. All right, Fez top deck from Kai is nice. All right, Poffin is... Oh, I thought something actually happened. I think the judges just want Kai to wait for Dominic. Which I kind of understand it from a viewer's perspective. I don't think Dominic cares. I think it's the judges asking Kai to slow down and wait for the viewer experience. But Michael, it's just a little cringe when the players are trying to play fast to make sure they can complete the games. Which it doesn't, like, Kai's playing at like a pretty fast pace. It seems like Kai is definitely playing with some urgency, with the idea of trying to, you know, obviously win, but like, you know, aggressively playing the game. We filled our bench again. We were just trolling our board against some Maractus play again. Well, I don't know if I agree with that Heracross, because like being able to have the answer to Kai's attached to the Duskull. What the heck? Am I trolling or is Kai trolling? I don't hate the idea of oh, the bench of the Fez? I don't like that either. Benching Fez here seems bad. I mean, it would be hard for Dominic to like go after it. I guess you're always kind of chasing the Dracloak. Because Pikachu is the only way to deal with Ursaluna, right? So I don't hate it. You still have the out for the Iron Leaves. I don't know. I think it's fine. What was the play we were talking about where we wanted potentially access to 2 bench spaces though? from Dominic. Bench space for Leaves and bench space for... There was something else, right? I forget what it was. You can't put Latias down, I guess. We got room for Clefairy and Leaves. Oh, sure. I don't know. Maybe that just doesn't come up, though, right? Because, like, if Dominic goes KO with 2... Get KO with hands for 2... If Dominic goes KO with hands for 2... And then Kai goes Dragapult, and you just go, okay, cool, Clefairy knockout. Then you still have, like, you have a Prime Catcher left, right? You still have space. So I don't know. I think it works. So Kai is actually setting up for the Dusknoir play. Kai is setting up for the attack with Dusknoir play, the attacking Dusknoir line. Okay, there's the 2 prize cards for Dominic. Badoo gets pushed. Iono, top deck is nice. I wonder if Kai plays Rare Candy and is actually can make it happen this turn. You need to find Candy and Neo Upper and a Gust Effect. Ideally counter catchers. You can play Iono, but let's see. Fez for 3. Boss jamming Duskull. I mean, jamming's not bad. Duskull also doesn't seem terrible. And then we have Iono to draw some more. At the very least, we want to find a Dracloak here. You're up on Dusknoir. I mean, that looks like what Kai is setting up for. Let's see. What's the draw? No Neo. Oh, got the Dracloak. Can Dracloak find us Dusclops? Tap in Dusk. There's Dusclops. You can build up that on the next turn. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I kind of like the Pikachu from Dominic. Because, like, the way these games are playing out, Kai's only win condition is Iono or Saluna, right? So depending on how the game plays out, I guess you could play it one way or another. I guess in this situation, the Fez came down from Kai aggressively, so maybe it's less necessary, but it depends on, like, the tempo of the game, right? So, like, for how the tempo of this game is going for Dominic, I feel like it makes sense. Like, it works. Pause on another Dracloak. We still have Prime Catcher left. Oh, it's literally in the hand. Clefairy in the hand. Dude, jeez, man. You for 1, just holding on the Clefairy. I like it. And then, dude, this game is just cooked. This game is over. Amp for 2. 2 left for Dominic. Has Prime in hand. We do have an Iono for Kai. And I believe Kai will probably be going for that Dusknoir play here. So we need Counter Catcher, Neo Upper, and Dusknoir. I believe the Dusknoir's on the bottom of the deck, but we can play for the... we can play for the... I guess maybe we want to try and pop Clops to Iono to lower. No, that doesn't even make any sense, right? And you just play Iono and you hope to find... I don't even know. Out of something. Oh, we're going with the Ursaluna? Okay, sure, that works as well. But then we still just lose to a Metal Energy. Jeez, man. Oh, Kai's going all out here. Popping the Clops. We're not going for any... We're not even leaving the Dusknoir route open. 5 on the peak, I assume. And then Iono to 1. But have the Mew in play for some kind of draw power. That, I mean, that's like a lot. Like the Mew draw power in the situation is like a lot of draw power. Counter catcher doesn't really matter. Oh, we're chasing the... Ooh, I like this from Kai. I like this. Dude, Kai is just like playing fast. Didn't even look at all the cards. Like, I got it. I like the counter catcher though. I like the counter catcher on the Mew. You do lose to Boss or Prime Catcher, but you also lost to a Metal Energy if you lead the draw power in play. Draw power from Mew can lead to Fez draw. There's a lot of things you lose to here as Kai, but I think this is the correct play. Peak promoted. Top deck plus draw, and there's the metal, and we end up losing anyways. But I do like the play there from Kai. I like the Mew chase for sure. I mean, somehow putting together a win condition from there seems incredibly unlikely still. Even if Dominic doesn't win that turn specifically, like, we're still in a terrible spot as Kai, but sheesh. That was over pretty quick. Jaltic Box gets the dub in that one. And with that, chat, that was round 9, the first round of phase 2. The tournament is over for today. I'm pretty tired. I feel like I need to go get some sleep. But I'll be back for day 2 tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be back to for day 2 tomorrow. Silk Song? Maybe. I'm gonna go take a nap, and then maybe when I wake up, I'll be down to play some Silk Song or something. But I need to get some sleep right now for sure. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna go ahead and raid the main channel so y'all can check out the post-game interview if you want. But I'll be back tomorrow. Actually, I might be back tomorrow earlier. I don't know if it starts an hour earlier tomorrow. It might be at 3 a.m. still. So I'll be back tomorrow, same time or a little bit earlier for day 2 of Frankfurt. Is it Champions League today? No, that's next week. Champions League is next week. All right, have a good one, chat. I'll see you tomorrow for sure. Maybe later today. I think it's 1 hour early. That's what I think it said, yeah. Either way, I'll check to make sure before I go to bed so I wake up at the right time to be live when the first round starts. See you tomorrow. Peace.